Right, I'm on the road to max rank. What do I have left? Chompers. Do I like playing as them? Do I like fighting against them? I don't think chompers are necessarily the worst thing in the world. That award goes to the pea shooters, but they're a whole nother story of camp. Thing is, I actually quite like the look of the chompers. The gameplay, not so much. Even though some are good and some are bad, mostly all around the board they aren't that good. So today, I'm not only going to give my opinions on each chomper by ranking them on a tier list, but also ranking their designs at the same time. And without further ado, this is the bullshit I had to say. Obviously, if you disagree with my opinion, just comment or something. What do you prefer?
Okay, let's go.
Right. We have our 2 tier lists. We've got one for the characters and how they play, and one for how they look. Shout out to Sir Musty, I have this idea from his Mario Kart series. 2-in-1 meal deal. Alright, so let's go. Armor Chomper, you don't even need to tell me why he's an F tier. The reason he's an F tier, I think many people in this community have already said it. I'm never going to be the first person to say it for this character alone. Yes, he is 215 to 225 health, but he moves at the pace of the immortal snail. Do you remember that thing? Yeah. Low speed and high health isn't funny, PopCap. Armor Chomper, yeah, he does good damage, and yeah, it's a Chomper, so you've got the bullshit goop burp spikeweed, but it's no. Look at him. Look at this little piece of shit down here.
Look at his face. Dumb little face.
Stop.
PopCap, do better. In terms of looks,
Get the hell out! Get out!
Chester Chomper, you know what? Chester begins with C, we'll put him in C tier. In the first Garden Warfare, I don't really play him. I don't think I've played him more than once. The cheesy abilities are funny looking, but because yes, it does more damage, but it doesn't slow them down, which is the point of Goop. To me, it's not really a fair trade-off. As a Chomper, oh, he's practically the same as Reg Chomper, so. In terms of looks, he's going up to the land of the beauty contestant. With his it ain't easy being cheesy sunglasses and his shiny teeth. Reg Chomper, you know what? He's not bad. It's the exact same as Chester Chomper, but without the cheese. So for that, I'm putting him in D. It's a Chomper. What more do you want me to say? In terms of looks, I mean, look at him. He's just purple. Actually, I like purple. I'll put a bucket on. Chomp Ting. This should have been the toxic Chomper of this game. That I fucking hate toxic Chomper so much, he's going in F as well. But Chomp Ting is cool, okay? Because yes, he regenerates health slightly quicker, and his HP is some wacky number like 135 or something. PopCap just took a random number between 100 and 200. They picked that and they went, yeah, that'll do. He does, I mean, he actually does less damage than toxic Chomper, but he doesn't overheat as quickly. A tier. I love this Chomper. He should have been the toxic Chomper, not toxic Chomper. In terms of looks, even though like toxic Chomper, he's green. The textures and just the overall design, being a reference to that DZ character Swamp Thing, makes this Chomper one of the best in the entire game. Count Chompula. I know that there's some Count Chompula Andes out there who would put this guy in S tier, but I don't. I find him so boring. Yes, you get your health back on a burrow or a swallow. Yeah, cool. Big thumbs up from the I don't care community. I just find him so boring to play. I don't know why. Maybe it's just because you have to rely on being sneaky, because if you go in for a suicide chomp, you're not getting your health back because you're dead before you can even swallow the damn thing. If there's like 2 or more zombies, you're not getting anything done with any of these chompers. It's just, Chomper overall is such an annoying class to play. Not to fight against. To fight against is fine. Just use superhero, a soldier, an engineer. But it's just, oh man, I really don't like them. Put Chomp Ting in A tier because for a Chomper is A tier. On a tier list of every character, he's like C. F tier Chompers are just F tier all around. So I don't care what anyone says to me. They just are. In terms of looks, the colors being mainly black and red, you know, vampire, really helps his character stick out, while in game doesn't actually help at all, just makes you easier to be seen from across the map. Glowing healing effect upon swallowing a zombie really adds to this character's design and makes him one of the most appealing plants in existence. Like, look at the veins, look at the teeth, look at the saliva being orangey blood. Doesn't that just stick out more compared to the only other vampiric character being Vampire Flower, who honestly just looks emo goth more than vampire? Count Chompula is going to stick comfortably in S tier because look at him, he's red and veiny like a penis. Disco Chomper. To pack him thinking I got a legendary, I'd put him in F tier because there shouldn't be a legendary Chomper, but as a Chomper he's probably one of the best ones because he does good damage. I think it's between 30 and 33. He's a legendary mode, making him move really quick. If you watch Wolfie plays, you know that his mode is certainly something. So as a character, there's nothing really I can say. He's actually quite good for a Chomper. In terms of looks, don't think he's as cool as the others. Yeah, he's disco related, but not really a fan of the fact that he's smooth as a bollock, and now he's got the little flaps. The stem being disco tars is cool. I mean, he's still pretty cool. Fire Chomper. Sorry, I fell asleep trying to think of something to talk about. He's like Toxic Chomper, except it's fire damage. So, I mean, if anyone's wondered why the only 3 spray chompers so far I put in F, D, and then fucking A, because the other spray chompers have elemental abilities, which you kind of expect a spray chomper to have. A spray chomper with no elemental type ability, basically toxic, ice, fire. His gimmick being the health regen allows you to get a kill, pussy away, and then get another one, basically at full health. He's basically like a mini version of Chompula, except he's actually fun to play. To me, anyway. Just to avoid pissing people off, I'll put him in B. I don't know. My opinion is very unbased, okay? When it comes to the design of Fire Chomper, though, I mean, it's not really leaving much to the imagination here, is it? It's honestly just the same as regular Chomper, but just he's heated up. He looks like he's been set on fire, sure. But it almost just kind of looks like he's not being set on fire, rather he becomes one with the fire, you know? Where he's not burning, he's burning. Do you know what I'm trying to say? It's like he withstands the fire and can control it, rather than is set on fire and burning. And the color scheme being a desaturated yellowish red, and the goop looking similar to Count Chompula, just not really as cool. I don't think they did a good job with Fire Chomper. I mean, in Garden Warfare 1, it looked way more vibrant, but alas, in Garden Warfare 2, he's not so good. They just dipped them in a sauce, dipped them in some hot sauce and said, yeah, here you go. Now, the drug cartel leader that is Hot Rod Chomper is obviously in it. Bites the quickest, runs the quickest, burrows the quickest, digests the quickest, and goes speed. So, S tier. And in terms of looks, PopCap wanted to make a super rare variant of the Chomper and make him faster than the others, while compensating for his lower health by giving him an air scoop on top of the Chomper's head, referencing, you know, hot rod cars, while also making gloss black color with these purple hot rod flames. They kind of indicate that he looks like, you know, a car with these exhaust fumes on his neck and the oil dripping out of his mouth with his reflective gums, you know, indicating like a car door or some reflected tinted glass. Also having hot rod flames on his feet, I guess. Basically, you give him a black and purple glossy paint job, which honestly, do I think he's top 10? Not really. It's only 2 colors. So I don't really think it's the best thing, but for a speed-based character, I think it's the best design they could have gone for. So I give PopCap praise for that. Hey, just wanted to say, if you made it to this point in the video, big up you lot, because these videos take a while as I'm, well, busy at this point of recording. So I thank you all seriously for tuning in and watching these. If the video from this point onwards seems a little funky or out of place to the first half, I kind of lost the second half of the recording, but I still agree with my original takes and I'll still go over them, just in case anyone gets a little confused on the format of this video or the mic quality being a little different. I have a shit mic. But that's all from editing me. Hope you guys enjoy the rest of this, then let's get back into rating this little racist on fire. Our last spray chomper is the Power Chomper, and honestly, to me, is one of the most underrated chompers ever. His damage is higher than every other spray chomper, because he doesn't have any elemental damage ability. Yes, he has the power effect, which can chain lightning off of multiple zombies, which is severely underrated in itself. The difference with him, Fire, and Toxic Chomper is that while he actually does more damage, he doesn't have the 2 damage over time of Toxic damage, and the 5 damage Fire, which means that his overall time to kill can be slower, flames, or toxify them with the other 2 respective spray chompers. But with how long it actually takes Power Chomper to overheat, to me, he's always been one of my top picks for chompers. I think elementally wise, Power is definitely the weakest, as it has no damage over time or no effects. All it does is spread damage to other people, other than Toxic that does damage over time, which spreads to people. So I actually think Power Chomper is severely underrated. The way he looks, I'm not a fan of this. In Garden Warfare 1, it looked like lightning was caught within his body. You can see the lightning within his dark base color of his skin. He was dark blue and almost dark purplish, and he looked very, very nice. And in Garden Warfare 2, most of the electric characters got brightness with their blue skin tone. So Power Chomper really in Garden Warfare 2 doesn't look anywhere near as nice as he does in Garden Warfare 1. He doesn't really look like he should be a power character almost. He looks semitone between ice and like plasma. They did change the bottom part of his body, changing it from what was originally a regular Chomper with just an electric head to being fully blue, which honestly doesn't work as well. So I really don't think Power Chomper looks too great, but he's still nice. He's still a nice nice looking Chomper with just a straight base color. He's just completely blue, so I can't fully hate it. So he's going in the alright tier. Right, we get to the last 3 Chompers of the list. These 3 being the 3 most unique Chompers in the entire game. To start, we'll go over the hardest Chomper to unlock out of all of them. Unicorn Chomper. To actually unlock this character, and I'm not counting playing the Town Hall because everybody gets that character for free, you have to get to rank 313 in the first guard morphin, which if you play that game, you know the horrors of trying to level up in that. I mean, you could always just, you know, use money to purchase packs to get a shit ton of skip challenge stars, but I mean, who are you impressing doing that? Unicorn Chomper and a certain other Chomper are different to the other ones I've listed, because although you have Bite, Swallow, Goop, and Spikeweed, you don't have Burrow as this Chomper. What you do have in a substitute is a Rainbow Warp, which, like the Scientist, you get 2 warps able to go further than you'd usually be able to go, which can be used to actually catch zombies off guard or chase them down. This on a Chomper is actually really effective, as because Chomper's a close range character, getting up close to the zombies is basically a must. So it's better than just going towards them faster with Burrow. Even though you're invulnerable in Burrow and you're not when you're teleporting, it is still better to get that quick grasp of speed rather than to slowly get closer to them. So for that, I'm gonna just simply put Unicorn Chomper in A tier. Although it's just like having an average Chomper, just with the teleport. And in terms of looks, have you ever played Peggle? You know that main guy who always comes up to you? And he's like, yeah, it's that guy. Repost if you're a true Pegger. When it comes to looks, yeah, practically the same as Bjorn from Peggle. This is just like a Easter egg character, I guess. Like PopCap made this character and they was expecting us to play the game and be like, oh my god, it's a unicorn. I see it. I get that. It's a joke. Basically just being Chomper, except has horn, hair, likes other male Chompers, likes men, sucks toe. The little rainbow threads coming off of the stem really give off that, you know, unicorn spirit, if you will. Having the tongue being rainbow as well and having more horse-related teeth, it's really stupid looking, but you know what? You can't hate it. It's a unicorn Chomper. Come on. This guy is going into A. Usually this would be the point where I talk about our last Chomper, but after covering Unicorn, I forgot that PopCap added Unicorn's sibling to the game, and well, the Twilight Chomper is practically just a reskin of the Unicorn Chomper, except for one crucial difference. Instead of having 2 Pride Month warps, it has 1 Emo warp, which travel twice the distance, and that's f***ing it. Wow. And apparently also runs as quick as Hot Rod Chomper. I'm not too sure about that. I believe I does do the same damage as Disco Chomper. Why this was the last DLC character into this game, who knows? But look, that means we got a whopping 4 Chompers in this game. Hallelujah. Yeah. Even though it is, you know, lazy, he's somehow one of the stupidest Chompers. Just like the speed bonus and damage boost like I mentioned, and this 1 warp that makes you travel twice as far as the Rainbow Warp, makes him so much better for flanking and getting behind the zombies. Even though Twilight Chomper was such a random addition to the game when we've already got Unicorn Chomper, I think Twilight marginally outshine compared to Unicorn. Unicorn's fine, but not many people have Unicorn. Twilight, most people got them for free. Not me though. I forgot to get them. So a last Twilight Chomper going in S tier alongside Hot Rod Chomper. Now what is the Twilight Chomper's design compared to Unicorn Chomper, which you think unicorns, you think bright, sunny, cupcake and rainbows, all that jazz. You look at Twilight Chomper and you think it feels like Twilight Chomper watched all of Twilight and based its whole personality around it. And when it comes to looks, do I think this Chomper looks bad? No, but compared to Unicorn Chomper, the colors do not fit the unicorn aesthetic, even though I actually don't mind the color scheme. Just on a unicorn design, it does not fit. So I'm going to put him in the bruh tier. Now we move on to our very last Chomper. What the frick is this? The A Chomper is this class's ice variant. How does an ice Chomper work? Well, he's ranged. Let me just say that again for the people in the back. This guy is a ranged Chomper. Now, That may sound like that's probably the most busted thing ever. It's really not. Chomper being ranged, in theory, seems quite good, as you're able to not only one-shot people, you're able to slow zombies down from a further distance by spitting. That seems really good in theory, but in execution, this is the most awkward character to play. His base damage is 35, which is the same as a reg PEASHOOTER, I believe, and he shoots at a pace of 1.5 spits per second. The projectile only lasts 2.5 seconds in the air before self-destructing. It will slowly freeze zombies until they're fully immobilized, making swallow kills actually easier to get. The only problem is, to actually hit somebody, you have to look up at a 45-degree angle, meaning you can't even look at the opponent you're trying to spit at. You know, isn't impossible, but like, problem is that it's so inconsistent and unreliable at times that you might as well just go up and just act as he's a shotgun, as the freeze impact damage is quicker than splashing people, because trust me, you ain't hitting shots with this guy from range. It's like the engineer's weapon, how it slowly goes downwards and then explodes mid-range. See, like, in theory this Chomper could be the best one, but he's not. He's probably tied for the middle because he's ice. So I'm gonna put this guy, I'm just gonna put him here. Boy, the final time I get to talk about Chomper and its looks. Thank Christ. Right, so what do I actually think about the look of this Chomper? I mean, yeah. Ever watch Monsters, Inc?
Welcome to the Himalaya.
Yeah, there you go. Blue lips, frozen teeth. You know, it's not the most original thing in the world. How many times can you design a Yeti without taking the Yeti in the game already and then just plastering that on a Chomper? He actually looks kind of different, especially with his not completely frozen but his almost frostbite stem. The icicles hanging off his lips make it look like a grown beard because his fur is cool. Overall, I think this guy's kind of meh, to be honest. I mean, he looks good. It's just, I've nothing to say, you know? Like, I'm looking at the concept art here, and this would have been such a better design, but it's not really a Yeti, so they fit the design of the name well, but just design-wise, I'm gonna have to put this guy in B tier with Power Chomper. I mean, they both look cool. Pun intended. They look alright. Nothing too spectacular. Well, wowee, look at those two lists. I sure hope everybody agrees and definitely doesn't scalp me for having probably the worst and most stupid taste in design and play-wise for the most amazing playable character on the Plants team. Yay! So I just checked my stats in Garden Warfare 2, and what class did I have the most hours on? This one. Doesn't everybody have the most hours on this class? So, I'm gonna rank them the same way I did the Chompers. Gameplay, then design. So let's go. Now the Foot Soldier is the easiest zombie to use on the team, supplying a simple automatic rifle that deals high damage at a high fire rate. For a stock character, Reg Soldier should not be as powerful as he is. With 35 shots in his clip, this man has enough ammo in his gun to kill practically nearly anything that isn't Torchwood. For an all-around character, the Reg Soldier does almost everything perfectly, a jack of all trades of being a good support, defense, offensive character. So I'm just gonna simply put him into A tier without any further examining. Well, in terms of looks, honestly doesn't look all too exciting. He's the titular soldier, as stock as a zombie can really get. This is the face zombie you think of when you think of this game, so he's not boring or anything, he's just awfully plain. If I had to give him any type of criticism, he doesn't really have any, nor does he have any defining strengths. His character overall is just in the middle of the road, and I kind of like that for a stock character. So I'm going to put him into C tier, because honestly, I have no strong opinions. Arctic Chomper is everything Reg Soldier is, plus the ability to slow down and eventually freeze plants completely, immobilizing them and making them stiller targets for you to finish them off either with your rifle or with your ZPG. This does great to help not only yourself finish off targets but the team as well, making it more of a viable pick for supporting getting vanquishes and assists. Or if you just want to be a selfish kill whore like myself and everyone else, you can just sit on roofs, pick them off, slow them down, finish them off. His damage isn't too great, basically half of Reg Soldier, because if it was the same with ice, no one would even pick Reg Soldier. So for that drawback, he's kind of more versatile version of Reg Soldier. So I'm going to put this guy into S tier without any hesitation. The variants in this game do a good job at kind of differentiating each other in terms of design, and Arctic Trooper being basically the same as Reg Soldier, you know, green, but with more bits of blue, because he's ice. Not just that, but his gun, while it is a one-to-one copy, even having the word froze, the gun model being blue looks better in my opinion. Plus him having an ice cube on his foot is kind of silly. It even makes little ice sounds when you're walking around. Wearing this army green jacket, a single mitten on his hand so he can actually, you know, use his gun, and him having a icy blue hood really lets you know that this guy has been working down in the Antarctic region. Oh, overall I like this guy's design a lot. Not the best thing in the world, but for an ice character is actually very well made. So I'm gonna put this guy in an A tier. Someone call the Sweat Brigade. Can smell Commando Man coming your way. Super Commando is basically our first actual variant that alters the primary of Soldier. Not being just an ice version of Soldier, but being a completely different primary altogether. Having a 3-round burst crossbow which deals high damage in between bursts with a semi-long reload which can be shortened with its 2 reload upgrades. Which basically makes this character busted when you have them. See, because Commando's Z3 crossbow has barely any bloom and no recoil, this character is quite good at longer ranges, where up close he kind of struggles a bit because it would be harder to lead the shot. You could technically do it and it's not impossible, but this character really does shine at long ranges, and I think actually gives one of our future soldiers competition for who's the best at range. So this guy, without a shadow of a doubt, based on how he was in the first Garden Warfare and here, he's kind of just easily going to S tier as well. Most of the soldier variants are actually very, very overpowered, but they kind of balance each other out in a sort of way. See, Super Commando does something no other soldier does. He grew hair, and a buzz cut of all things. Commando's, he's simply just wearing a camo t-shirt and shorts. That's it. Also having this X-shaped cross pallet of where all his bullets and pellets are being kept on this belt that wrapped around him. Honestly, this guy just looks like he doesn't give two shits. Sticker book even saying he's a can do it if I want to attitude. But also rocking a crossbow instead of a rifle, which just looks more appealing in my opinion. Using his boot as a stock again, also like the other two. And that's really it. Not much going on here, just basic Rambo vibes. He's all around okay. Super Commando goes to B tier. Looks better than Reg Soldier, but not nearly as cool as Arctic. Yeah, I did just make an ice pun there. Alright, our next soldier. I have so much to talk about. General Supremo, in my opinion, is not the worst soldier. I know, it's an opinion to have, I know. And you may look at me and say, oh, I'm just one of them people who thinks they're special. That's just not true at all. You see, his primary runs on an overheat system similar to All-Star. Rather than having a clip size, this guy shoots basically quicker than every single soldier. His overheat is actually very good compared to the All-Stars though. If you fire at a steady pace, he can technically never overheat, dealing about 5 to 6 damage at all ranges consistently with only an overheat of just over 1.5 seconds, and can fire for up to 5 seconds before you actually have to. When paired with his minimal fall off damage and tight bloom that resets quickly the second you stop firing, he can withstand and quickly kill almost any plant under 200 health. Supremo may just be the most underappreciated zombie on the team. He's a banger character when you don't have somebody screaming in your ear that he's the worst soldier. I genuinely love playing this guy. He's my first soldier in both Garden Warfare, so it may just be nostalgia bias, but I think Supremo is extremely slept on. Similarly in Garden Warfare 1, he doesn't get appreciation he deserves. I understand that he is far from the best soldier in the game. Honestly, I think he's at most 4th best, but he is not the worst one. I'm going to be putting General Supremo confidently in A tier. Great primary with a great rate of fire, damage and range potential. Sure, that damage is minimal at only 5 and 6, 4 without a damage upgrade, but if you play him right, without spraying and letting it overheat, he can be one of the most skilled potential based characters on the team. In terms of looks, General Supremo being actually, again, similar to Reg Soldier, he goes for a traditional army general look with the sleek general helmet and uniform with many badges plastered all over him, signifying his combat skills as a war veteran. His ZPG being replaced with an old school cannon like the one from Balloons, his weapon being a Gatling gun that rotates when fired like a Gatling gun.
Well, no shit.
The colours being mainly green, yellow and red complement each other very well. Probably the simplest design for soldier variant, yet he manages to stand out compared to the rest, whether that be for the best or for some people the worst. Nothing really else here. I just really dig the simplicity of this design. The weapon, the cannon, everything. I'm going to put him design wise also into A tier. Oh, you know what? This just sucks because I'm being nothing but positive. And you know what? Who wants to see somebody be positive about something? You want to see me hate things you like. There will be one of them, but I'm getting the good looking class out of the way first before we get the ones I have some true hot takes about. And hey, since we're here, why not just hit the little red button? Go on, hit that little red thing. I hate red buttons because I want to press them. Do you want to press red buttons? I know you do. Go on, press it. thank you. And also like as well. Cheers, thank you. What all previous soldiers had in common is that their primary weapons were all automatic, shooting multiple pellets in quick succession. Our next soldier, however... Tank Commander shoots a single, high-damaging missile that has huge splash damage, with the downside of having a longer reload between shots. I mean, he would if he wasn't like Commando and got 2 reload upgrades. Tank specializes in crowd control, dealing high damage to multiple enemies at once. As I mentioned, he only gets 1 shot before having to reload, but luckily that single shot can deal anywhere between 20 to 60 damage on direct impact or splash. Upon groups of weaker enemies, Tank becomes a top tier character, but on bulkier plans like Torchwood or CITRON, he starts to fall a bit short, taking longer to vanquish them compared to other soldiers, as his EPS is just a measly 35.59 damage. Like, sitting on rooftops, raining down missiles on plants is always effective and fun. However, unless you directly hit them, damage falls off quick enough for plants to notice you and try to get the upper hand, either by running away or being a pea shooter, going into hyper, and that's becoming your main weakness, as the missile is hard to hit moving targets up close. Luckily, the missile itself, having a high projectile speed, moves across the map extremely quickly. Tank does wonders in and out of groups, but on his own becomes weaker as he struggles with mobility based abilities such as hyper, citron ball, or even husk cop, or burrow. But honestly, burrow counters everything. In all, Tank Commander is great in turf, as the plants bunch up into the capture point, ready to be blown up. But on his own, he falls a bit short. Tank Commander is going to go comfortably in B tier. He does his job well, but has a few weaknesses overall. He wouldn't be my first pick as soldier, because he's a bit gimmicky, but is great crack to play with from time to time. Now, funny enough, Tank is the only character to mimic how you look playing this game, wearing the Xbox One headset. As he's a tank commander, his ZPG is the cannon of a tank with the traditional Army Star logo on it, also having the word tank on his short. Narcissistic, really. Tank's weapon is shaped like a mini tank, with the stock not being a shoe this time, but rather tank tracks. Tank is similar to Reg Soldier, looks basic, but it fits for his role. Unlike the others, I don't know why they're all missing a shoe, but whatever floats your foot fetish, PopCap, I guess. Tank is the only foot soldier to have his goggles remain on his helmet from the Garden Warfare 1 days, unlike Reg Soldier, whose goggles were removed in the sequel. His colour scheme being very similar, if not identical to Reg, which works well for him, as his design fits these colours even better than Reg does. Just like in gameplay stats, gonna give Tank Commander another B tier. Looks more unique than Reg Soldier, but has the same flaws as him too. Not much going on, fits the tank design well, but that's really it. You know what, I probably couldn't even count the amount of times I said tank, 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 tank.
Now it's raining.
Thanks.
You're welcome.
Specialist, this ranger is tasked with countering a cactus, matching her range for range. However, he often loses his gun when settling it down. The Camo Ranger is the soldier equivalent to a semi-auto sniper or marksman rifle. He hits towards the back and fires in quick trigger finger fashion. He shoots high damage single shot projectiles that can hit plants from any distance. Of course, most effective the further away, with minimal fall off damage and a very low travel time, almost being hit scanned completely from any range all over the map. Camo Ranger has the longest reload of all the soldiers, but makes up for having over 15 shots in his clip, so his damage per clip can vanquish any plant who isn't Torchwood. Camo's primary shots are silent, not when firing, but upon landing, the plants affected can't hear it. They just get notified where they're being damaged from. Camo is great in large scale map, having many high ground camping spots and being able to penetrate, be mature, multiple plants with a single shot, from 2 to 3 with an upgrade. His shots also having the smallest window for travel time in the game, which I mentioned previously, from practically hit scan up close to only 1/100th of a second from anywhere up to 100 meters. Yes, he's infinite range, but you stop actually seeing plants at 100 meters, so you get what I mean. However, up close, Camo is very inaccurate and struggles with more than one plant at a time. Bulkier plants will give you a hard time nonetheless. If you get caught by the whole plant team, try retreat and find a place to hide and snipe plants one by one. In certain situations, he is very good for damage support, picking off lower HP targets, but overall isn't the best. Camo has his perks, but mostly struggles with what other soldiers do easily. I'm gonna put Camo into B tier. On turf takeover maps, especially Zomburbia and Moonbase C, Camo can drop any plant in the lobby, but in most other game modes, it's overshadowed by most mid-range soldiers. I still find him fun to play, as he's my second most played soldier in the game, more defensive than offensive. If you want to use him in any game mode, do so. Don't let my perspective tell you how to use this guy. You use him how you want, but you need to use him in the right way. For a character with the word camo in it, Camo Ranger has to blend in, and I think he does amazingly with plant-based areas. On Moonbase Sea or Aqua Center, you know, looking more futuristic and modernized, you won't camouflage with any of your surroundings. For maps such as Walnut Hills or any floral map, you'll blend in really well, even if it weren't for the spotting icons. Okay, so you obviously aren't trying to blend in, it's not a game of hide and seek. But as a soldier, he looks incredible. The hat having leaves and flowers hanging off it, signifying he'd be hiding in the ground. His entire outfit being pixelated camo scheme of dark army and light green, with his ZPG being very similar to Arctic Trooper. It's short and has 2 handles on it rather than just one for more stability. His sniper, the camo surprise, having more floral accessories on it, a flower on the end, and a green and matte black scheme looks really nice. I think we have our first S tier for design. Camo Ranger is the result of an almost perfect depiction of what a Camo Ranger should look like. If it had some face paint, something like mud or black splotches on his face and forehead, would have made it 110% perfect. But I guess you can still do that with customizations though, so it's not a big deal. Overall, our first S tier, and probably the top S tier. Back to assault-based variants. Our next soldier is Sky Trooper. I never got the hype behind this guy. Look, maybe I'm not really the PVZ fan I claim to be, but all Sky Trooper is to me is a faster firing Rig Soldier, and that's it. It's like PopCap took the fire rate and damage of Rig Soldier, and we're like, okay, let's increase the fire rate, decrease the damage, so it matches the primary close enough. Even though his bloom, recoil, and reload are different to Rig Soldier, I think these two are basically the same character, just one is faster and meant for closer ranges, while the other is just meant for medium and all around. Sky Trooper is a closer range character than the others, as his bloom increases the longer you fire. Not that you will be firing any longer. At his raw stage, he only gives you 25 ammo. Oof. One great thing I love about Sky Trooper is his weapon is named the Danger Zone, the same song the game opens with, as well as him being an Air Force pilot. Yeah, this character is a Top Gun reference. They predicted the sequel 6 years before it came out. Sky Trooper is fun to play, don't get me wrong, but underperforms like Tank Commander in certain situations. In theory, seems a lot better than he is. Kind of just a dull and less efficient Rig Soldier. He's more of an SMG than an assault rifle. But even after saying that, being a less effective Rig Soldier is still a good character. Sky Trooper is going to go into C tier. Just another primary alternation and nothing more. He shoots really quick, but deals damage at the strength of wet farts at range. Hopefully my opinion here doesn't get too much backlash. I just never got the hype behind Sky Trooper. As a soldier is more towards the bottom of the pack, but he's still a good character overall. Like I previously mentioned, Sky Trooper is a Top Gun inspired character. The dead flies on his helmet visor show the speed an Air Force pilot would experience in a fighter jet. The green outfit and aviation badge on a soldier, as well as an air mask around his neck, all great touches that give the vibe that this character is aircraft related. His weapon having a shark mouth on it, similar to real fighter jets, plus his EPG being modeled like a missile that's ejected from one of them, all just mesh right into each other, which makes this guy's design fit so well. Also being mostly green, with loads of blue, yellow and small snippets of red all complement each other. But what's that? We're back to the one shoe thing again? Sky Trooper as a character isn't too exciting, but design wise is really creative. I'm going to be launching him right into A tier. He looked okay in his feature movie in the 80s, but later got himself a sequel in the 2020s, but still both variants are just as good as each other. For our next soldier, we move to... oh, look. I agree with the phrase
Centurion isn't all that good.
And he's not. But what I don't agree with is when people say that he isn't the worst one, because let's snap back to reality here and not kid ourselves. Unfortunately, Centurion is the worst one. Centurion is our fire damage soldier. He wields the Flame Bolt, which is a semi-automatic crossbow that fires flaming shots that deal between 7 damage at range to 15 damage up close, which is not very much, but with the added fire damage kinda helps balance the DPS over time. Centurion feels closer to an off-brand Camo Ranger with a bit of Super Commando mixed in there, having a weapon suited for longer ranges with the damage of a close range soldier. His weapon viability isn't all too good, as he mainly just flicks plants for fire damage, which can get you some assists and shards with the occasional fire kill. Just an all-around mediocre foot soldier, but he's still a good character because he's a soldier with the abilities and versatility that they all have by default. But definitely the weakest one of the class in my opinion. I don't personally hate this guy, but realistically, he sucks. Compared to the others, I'm gonna have to put him into D tier. Not the worst in the world, there's more viable picks for characters all around, but as a soldier, is definitely the weakest one. He's kind of a jack of all trades of being mediocre. But I haven't mentioned the best thing about Centurion is that he looks so so cool and so much better than how he actually plays. The Centurion is one of the most aesthetically pleasing zombies in the game. Obviously, it's Roman soldier themed, wearing the Empire Centurion's helmet, his weapon being a wooden modified crossbow with a flaming chalice holding the ammo for it, and his ZPG being a lit Roman candle with golden outlines around his entire outfit. Mostly gold and red with a bit of brown and green. Looks very appealing for a fire-related character. It's simple, but simplicity works and works well. And I'm going to put Centurion also into S tier. The whole fit looks great with the character theme, variants and color scheme. For our least good soldiers in the game, he looks by far the best out of all of them. For our first newly added soldier into Garden Warfare 2, and by newly I mean it's been 8 years since, we have what I can only call the regular show character. Why a Park Ranger for a soldier variant? Park Ranger fires a unique sort of weapon, an AoE area of effects styled gun. His best friend, Stenchy the skunk. His best friend is a skunk, and he uses the skunk's arse to shoot. Park Ranger fires a cloud of stink that deals consistent damage the longer a plant stays in it for, like his stink cloud ability dealing 2 damage every 3/4 of a second. His shots also dealing impact damage for around 8 to 9 damage. Park Ranger shoots fairly slower than his soldier peers, but makes up for high damage per shot with his stink cloud effect. A technique you should use is that shooting the same spot multiple times adds multiple clouds that all do their own consecutive 2 damage, so the window of damage per second can go from 2 damage every 3/4 of a second to 2 damage every 5th, which is 10 damage per second. If your target is stationary, Park Ranger has the highest DPS of any soldier. But that almost never happens, because as soon as you shoot a plant, you know what follows.
Come back and fight like a man, you vegetable!
He gets 2 area of effect upgrades, however, a radius upgrade and an explosive life upgrade. These upgrades are pretty self-explanatory. The radius upgrade expands his stink radius, and the explosive life extends the length in which it stays for, from 2 seconds to 2.5 seconds. Park Ranger is similar to Tank, great for crowd control, as he can split up the plants from taking huge damage in his clouds. His weapon also dealing great high single target damage as well. Fun fact, both Ranger soldiers, Park and Camo, are the only super rare soldiers in Garden Warfare 2. So just have the word Ranger in it and then your rarity status goes through the roof. Overall, great foot soldier. He solidly goes into A tier for me. Great with objective based situations and also just a pretty okay kill whore character in general. Park Ranger to me is one of the most random additions to this game, name and design wise. Sure, the hat he wears has a pink bunny hanging out of it, his weapon is a skunk hiding in a tree log, and even his ZPG is a fucking barbecue.
Wow.
The outhouse vibe is showing the evergreen underpants while wearing a Park Ranger uniform plus the bushy Tom Selleck mustache. What does Park Ranger look like?
Tom Selleck.
To give the most stereotypical Park Ranger vibes. Ever watch Brickleberry? I sure didn't. But why is this a soldier class? Wouldn't this be more suited to be like an engineer variant? Like, I'm not complaining, but it just feels weird to me. We've gone back to the soldiers not wearing their 2 shoes again, but this guy isn't just barefoot. There's a bear trap on his foot. I see you, PopCap. You think you're funny? As a character in general is good, gameplay wise and great design wise, but idea wise still boggles my mind that the next set of soldiers to be added, which if one was a Park character, I mean personally would have loved to see like a nuclear or toxic variant of this class. Hey, wait a minute, doesn't this guy do 2 damage over time, which is the same as toxic damage? Okay, why isn't this guy a toxic character? No one knows. And what the hell? Why? PopCap? Hello? Why? Other than that, I think his design is actually quite stupid looking. I actually love it. For a silly and stupid design for how boggling this idea of a foot soldier variant is, he goes into A tier simply just because I'm flabbergasted that this even exists. And you know what? I'm all for it. And now we have our last soldier. Garden Warfare 2 really kept its most annoying for last. Scuba Soldier is, say it with me now, Tank Commander 2.0. Scuba has double the shots of Tank, dealing slightly less damage with a longer reload. His gimmick is that he can tag plants and make them visible from the entire team through walls for a brief period of time with his sonar shot. Did you even know this was his gimmick? No. Did you just use him because he's Tank 2.0 and that he's stupid easy to use? He's the only zombie to get his very own exclusive upgrade, the sonar upgrade, which upgrades his sonar ability timer from being active from 3 seconds to 4.5 seconds. Wowee! He is the lowest DPS of all soldiers and rate of fire of everyone in the class. The sonar doesn't really do much. The only reason you pick him is due to his crazy high splash damage, but not 1, 2 missiles. Scuba when played right is scary, but played wrong is still scary because he's brain dead easy to play. Luckily his projectile speed is slow enough for you to dodge his incoming missile quite easily. They're not as fast as tanks, so he isn't entirely broken, he's just still very skillless. Even though I don't play Scuba Soldier, I have to admit he is fun to just sit in the back and kill plants over and over and over again with. But you can also just rush the plants as he's just as powerful from any range. Scuba Soldier overall, like tank, does better in groups and against plants on a capture point, as the sonar will show everyone where they are no matter the situation, even if it's not that useful. And if a character has a shield, say goodbye to your HP. He's gonna go into A tier. Honestly, solid damage, defensive and offensive ability, just not as scary as you'd think because he's easily counterable, but for sure better than tank, but not really much else. For looks, Scuba is definitely water themed. I'm very conflicted on this design. There are things I like and very much dislike. The helmet being tilted so only one eye is shown out of it is a funny and great detail. His weapon being a mini submarine is the perfect weapon model for this type of variant. The water wings on his left arm are pointless. His water emblem on his torso looks similar to a water stone, which doesn't do jack shit, just looks kinda cool. And he's missing a shoe, but a shark is eating his foot, so I guess it's better than having no shoe at all. And now for the cons. The color scheme of being a brownish green and grey is not appealing to look at all. Coral and barnacles on his weapon and helmet don't do really much aesthetically. The rope net on his head, yeah, like Reg Soldier, yes, signifies a yacht or ship catching a huge amount of fish, but this is a scuba diver, not a fisher, so it isn't really related. Even though the pros and cons aren't equal, with there being more pros than cons, I start to dislike this the more I look at it. Scuba Soldier does its job at looking like he drowned and works underwater, but that's it. I hate to end it off underwhelmingly, but I'm gonna give Scuba Soldier a D tier. The details are funny and it kind of makes sense, like the helmet being tilted and there being a shark biting his foot off, but that doesn't really do much to save my thoughts on his design. Probably the least appealing soldier out of all of them. Well, we've come to the end of our list, and I have to say that 1. PopCap did an incredible job at balancing all the soldiers. They all feel great to play, and even though I've ranked 2 in C and a D tier, they don't reflect the tier of every character in the game. Just in terms of soldier, these are the tiers that they represent. The designs are done mostly very well. A few are a bit of a mixed bag, but most are all designed really well. 3. In terms of zombies, this is definitely the most positive I'll be around all of them. Trust me, while some designs are great, others are not. We'll get to a certain variant I have a lot to say. For this series, I'm swapping every ranking video from team to team. I've covered Chompers first, now the foot soldiers. Next class I'll rank will be on the plants team. Which will that be? You'll have to wait and find out. But that's all for me. Hope you guys enjoyed this. Let me know what takes of mine don't land for you. Am I based? Did I burn the entire kitchen down? Did I burn the planet? Let me know. If you have any vastly different takes, that's cool. They suck. But for real, I'm gone. Stay tuned for the next one. It'll probably be out next week. I don't know. I don't have a schedule. Bye. What's the plant version of soldier? Did you say corn? You're wrong! Get out now! If you said pea shooter, correct. You get nothing. Today I'm going to be ranking all the pea shooters the same way I did the chompers and the soldiers. If you've seen the past 2 videos, you get how this works. I rank them on gameplay, and then I rank them on design. 2 tier lists in 1 video. For you. Let's get right into this. Our first pea shooter is of course the stock variant of the class. Pea shooter being a mobile, assault-based plant wielding the pea cannon, which of course shoots peas, dealing 35 damage for a direct shot and between 15 to 10 damage for a blast radius, which helps this character in securing kills. While he is sort of a brain-dead, easy character, as all you have to do is shoot the floor around the zombie, bar this with his ability Hyper, which makes him such a skillless fucking character, but also making him quite good at scaring zombies that aren't as good as shooting you while you jump up and down. Like Tank Commander. Reg P as a stock variant deals really high damage, being the second most of all pea shooters, and having all around solid DPS, mobility, reload and ammo. While he's a bit boring to play, I'm gonna have to put him into B tier for his all around usefulness. He's not the best, absolutely not the worst, but he's solid enough. While in terms of Garden Warfare design standards, he is as plain can get. He is the plant's version of the soldier, the Reg Soldier to be exact. While being a great faithful 3D representation of the pea shooter in PVZ1, he looks quite good in 3D. Giving him arms, which are pea pods, which is his ammo compartment, is a creative and funny way of explaining why this guy has hands now. While color-wise is as green as the plants can get, it doesn't add nor take away from his appearance. While his eyes are certainly not appealing to look at, The semi-realistic design of PEASHOOTER causes him to appear more freakishly menacing than you'd expect. You'd tell me if you saw this staring at you, you wouldn't feel like you're about to be devoured. Reg P is fine, not extremely eyeballing of a character, but not boringly sleep-worthy like a few others in this game. He goes into C tier. Like Reg Foot Soldier, he's the foundation of the class, meant to look standard. He's not good, but he's not bad. He's just alright. Overall, no strong opinions. Our first variant is the Fire Element PEASHOOTER, so cleverly named the Fire P. Fire P is as copy and paste as most P shooters are, shooting the same P projectiles but set aflame, dealing less impact damage with the uphand of the added fire damage. Fire P just exists, honest. He fits the checkboard for fire variant P shooters and that's really it. You don't get anything other than that. Yeah, for a few Ps here and there. They act all so similar, I wouldn't even doubt you thinking they all play the same. Add element to P minus damage, there you go, you got a variant. Don't worry though, there are a few interesting variants to talk about. For his decrease in damage and added fire damage, which doesn't do much for this class as a fire variant, it's so significantly weak compared to his regular damage output that it feels sort of worse than Reg P. I'm gonna put Fire P into C tier as well. Not bad or really that good either, just an alternate Reg P shooter with added fire damage. I'm not a fan of this variant, to be honest. Fire P was also an original P shooter variant from the original PVZ2, being a premium plan, looking like this. Also, the first P shooter to be confirmed as female. Well, that's kinda cool. But how did they adapt her into Garden Warfare 2? Okay. Yeah, this is just not the same Fire P. This Fire P is a dude, and he's balding. Fire P in Garden Warfare 2 looks like if Reg P was burnt alive, somehow didn't die, and they receded his hairline. The colours of fire elemental characters in Garden Warfare 2 don't look all that appealing, just being a mixture of different shades of oranges and yellows with a bit of red in there, but at least his eyes have gone from the soulless 1,000-mile stare pupils into a fiery hell. He looks slightly better than Reg P, but for a fire variant adaptation, Fire P was done dirty. Still looks okay for a fire variant, but does not look like the original Fire P. Going to put this imposter of a PVZ2 plant in C tier as well. He looks a little off, but for a fire variant, looks okay. Not terrible, but doesn't do much for what it's showing off. Following the trope of elemental clones, Fire P, but cold. Ice P also originating as an original PVZ plant, shooting Ps that slow down zombies they impact. In Garden Warfare 2, they do the same. Ice P is almost identical to Fire P in terms of reload, rate of fire and damage, without the added fire, but instead the freezing ability, which is marginally more useful than fire damage, as ice can slow zombies before completely freezing them. Direct shots can cause the freeze quicker, but you can still freeze them with splash damage. It just takes longer, and by longer, it takes a lot longer. Something you probably don't know about ice characters is that they can only freeze a certain opponent every 10 seconds. This doesn't affect groups of zombies who all get their own freeze cooldown. Ice P's ice cannon is an easy primary to use, so freezing zombies as Ice P is probably one of the easier ice variants to do so with. While his splash is slightly less consistent than other Ps, relying on direct hits to deal the most damage and quickly freeze enemies, and quickest freeze time, he does a great job at what he wants to do, being the only bunny hopping freeze character. I'm putting Ice P into A tier, just barely managing to get up there. While the damage isn't as high as Reg P or Fire P from his lack of overtime damage, he has the added bonus of being an ice variant and being very mobile, which gives him the edge. Ice P looks identical to the PVZ version, being a Reg P shooter, just blue, and instead of leaves on his head has icicles instead. I think does a great job at showing just how cold he actually is. His P-pods freezing more the further they go up till they completely frozen at the end. Like Fire P, it's very similar to Reg P, which just added element spice to them. One thing I'm not doing is comparing all variants to their Garden Warfare 1 counterparts. But here, I will say how Ice P in this game looks far more desaturated compared to Ice P in Garden Warfare 1. Just look at the difference between them and tell me which one you'd prefer. Also, the pupils changing from brown to blue is a pointless but nice addition to differ up the variants from one another. It's simple and I like it. I'm gonna put Ice P into B tier for design. Reg P redesign done right. Not so much that the character shines on their own, but has enough to make them stand out. Also looking accurate to the original PVZ1, Fire P, and not even PVZ1, PVZ2, is a needed addition for these variants. On to our next, oh god! Now, Toxic P is another elemental pea shooter. However, while he's very similar in terms of being a clone variant with the added elemental ability slapped on, this guy puts toxic in his name and capitalizes it and then turns it onto font size 72. Toxic P not only deals toxic damage to zombies via his primary, but just by standing near them, but his primary splash damage and radius is also doubled. This guy hasn't taken a bath in so long that he deals damage just standing next to someone. What makes Toxic P so good is his insane damage spread capabilities, plus his splash radius that is so large he doesn't even need to be that accurate and deal consistent damage to you from anywhere on the map. Obviously this isn't exactly true. Mind you, that damage is not that good, dealing at max the same damage as Fire and Ice P, with the downside his radius damage scale is lower but larger, not doing as much splash damage but in a big and larger radius. This means Toxic P is more annoying than anything. Mind you, he still has the ability to bounce like Bugs fucking Bunny and hit you from anywhere while you struggle to fit your crosshair on him while he jumps up and down for 7 seconds. Toxic overall is probably in the running for the best splash pea shooter, as the good peas aren't all that reliant on splash damage to get the job done. Toxic P, however, goes into A tier. Damage output isn't insane for single target, but crowd damage exceeds all the other pea shooters. Our first pea shooter to shy away from looking like a copy and paste while having actual differences to him. Okay, he still looks mostly the same, however. Toxic's design is one of my personal favorites. As he's a toxic character, he simply just has a gas mask on. However, since he's a pea shooter and not human, his mouth just rips through the end of it, making it useless. This is a detail I've always liked about this character. The fact that it almost looks like 3Peter from PVZ1 with the 3 ends of the character's face is a good detail. Even if it wasn't, intended, I still like this. Also, being a more illuminated version of Reg P, supporting a brighter and glowier green color palette, and his eyes this time around looking like the original Xbox intro. His stem and feet leaves, I don't know what to call them, being brighter and the veins in them being more exposed due to radiation is a good touch. He also stinks because he's toxic. Toxic P has the ideal design for a perfect toxic pea shooter that could possibly be a thing. He's easily going to go into S tier for the mask alone. Possibly one of my favorite pea shooter designs in the entire game. Our next P is the first one to have a different primary attack instead of being a single shot cannon that deals high levels of splash damage. Commando P has an automatic cannon, shooting 30 shots in a clip that deal anywhere between 6 to 12 damage from all ranges. Commando P is the soldier equivalent of a pea shooter, being a good counter for them, as his projectiles travel further and quicker. Also, his rate of fire is slower than most automatic characters. The damage and minimal recoil helps him in many fights on rooftops or in and across map fights. However, the classic hyper plus A button maneuver won't work unless you have the aim of someone who hasn't been in near contact with the sun's rays in many decades. While his crowd control isn't at all good, being more of a single target based character, he doesn't do a great job in defense scenarios at all. Other than his bean bomb being good for tackling multiple zombies, that can be said for really any pea shooter. While different to his other P brothers, mostly isn't any better than them, just another version of Reg P. Does everything he can't do better and everything Reg P can do worse. Gonna have to put Commando in B tier alongside Reg P, just a primary switch character with no real gimmick, which isn't bad, but not much more than that. Can get the job done in fights against single zombies, but starts to weaken against crowds of them. While there's only 2 Commando themed plants in the game, this one gives off another Rambo vibe like Super Commando. Wearing the bandana while rocking a buzz cut, similar to Super Commando, also his hair just being grass, which is just stupid looking. Commando also wearing war paint in terms of just minimal strokes under his eyes. Other than that, it's just the same as Reg P with his mouth shortened and looks like the end of an SMG. Nice change of scenery in the pea shooter department when looking at all of this at the same time, but he looks kind of bland compared to the other characters. Just a different head with a shortened end than usual. Legit, just a pea shooter, but less. He's going to go into C tier for design. Nothing really here to wow you, just kind of imagine a pea shooter but he went to war and didn't look cool, he just looked aight. He can sit comfortably here. Okay, 5 down, but before we cover the next 5 pea shooters, you see that? Go on. I'll let you hit it. Go ahead. 1 time. Go on. There you go, thank you. Similar to Commando being a single shot, no splash dealing primary character, our next character is also single shot based. Agent P shoots silent peas that deal exactly 2 times damage when headshotted. You ever play Fortnite back in the day? 2 times headshot multiplier? Yeah, that was fun. Do we have that anymore? Do we? Agent P's damage output is so incredibly high in this game, they have to reduce 25 health from him, making him the lowest health P-shooter, but this doesn't really do that much to the character overall. Having a quick reload, high magazine size, and dealing enough damage in his clip drop any character on the opposing team. The game also says his shots are silent, which they don't feel like they are. Shooting zombies from across the map will be easier than most, as his shots won't be heard as they hit zombies. As simple as I can put it, this P is basically a silenced pistol. His damage output and fire rate makes him one of the best characters in the game. His only downside is his insanely tight spread and high accuracy can be hard to hit zombies if you're, well, bad, or if they're up close right in your face or running around you. Agent P is just going to simply go into S tier, no doubt, being tied for the best P-shooter in the game. You ever watch 007? Yeah, Agent P is clearly a parody on James Bond, as a sticker book description states he is the only character in the entire game who has a legal license to kill, making this game a lot darker if you think about it. Agent P's slick black hair, which is probably a wig, and his giant suppressor, which looks like, you know, a booth. Insert smoking P-shooter image here. He also wearing a bow tie and his buttoned sleeves on his pods, a simple yet very classy and elegant variant design. Alongside Toxic P is one of the go-to P-shooters people will think about when they think of this class, and for that he's also going into S tier with Toxic P, just a plant designing masterclass. Similarly to Agent, we have our second pistol type character in this class. The Law P shoots exactly the same way as Agent. Okay, maybe there's more. Oh, his rate of fire is quicker than Agent, but he deals less damage and only has 6 shots. Oh, wait a minute, no, he's a 6 shooter. Oh, I get it now. That's a reference. Okay, so my theory for why they decided to add this variant in the Zomboss Down update back in the Garden Warfare 1 days is because I think after they programmed the Agent P, they thought that his primary was similar to a trigger finger weapon and went, shit, we could have made him a revolver. So they reprogrammed him as a Law P, basically Control-C, Control-V. I'm gonna get some proper shit for basically saying he's a copy and paste. My chair needs to shut up. Law P as a character has one of the highest DPSs of all these characters, so he's insane. His shots projectile speed are as quick as they can get, almost being hit scanned from across the map. Like Agent, but with less ammo and a higher DPS. Not as deadly as Agent P in every single scenario. While being a more on the move run and gun P-shooter than Agent P, I think he's all around a little bit weaker. He's gonna go into A tier, just a slight bit behind Agent and barely makes it out of S tier. Still a top 5 P-shooter for his skill potential. Law P also got nose surgery like Agent P, since his primary being called the 6 shooter, his face represents a revolver, accompanied with his sheriff hat and Sheriff Woody badge, and the arrow piercing through his hat with an American flag quill on it. A P-shooter with facial hair? Sure, why not? Him having the old court judge hair and twirly stash adds to his sheriff look. With P-pods being gun holsters is a really neat idea. Also rocking a belt on his stem, Rango style. Other than these cosmetics, he's fairly similar to the colour scheme and design of Reg P, just with an elongated nose. I'm losing my voice. Gonna give Law P an A tier in design. You can feel this guy winning in any gun duel. See, I know I've said a lot less about the P-shooters than I have compared to the soldiers and chompers, but frankly, there's just not much to say about these guys, to be honest. So if any of these have been a bit short, I apologise. I'm also just kind of, in the meantime of recording this, just struggling a bit for time, so if I'm a bit quick and I speak fast, I want to apologise. Now for everyone's favourite little plasmatic discharger. Plasma P fires Ps that can be charged for higher damage. You can fire them in quick succession via spam, or charge them for maximum damage, with 2 levels of added charge. When charged for around a second, the Ps can deal up to 48 damage and have a larger splash radius, with the level 3 dealing a max of 78 damage to the noggin and having splash of about 30 damage. Plasma P, however, is single-handedly the best charged character overall. Not due to his damage, but due to how he disobeys the charging mechanics other charged characters have to deal with. What do I mean by this? Let me explain. Most charged characters have a system where the higher the charge, the slower they move, and the more ammo the shots take, and taking away the ability to jump when these shots are fully charged. However, Plasma P completely disregards this rule, being able to run just as fast and jump while holding a fully charged shot, also only requiring 1 ammo for his maximum charge. So why is Plasma like this? I don't actually know, but I'd like to think it may be due to the fact that he was the first ever chargeable primary in Garden Warfare, which wasn't fully thought out. Also, everyone got Plasma for free, so... But even in Garden Warfare 2, where you have to actually unlock him, they didn't opt to change this to match the other charge characters. So Plasma still remains supreme. Plasma overall is great at dealing with all zombies and can drop everyone, even some lower health Z-MECHs. Gonna have to put Plasma into S tier as well, my personal favourite pea shooter of this class, and definitely a highlight on the Plants team overall. I got a comment on my Chomper video that said, just from you putting Armored Chomper's design into the Get Out tier, I don't think you like future look characters. I still play Armored Chomper because he's one of my favourite plants, and I love playing his shitty plants or unpopular ones. First of all, based. Second of all, I don't think Armored Chomper really fits as a future look character. But that's an interesting opinion to have, and honestly, all the power to you, my friend. However, Plasma is a future look character in Garden Warfare 1, because here he looks less cool. Plasma P in Garden Warfare 2 is more electric styled than he appears in the previous game, which in that game had this beautiful dark navy color scheme and these space particles that made him stand out from the rest of the cast. In this game, he looks less real good, just not as mesmerizing as he did in Garden Warfare 1. Plasma being fully dark blue and space-like is a grand design. His eyes looking like black holes and his pea pods glowing upwards like a power surge is a great touch. Also, keeping the stars and space particles on a base design, while they don't look nearly as good as they do in Garden Warfare 1, they still look amazing in this game. I'm gonna have to put Plasma only into A tier though. Top tier design, but just got butchered from the previous game. And yes, I still think this is a future look character, because in solo play, if you go to the team setup, there's a setting called Future Fighters, and look, he's there. And so is Armored Chomper, but my opinion says that he's not a future look character, so suck it. Your opinion to think I don't like future look characters is fine. For our first Garden Warfare 2 variant, we have one of the developers' clever and funny ideas for a variant. Hey, what if we have a pea shooter that has more health but moves slower? Rock P is the armored chomper of this class, having an extra 25 health, but moving at the pace of Granny on ice. Rock P deals damage in 2 integers, them being 20 impact damage and 12 splash damage. His extra health doesn't do much, as he is still vulnerable from many insta-kill abilities, and has less movement speed, so he gets caught by these abilities more often, as he has no real way of getting out of these situations. Not even Hyper can save him from this one. He moves at 5.81 meters a second, which is 0.64 meters slower than all of our previous pea shooters, with a speed upgrade upping that to 6.1 meters, making him just barely slower. This doesn't really do much other than being slightly frustrating, which is the worst type of frustrating because you can easily fix it, but you don't. See, these armor classes are all flawed. I think if they were ever, which they won't, get reworked, they should have the same HP and movement speed as everyone else, but have a 15% damage reduction all around, making them last slightly longer than the average plant, without them being, you know, bullshit annoying to play. Rock isn't a waste of a slot, as he is still a pea shooter, he's got the bomb, he's got the gun, so he isn't an F tier plant, but he sure is a D tier plant. All around shit, looks and all. Speaking of shit looks, as Wolfie said it best,
Rock P just looks like a crusty turd.
which is true, but I don't dislike this design. I think it looks like ass, straight out of Uneven, but it just looks so dumb I can't explain it. Maybe it's the bunny ears he's got, or his serious looking eyes. You're telling me to be serious when you look like this? If you look at it, it looks like he's doing the Rock eyebrow thing. Like I mentioned with Arctic Trooper in the last video, Rock P also makes unique walking sounds, being like heavy, chunky sounds rather than leaves rustling on the ground. Rock P gets a lot of shit for being shit, quite definitely and literally in looks and gameplay, but I like him for trying. Rock P just barely escapes D tier for me, but he goes into C tier for looks. PopCap missed with this design by not making him rock colors, aka grey, but I guess that would have actually kind of made him look a bit more boring, so I guess shit color was the best thing you could have done. I knew this day would come, for my sins have finally caught up to me. Forgive me, Lord. My mortal existence has been merely futile. My ways of living have hurt millions. Forgive me, for I was an EP man. But back in the day I was, not anymore. EP. Everyone in their family knows this character for his brain dead, his toxicity, his hyperactivity. Electro P is one of the single most busted plants in the game due to manual detonation. Electro deals the highest single shot damage of all pea shooters at 43 damage to the head. While his projectile speed is slower than most, this causes the manual detonation feature to be easier to control. The manual detonation explosive damage is anywhere from mid-20 damage in the center to about under 10 the further out. This doesn't sound bad, until you factor that he shoots infinitely. Well, sort of. EP gets 2 reload upgrades like every soldier in the fucking game, and an ammo upgrade, which causes his shots to go from 8 to 9 per clip, and his reload to be only 0.96 seconds, which means your reload is basically as fast as you can fire. Plus, the electric ability, which is the weakest one of all the abilities in my opinion, but this causes EP to hit multiple zombies per shot with the chain lightning. Plus, the use of hyper, making you impossible to hit while you can hit zombies without aiming properly, and you have an S tier pea shooter. There is a reason he is at the bottom of the pea shooter character selection tab, as the game just doesn't want you to be a scumbag and pick him. If someone is giving you a hard day, pull out the electro pea and make their life a misery. Looks wise, he's actually alright. The added lightning strikes on his head and eyebrows not being physical lightning, but rather like a mask, is actually a better design choice in my opinion. His eyes also having this almost buzzing surface to them. His pea pods being transparent and having his stem being twirly and sharp like bolts of lightning is a great detail. I mentioned in the Chomper video that the power and electro plants in Garden Warfare 2 have their colours become more saturated. It just doesn't seem to be as cool here. But in Electro Pea's case, works well for his character design. Also having power surging through his leaves as the classical staple of an electric character. While all of this looks great, he is majorly just one colour and that's it. Just a few shades of blue like Power Chomper and nothing more. Electro goes into A tier for me. Personally, he looks great. Not as cool as Plasma, just a little bit behind, but still in the same tier. Pea shooters were once my most played class in Garden Warfare 2. But that role got beaten by the Chompers, as I didn't want to play them, but I had to for max rank, and then proceeded to procrastinate on all of them for about a year before just a few weeks ago I managed to reach rank 5455. But pea shooters are almost nostalgic to me when I play them. The memories of playing characters like EP, TP and Plasma, just annoying people without even realising it back in the day, not even thinking, what the fuck am I doing? I'm being a scumbag, is probably some of the most nostalgic feeling I've had in this game. While some of the peas are utterly stupid, some are kind of most of them are sort of mediocre. Fire and Ice Pea are prime examples of what a variant shouldn't do, which is being just a copy and paste of the stock variant. Their primary should have been a little bit different. Like Fire Pea should have probably implemented like a burst fire feature like Repeater from PVZ1, or Ice Pea should have had a similar rapid fire primary to Commando, or vice versa, or whatever you can think that isn't just the same as regular pea shooter. Just these little changes between variants could have made them feel way more original to play, but I digress. Overall, without including Hyper, the pea shooters are all mostly okay. I'm actually now going to start a new list at the end of each of these videos, compiling all the classes into their own big tier list, which will show what classes I think are overall great, okay, or kinda shitty. But for now, I'll put pea shooter into B tier, with Soldier in S, and Chomper in D. Let me know what you think. As every YouTuber ever has to say this at the end of a list video, comment below what you think of my list. Did I butcher your favourite pea shooter, Rock Pea? We'll be migrating to the zombie side next video, covering a certain chunky boy with his big boat blaster. But that's all from me, and if I don't see you,
good afternoon, good evening, and good night.
You know how it works, a gameplay tier list and a design tier list. But this time, we have an additional third tier list. Gameplay plus design plus... Oh, no long intro, let's just go. 3, 2, 1, whoa. The engineer is the guy who builds the teleporter in this game, and unlike other games with this feature, here no one cares if you build it or not, it's completely up to you. Engine fires balls of concrete at plants. That's gotta hurt surely. Dealing up to 43 damage on hit, which is surprisingly very deadly. His fire rate being quite slow, and having a longer reload balances this damage however. With your abilities Jackhammer, Bolt Blaster and Sonic Grenade, your overall versatility is actually quite good, being able to stun plants, gun them down, or run away with 3 simple button presses. NG overall is a plain engineer character. Great offense, with the downside of it being harder to land shots with your concrete balls as they explode after a few seconds of airtime. Engineer's gonna go into B tier, a good strong stock variant that often gets overlooked by his other variants. Oh yeah, this video is 3 tier list rather than 2. Gameplay design and ass. Let's see here. If it don't blast the house down when he sits on that terracotta bunda holster, then I must be dead ass S tier. Since Garden Warfare 1, he shaved his handlebar mustache. Now that isn't that big of a problem. I miss you. Jeremy here looks similar to every Bob the Builder type character ever. I've his jacket and jeans. You've seen this guy in your local area at least 5 times in the past month. His weapon looks cool. Why it has a shell type ammo here when it's a concrete launcher, the world may never know. And I guess PopCap took a page out of Soldier's book as this dude woke up and forgot both his left shoe and his left sock. Jerry here is gonna go into C tier. Most stock characters I have no real strong opinions on. He's alright. He's just alright. Like, there's literally nothing more. What more do you want me to say? He's alright.
What is fucking paper? It's a 400 store. I'm frustrated to have no. However, I'd like to twist it. It's such a gift to see a photo of exploding in air. Whether it's fine, like a white PC or a fine PVZ, it is the same. If the inside of it is fired out overtime, also falling slightly faster than Gerald, or if it goes higher than he, Gerald also has slightly better versatility. Not with PVZ, that's what I got from regular engine when I got into history. I can't get overall. I thought the guy that has to target myself. The winding hook is cool, and I got the design is easy when you take it up with me. So I've got the as well. After, right,
Okay, I'm never putting that on again. For the Gyatty Patty. That's one a spicy meat cake right there. Like if the robe wasn't slightly covering it, it'd be an S. But alas, I put it in A. Just realised how dusty that thing I put on my mouth was. Similar to welder, being close to reg engineer with the primary, the electrician fires similar to both, but with a higher splash and the chain lightning effect. Electrician fires just barely quicker than Rashid and deals very similar damage. While his electric damage being very generous, this character's damage spread capabilities is unlike most engineers, having huge splash radius similar to Toxic P. Only difference is he has engineer abilities and is electric rather than toxic. For huge amounts of plants, or even chompers to be more specific, this engineer will Thanos snap them out of existence. However, the projectiles appear slightly larger than they are. I think that anyway, and I feel like I am going to hit the direct shot and I end up missing. Might just be ass at this game. Ass. Engineer effort. The electrician's balls are close to regs, which explode after a certain distance from where they were originally shot from. So from mid-range to long-range, this guy isn't too good at all. Electrician, similar to welder, also goes into A tier. Even with this lack of range, he deals great single shot and multi-target damage. Even when missing your opponents, the radius and damage his shots deal is still high enough to either finish them off or at least scare them away. Overall, a great power variant. Okay, let's see here. Let's check. Oh, for fuck's sake. F tier as well. Like welder, the electrician wears clothes related to his colour scheme, being of course blue and yellow for electricity. His weapon being connected to a battery with cable wires connecting them both, it's also being the shoulder strap for the thing on his back. Why is he wearing gloves? I don't know, I just make these videos, I don't work at PopCap. Comparing the Garden Warfare 1 and 2 variants for a sec. Yep, Garden Warfare 2 clears. Electrician just looks more appealing to use in this game. The colours are more saturated and related to his element, and like the welder, goes into A tier for design. Not the best design in the game, and there are better variants, but for a simple variant, does a great job at looking appealing. Shockingly, one of the better variants. Did you see what I did there? No, don't leave. Please don't leave, please! I think you'll all know where this guy goes, so let's just get this over with. Picture Reg Soldier, but with engineer abilities. Mechanic. Being the only rapid fire engineer and having high levels of accuracy, damage, reload and ammo makes this character one of the best variants, but somehow doesn't feel broken or overpowered. Mechanic is just a really solid character from all ranges, dealing a max of 10 damage per shot to only a minimum of 6, with a fire rate of 575 shots per minute, which is basically a fire rate of 9.5 shots per second. I think. I'm not too sure how to exactly convert it. Someone correct me in the comments, I don't know. It's my first day at work here. Mechanic doesn't need much aim due to his shots almost being hit scan, which is easier to land compared to other engineers. Being more offensive than most leads him to being easier to get the hang of. We're all Garden Warfare 2 fans, therefore every single one of us has seen Wolfie Plays play this game at least once in their life. Ask anyone out on the street, you say, you know Garden Warfare 2? If they reply with no, say that they know Wolfie Plays, and I can guarantee you, they will know exactly who you're talking about, hopefully. Therefore, we all know he plays mechanic as his main engineer variant. Therefore, we all believe him when he says he's an S tier character, right? Right. Surprisingly, yes, unsurprisingly, he does indeed go into S tier. I got you there for a sec to think I was going to put him in A, didn't I? S tier for mechanic in terms of engineers. But when compared to all other classes, I'd say he'd be at max an A+ tier character. I don't think he fits S tier per se, but on engineer standing, he's definitely S tier. Now, while mechanic is good in terms of play, he looks kind of shit. Al, over here, wearing his 2006 Guy Fieri shirt that he seems to have grown out of a bit. Why his toolbox is on his head? Don't wait for me to tell you, I'm asking you. I'll give him this. His weapon looks clean as Windex. The hexagonal shape and checkered flag, the colours of grey, orange and yellow makes it one of the best looking weapons in Garden Warfare 2, period. The colour scheme of his outfit is alright. I mean, him being splashed with a little bit of oil isn't really enough to tell you he's the mechanic. Looking at his top half, it feels like a default model they forgot to finish. Yeah, I'm not digging mechanic's design really. I'll put him in the C tier because he's mechanic. He does a good job in game, but looks wise isn't exciting. I know this is mechanic because it's the mechanic from Garden Warfare 2, but if you ask somebody what kind of engineer this would be purely looks wise, yeah, to be fair, he doesn't look like a mechanic, but they'd probably say, is that it? And he looks a bit boring really. Let's just turn him around quickly and yep. Into the F tier. I thought there'd be more ass. Damn you random commenter, you made me do this!
Why did you make me do this?
The Crossbow Master Dart Monkey is a tier 5 monkey that costs 20k and fires bow shots extremely quick that can crit and deal huge damage to most balloon types and Moab class oh, that's the wrong crossbow character. Okay, let me see. Super Commando fires 3 round... I've already covered in it. Let's see, oh yeah, the Painter shoots a high velocity paint blast out of his crossbow that deal huge damage to plants. 45 to 48 with a damage upgrade to be exact. With a fire rate of only 1 shot per second is kind of slow. Painter is closer to a sniper, being better at range than up close. His paint shots don't do anything gimmicky, like no effect, more bonus. It's just simply higher damage. While his splash is the same as Ewan, the damage is significantly less than his direct impact from 45 to only 15. A whopping 30 damage less, but that 45 damage shot is more rewarding if hit. A slow firing, longer range sniper, Painter is actually really good. He goes into A tier for me, being able to pick off plants near the back line, but becomes less versatile the closer he becomes. With that said, he's still great on maps like Great White North, Moonbase Z or any long range map, and even if you can lead the shot, can hit as much damage as Iron CITRON. Right, Painter, you know what to do. Turn around. Yep. Nope. F. Like Electrician being mostly yellow, with some dark blue and orange splattering around. The paint aesthetic on his overalls, undershirt, sure is Painter-like. Drench him in paint would have been cooler. I like how he's wearing the goggles and mask so he isn't inhaling or blinding himself in toxins from the paint. His weapon being a paint crossbow is neat. After all crossbow characters are sick in this game. All 2 of them. Painter offers many colours on his outfit, which is great to look at. One of the most colourful characters on the zombie team. His backpack being full of paint tins too, just everything paint related. I'll give Painter an A as well. Stats fine to look at, both in playing as and against him. If he had more variety in his colours, he would go into S tier, but only his shots having the rainbow colours is still fine enough. Most of the engineers don't actually look too bad. They'd look a little bit boring at face value, but when you dig deep, it's probably one of the most consistent classes in this game. Damn, all these lists to make on one class. Gameplay, design, their ass. If only there was a way for you to help me out for all my extensive arse review. Oh, I guess there is. Listen, my hands are full. Do you mind just pressing that button for me quickly for me? I swear I'll do it myself next time. I have a lot of stuff. Thank you. Super Mario is a variant whose entire gimmick is toilet humor related, which isn't terrible, but doesn't do much to vary from the others. Funny how even though his gimmick is splash related, the splash radius is barely any bigger than any other basic engineer, just dealing an extra 10 damage on splash, which is basically just rewarding your bad accuracy. Plumber was crowned as the worst engineer by the PVZ community's equivalent of Jesus Christ himself. He doesn't do much compared to even Reg Engineer, though he's not a bad character. Just as a variant is barely even worth being one in my opinion. I wouldn't say he's the worst by himself. I'd say he's probably tied for the worst, and the one that is we'll get to later. But I'm gonna put Plumber into C tier. Imagine Engineer, but he drinks bathwater and has skibbity toilet on his back. The Plumber stuck a plunger. This is the dumbest looking character in this game, hands down. His color scheme being a minion, plus his plunger shot weapon being fueled with this hydraulic energy or something, looks really nice. The red, black and blue go so nicely together. The toilet logo on his left shoulder is a detail I only really noticed just a few moments ago. Probably being the plumbing insurance company this guy used to work for before probably drowning in the toilet or something. This dude's name is Robert. Plumber for the plunger on his head alone, plus looking like your average Joe, while holding this futuristic plunger launcher, goes into S tier, no doubt. Although I understand if someone finds this basic shirt and jeans boring, but the plunger puts him in S tier by default for me. And yes, the toilet being on his back is... come on, it's fucking Plumber. But they missed the chance to lower his jeans like Reg Engie and show his ass. Come on, PopCap. You've gone fully in with the toilet humor, and show his ass on that would have been peak character design. But unfortunately, we don't live to see the day where Garden Warfare 2's Plumber has that exposed skibbity Gaia. This is the worst thing I've ever said or uttered in my life. Ass goes into D tier because it does. I want to stop. I want to die. My garden's looking a little bit overgrown. If only there was a guy who could come and help me fix the terrain outside my house. Oh! Landscaper fires shots at a faster fire rate, which is automatic. Isn't as fast firing as you'd expect, being only twice as fast as most engineers. Having 10 shots or so in his mags with a reload of 2.5 seconds, the Landscaper can kill every plant in the game with a single magazine. What else does he do? And that's all she wrote. The Landscaper is a great character in itself, don't get me wrong, but just feels so blank to play. His shots don't travel very far at all before exploding, being only about 70 meters out. There isn't anything more to really say about him, but I remember playing him back in the day. I really didn't want to bring him into multiplayer because I just thought he was so ass, which he's not, but you know, 13-year-old me was probably just pissed off that day because he didn't get his dino nuggies. So I did a glitch with the flag of power that would allow you to do the 3 times damage boost outside of the flag mode. So I went into the plant space and killed bosses really easily for a few hours until I got up to master. So I never played him at stages Specialist, Advanced Elite or Super Elite. Only the mastered variant I've played of him online. And he is a good character, but that's it. He's all spice with no food. He goes into B tier. If his shots travelled a bit further and had an extra tiny little gimmick, I would put him higher. But there's nothing really wrong with him. He's just kind of there. You know, if you're feeling a little bit like you want an easy character to use that isn't too extraordinary, we've got the Landscaper. Enough stalling. Time for the cheek test. See, it's not bad, you say, but the shirt is lowered down so I don't get full 1080 definition on his Krakenheimer. C tier. Nice, our first engineer to keep his facial hair from the Garden Warfare 1 days. The overall beigey orange look with dark green and yellow. The leaves sprinkled around all over his attire are neat. His weapon looking like a hybrid saw and jumping jack temper. Yes, that's what it's called. Headphones, because even dudes leaf blowing in public have the noise cancelling headphones, and this guy is no exception. The colour on his weapon looks, I hate this word, green. Especially the green and orange. But that's really all. Landscaper is just kinda alright. Sorry to all my fellow Landscaper fans. He's just kind of Design wise, going in the C tier. Nothing really outstanding. And this design works, but that's it. Like, I'd choose this design over someone like Rock Piece, Scuba Soldier, Armored Chomper, Z7. You know, the variant that don't really look as cool. But like, I'd choose any good looking planter zombie over this guy any day. You know? Like, I don't care for Landscaper, you feel me? Like, you feel me, hardcore Landscaper fans? I don't care for your favorite character. He's just there. I forget about him. The toxic variant of this class, Sanitation Expert, shoots bin bags at plants that deal toxic damage. The damage can be anywhere between 38 to 42 damage, with the splash being around 18. Though his damage is actually pretty good, but his shots are the slowest moving of all the engineer primaries, having the highest travel time, so leading the shot is way more necessary for this guy. The toxic damage helps him secure kills on plants that are surprisingly weakened. Sanitation Expert is actually a really solid character. Like, I never see anybody say any good things about him. His slower shots sure lead him to be harder to master, but if so, he can be one of the highest skill potential engineers. It's just a really solid variant of the Reg Engineer, so he goes into B tier, dealing high damage from both his direct and splash shots. While being great up close, falls off at range, but overall is great and the toxic damage helps him with his DPS. Now for the Inspector Gadget inspection. Even though he has his trousers up, the following behind is still a level 3 engineer rear-ended. B tier for sure, would be higher but it probably stinks of rotten fish. Now even though he's covered in spoiled or rotten foods and fluids, the design here is actually alright in my opinion. The attire being similar to Plumber, Minion, but it's orange and not yellow, so a sunburnt Minion. The weapon having a plastic party cup at the end of it while being covered in slime is a nice detail because if you ever open a bin and you see the red party cups, yeah, that's it. His head being protected by a bin lid and the banana peel to recreate the Swifty haircut. His backpack being a rubbish bin with trash in it, with the CITRON fumes coming out of it, is a great addition, as well as the rubber gloves and napkin on his belt, and finally his foot is in a fish can. The design will probably stink up your entire neighborhood. Clothes pop here, and even though he looks disgusting, he's great at proving that this guy is the complete opposite of a sanitation expert. My man hasn't touched the sink or soap in decades. He goes into A tier for me. He stinks, but in a rather good way. For our Garden Warfare 2 variants, we have two very different engineers. Our first one being a similar version to Landscaper, but minus the damage and usefulness of him. AC Perry, probably one of the saddest characters in Garden Warfare 2. He was once one of the more solid characters that hit consistent damage and could freeze plants fairly quickly, but upon later down the line, he had his overall damage cut, freezing capabilities cut, in more than half, leaving him one of the weaker characters on the zombie team overall. Now, the ice effect is still useful to a certain degree, just isn't good at fully immobilizing plants, rather it's still fairly alright at slowing them down. He has a fire rate of 4 shots per second that all deal anywhere between 3 to 16 damage, with the magazine size of 15 to 18 with an upgrade. It would take 9 direct shots to freeze a plant, and when splashing only would take a few more, around 13 to 14. His DPS being marginally the same as Sanitation Expert at 54 DPS. It seems pretty good, but with how his shots are kinda downwards after a certain while and the fact that they don't travel far at all, leaves this guy to being probably the worst engineer in the class. I'm gonna have to put him into D tier. Not that strong. It has a hard time vanquishing higher held plants like Torchwood, Citrons, and even corns. And he probably has hypothermia, so his ass is probably ice cold. Oh yeah, no visible ass crack, F tier. Imagine Electrician, but more cool. His outfit being similar to Electrician and Plumber is yellow, but this guy has blue icicles now, so he's an AC on his back, which is why he probably has the lowest body temperature, and why his arms are blue, because cold. His weapon being the equivalent to a space gun with a fan on it, his cord around him being the wires of the AC, being wrapped around his arm and torso, his shoe has the grippers out, because of course it does, and probably because they've been freezing and cracking, causing it to rip. AC Perry is such a neat idea for an ice variant. The cold being caused due to the air conditioning on his back breaking, and for multiple AC problems in general, it's just a genius way of explaining why this guy's so cold all the time. Probably one of the smartest designs for this class. The colours all actually meld into each other nicely, and the aesthetic being really chill. There's a reason my dad left. Gonna give AC Perry a B tier. Really like what they did for this variant as a whole, just a bit much yellow and blue, but that's okay. A kind of original idea for an ice variant for once, not just snow or ice, but air being the factor for why he's so cold. The Sweats version of the Engineer is this guy. This guy has no range, he's a rapid firing version of the Engineer, and he stinks. The Roadie Z has the biggest stereo speaker of all time on his back. Compensate by giving him 25 extra hit points. Probably because he died because he's so big, therefore the help was needed, but you know what I mean. Roadie Z relies on plants being oblivious to their surroundings for him to sneak up on them and get kills. His jackhammer being his best friend, being able to go in and get killed, then run away. Having by far the fastest fire rate of all engineers, the Roadie Z has a highest DPS as well, up to 90 damage per second, which can be upgraded to 11 because he gets 2 damage upgrades. Why does he get 2 damage upgrades? Having a range of only 8 meters before becoming useless. Roadie is basically the zombie's equivalent of a chomper. He relies on stealth to become useful and get any work done. However, when up close and gotten the jump on someone, he isn't automatically the winner. As he is close range, all the plants have to do is hit the ability button that lets him run away quicker, which then in turn makes him useless again. Roadie is fine, in my opinion, just isn't as good as other engineers. I'm gonna put him into B tier though, because he can be lethal, but with how gimmicky he is up close to deal damage, I can't really say he's much more than B tier. And plus his bombardment of a backside is kinda trash. D tier. I thought the ass tier list would be good, but you know what? Who needs ass? How to look like the biggest dick bag in Garden Warfare 2. Or in real life, just look like Rhodey Z. Now, he isn't that bad looking as a character at all. Just the shades and goatee making him look like a c***. His Sid from Toy Story looking ass hat with drumsticks being attached to them is actually a design choice I've never really seen done in any other game. His stereo being, you know, bigger than him, and his weapon being a speaker that deafens any plant unlucky enough to come into contact with this guy will die when he blares Imagine Dragons in their ear. The funny addition of the tiny watch on his wrist is, I don't know what it means, but it's just so out of place that it's funny. The colours being mainly yellow and black and red is also quite edgy, but it works for the cutest character in Garden Warfare 2. Rhodey Z goes into A tier. He does a good job at looking like that kind of dickhead character that was created to piss you off. Nothing more I can really say, just a solid looking variant. I won't do a long outro again, so I'll keep this short. But these are the 3 lists. Not many S tiers for either gameplay, design, or ass this time, unfortunately. Plumber is the undisputed champ of S tier in terms of design, Mechanic is the legendary defender of S tier in terms of gameplay, and Reg is the king of assembly lane in terms of ass. The whole class overall plays and looks really solid. Engineer is a class that every once in a while I'll play, but not really much more than that. Is it a really solid class with some great variants and some solid ability lineup? Yes, not much more than that though. Gonna give the whole class an A tier in my overall tier list. Comment your thought, what variant did I butcher, and cry about it below. I'll be sure to not convert my thoughts to please you, because you suck.
Jay, we need you back.
I'm retired. The fuck do you mean retired? You upload like once a week and you've only uploaded 5 times. Shit. Have you watched the other 4? No! Let me tell you how it works. 2 lists. How they play, how they look. Bingly bonkily boo. Let's go. Now, Colonel Corn is the plant's equivalent of the foot soldier, with his primary being the same as the foot soldier's primary. It fires fast firing corn that deals between 6 to 10 damage between body and headshot. His abilities consist of the Cardinal Sin, Chuck Shot, plant version of his EPG, and Butter Barrage, which is basically the attacks on Hiroshima. Not much to say other than having, you know, 50 shots that deal 10 damage max is too powerful, because 500 damage per mag is just ridiculous. Colonel Corn easily goes into S tier for its insane damage output. His ability kit is mad powerful, being the true offensive character with many different ways to be played. But of course you're going to use Huskop all the time as soon as someone's within 4 centimeters of you, aren't you? 4-star. This guy's lore is great. Stated that Korn has been fighting overseas during the events of Garden Warfare 1. Being a war veteran, which is shown by his home in the backyard, is where he keeps his disgusting looking plane yoke. A stalk of corn turned into a humanoidish figure with arms, feet, and even whatever this is considered. Corn is a great adaptation of what a plant version of a soldier would look like. Even though he's quite simply green and yellow, they complement each other really nicely. Colonel Corn's design-wise goes into B tier for his originality, as the only other 2 previous Corn characters in the series were Colonel Pult and Corn Cannon, which both gave off army/artillery vibes, which were adapted for Corn's design really nicely. Mob Cop fires slower rounds which deal higher damage per shot, with his DPS being as slow as your granite. The shots can pierce up to 2 zombies, which is 3 with a penetration upgrade. Shots sounding familiar to old-fashioned guns. Mob Cop to me feels like they remade Korn with extra steps. His gimmick is not very enticing. While his shots can deal higher damage, to even 11 to the head with an upgrade, his bloom isn't as generous. To me, feels like the only inaccurate Korn out of all of them, which isn't good due to Korn's default high accuracy and DPS, which here kinda holds him back from being better. Kinda put Mob Cop into B tier. Pierce doesn't do much. The only situation it appears to be useful in is in tight hallways with multiple zombies, which almost never happens, but he's still a pretty good character overall, being carried by his ability kit, his health, and his primary. He's gonna sit into B tier for me. Still good, just not great. While not being the best corn in terms of gameplay, I have to say the mobster of Cobster looking like Mob Cob is unmatched. The pinstripe hat and stock is great, supported by a dark navy and baby blue aesthetic, which works well against his signature yellow body. With the tips of his feet being... are these feet? We're gonna just call them feet, okay? With the tips of his feet being darker like the edge of his shoes, well. His leaves being tied into a tie shape. What more do you want me to say? Look at this. And his corn busters being shaped like old mags of a Tommy gun is just the perfect fit for the mobster aesthetic. Mob Cob just looks so great as a variant. Even though I think he isn't that good to play, his design is legitimately perfect for a mobster type character. I think Mob Cob is our first S tier corn. Just a chef's kiss and a half for this dude.
For our next corn, we have Mobus Cobus' rival, being the burst firing corn with a 3-round burst that deals about 12 damage max per shot, which is basically, if you do the maths, times 3, 36 damage per burst. Yeah, I did well in maths. Barely. He's actually a very accurate corn, with 42 ammo in his magazine with an upgrade, which is basically 14 bursts per mag. I'm actually so good at maths, oh my god. Pops is great for cross-map encounters, being easily efficient in vanquishing weaker targets, as his high accuracy is great for finishing off faster moving targets. Only issue is, up close, he's not as viable or accurate. The Pops corn is a great variant, being able to do great against single and multi-target encounters, as is why he goes simply into A tier. Like, as a variant, it's just imagine Colonel Corn, but a burst variant. It's really not all that much. Some of these classes are surprisingly really simple and there's not really much to say about them. Considering that he looks like a drunk Uncle Pops is great. A whole body being coloured after the popcorn bucket, which you'd get at your local cinema or theatre, with the greasy popcorn and white and red stripes all over, is great for diversifying all the corns from one another. See, the popcorn being around his neck and even forming a beard is nice on the already grandad looking Pops. His corn busters being tied up like a bag of popcorn, which would explain the burst firing of his shots. You know when you put a bag of microwave popcorn in the microwave and you hear it popping, and also having these almost iron sights on them helps it out a ton for no real reason. It just looks kind of cool. The bottom part being the default corn model is actually nice though, keeping it down and not being completely white and red all over while keeping the old corn design intact. See, Pops is great. He's gonna go into A tier again. The colours, hat and vibe all go strongly with each other. A nice solid character we've got here. Like Mob Cob being a 20s-ish character, this guy's an 80s-ish character. And you know what? If I'm the only one who thinks that, I'm the only one who thinks that. I don't know. They look like they'd be rivals actually. Now this character has been on my mind for years. Barbecue Corn is the fire variant for Colonel, dealing between 3 and 5 damage per shot, which doesn't sound much at all. Is actually the weakest corn of all of them, but he has the highest fire rate of them all. 35 ammo in magazine with an upgrade doesn't sound like much, considering I just said he's the fastest firing corn in the game, which he is, and you'll be reloading more times than you'll be even killing zombies, but he has the tightest spread and highest accuracy of all the corns, the fire damage helping him out with his damage output overall as well. Now his damage is lower than most, his fire damage and high fire rate plus high accuracy makes Barbecue Corn one of the most rewarding characters of this class, as he is my most used character in the game. All 49 hours I've played with him, I've gotten the most vanquishes in a game with this character. And no, not when he was dealing 8 damage across the map back in 2016. Barbecue Corn may just be one of the most undeservingly hated characters in this game. I do not believe that he is the worst corn in the game. I think he's either the second, or if I'm feeling extra delusional this morning, he's the third worst. Barbecue Corn to me is such fun and uniquely talented variant that I'm gonna have to put him in the B tier. Also, mind you, so other people have put him in lower tiers. The highest I've seen him in is C+, and then D, and even F. But with this guy, he's not strong in terms of single shot damage. I think the DPS is enough to scare zombies, because most people don't expect you to be good or deal good damage, because everyone says this guy's the worst corn, but as soon as you put a mag or so into somebody, it's about 105 damage plus the fire damage over time. So you can genuinely drop almost any zombie because of his insane accuracy and bullet travel. I think I just love this character too much. I know, I may just be completely biased, in which he truly deserves. Barbecue Corn is an underrated gem. That slightly reddish tone from the barbecue sauce makes this corn look way more appealing. The tinfoil being the replacement for leaves in his stalk due to the barbecue. Honestly, I don't know why they've done it, but I think it looks nice. The sauce also being left all around him in different splodges, and the corn busters being soaked from the inside of barbecue sauce is also a great detail. The bandana being the kitchen tablecloth from the barbecue is also great. See, these variants really delve into their designs to the max, I have to say. His feet being these paintbrush looking things with barbecue sauce on them. It's a unique design choice, sure, but how does this mix into a barbecue aesthetic? At least the colour scheme is on point, being one of the more appealing fire variants in my opinion. Barbecue corn gets an A tier for me, probably my favourite fire plant in terms of design and originality. For sure a highlight, who deserves more love? Like, I don't think he's S tier because there's not enough going on here to really stand out. But if we were to be hyper specific and put all the fire variants in one big tier list, I think this would be the highest rated one on the plants team. I think just having a fire character be fire, like I said with Fire Chomper and Fire P, being made on fire is not enough. You need to actually have some originality, something that's not just hot but related to that type of element, like what barbecue does here. It's hot sauce and tin foil, which can heat up when you cook things. Therefore, that's why I put him in A tier. If people are going to come at me and say that my opinion is wrong, that's fine. I don't care.
If barbecue corn was hated by everyone and he had one fan, I am that one fan.
Not scientifically possible!
Also, if you don't agree with my opinion, that's absolutely fine.
Identical to red corn, party corn is almost 100% the same character. His magazine though only being 35 shots instead of 50, and him having an exclusive Party Time Legendary mode. Now what's that, you ask? Because this is our second legendary character we've covered in this entire series so far. Disco Chomper doesn't really, you know. His damage increased from the max of 10 with a damage upgrade to 13. May not seem like much, but increases this guy's DPS by almost 30%. His movement increased from 6.45 meters a second to 9.68, and the music. You also take reduced damage when you're in this mode. See, Party Corn is a better version of Colonel Corn, with added damage, speed, and defense, with the risk of getting 5 kills to access it. And by risk, this shit is easy as hell to get. I once got Party Time 5 times in one life. Corn being one of the most offensive characters in the game, his ability to get Party Time is probably the easiest one to get. Plus, with how powerful it is, making him by far the best Corn of them all. He belongs in S tier. There is seriously no other tier that accurately represents this guy. Genuinely a broken character at times. One thing I noticed with this render you're seeing right now on screen is that his eyeliner is only on his base game model, showing black eyeliner under his lid and around his cheek. So here, he just kind of looks flustered and nothing else. The glowing green, red, blue and orange foil on his stalk and leaves is after party vibes, like glow in the dark, you know what I mean? Illumination. The foil base being gold with his base skin, I guess. Is that his skin? Is it considered skin? His body being white, with his feet being red and black, beauty pie reference, with blue goo on them. His headband being almost similar to... Wait a minute. This guy isn't an original design. This is just another barbecue corn. The colours and aesthetic being all over the place makes this legendary character design feel more rushed than anything to me. I think this version of a party character on the plant side, I think this is definitely the weakest party plant in terms of looks. However, Party Corn still being barbecue related, he goes into B tier for design. Could have been more, you know, party themed rather than radioactive. He takes the base of barbecue corn, which is good, but doesn't do much to differentiate or stick out other than being a reskin with a different colour scheme.
They're the same picture.
Still nice, but I'm actually disappointed really for how this party variant turned out. PopCap, do better. And it turns out they did exactly that. Our final corn, the late variant of corn being added in the Frontline Fighters DLC for Garden Warfare 2 in Christmas of 2016. He's the slowest firing corn with the highest damage per shot, being around 37 I think for a critical. I'm gonna have to put it on screen, I can't remember off the top of my head. He's 20 ammo in his mag and his shots have splash damage, being highly accurate like barbecue and pops. However, his shots are slightly slower, my chair is going to break, and his legendary mode, Full Commando, doesn't do what other legendary modes do. It increases his magazine size by 150%, gaining 50 ammo that can be fired for a lot longer before having to reload. The damage increases very slightly by about 3 damage, which is nothing, you don't really notice it, but his speed also increases and he does get a damage reduction, so I guess it's all good. Commando Corn is better at single target. The splash damage isn't much, being around 3 damage when fighting smaller targets like scientists or imps. The baby corn busters are better at hitting them out of the air as they are smaller and deal higher single target damage. Commando Corn is a great variant and all, being different from the other corns, but he does still stick out. Nowhere near as deadly as Party Corn though in terms of DPS, but is well deserving of legendary status. Commando Corn goes into A tier for me. I don't think S tier is quite where he belongs, his damage being high, but not drop anybody in a second high. He is still a superb character. You know what, I don't even think A tier captures him. I'm going to do a live change. A+ tier. I think he's an A+ character. Now, while all corns have their own distinct outfits and designs, minus Party Corn, Commando takes the cake for corns with the most bad-arse design of them all. The war paint, which I recommended Camo Ranger should have had on his default model, is on this guy. The all-around camo design, shaded with all sorts of army greens, browns, and even yellow on his base skin, is dirty looking, which fits the Commando aesthetic. The corn busters being smaller than your average corn, and there being 7 in each of his hands instead of 1 big corn on the cob, is great again to differentiate them from each other. The camo do-rag thing on his head, with the eye patch being the first thing you'd even look at when you see this character. And the thing is, Commando Corn isn't so complex of a design that you need to really dissect it that much. A camo corn with a bit of Tropic Thunder mixed in there. This guy goes into S tier for his pure spice. Color scheme, outfit, well, it not only matches this type of commando, but it also just looks so darn good that it's hard to think that the only 2 commando plants in this game consist of 1 that isn't good and 1 that's elite. Now, all of our corns in both gameplay and design have been rated fairly high. That's because I think corn is probably one of the best classes in this game. So on my overall tier list, he's going to go into S tier with Soldier. Now, this video has definitely been the shortest by far of all of them, but that's due to 2 reasons. 1, I've got some things to do outside of YouTube now, so most of my time will be taken up doing other things, so I can't really edit as much. And 2, these videos take a while to edit, so when there's 10 characters that I'll need 2 or even 3 tier lists done on them, so the newer classes will tend to be shorter videos. I know some of you suggested to do 2 classes in one video to make up for the fact that the newer classes only have 6 variants each, but only keeping 1 class at a time makes it so I can focus on each of them in their own separate video, rather than splitting up the time unevenly. Plus, it means the videos are easier to make for me, and it means that I can milk them for more views. Anyways, the loser of this week's poll being Super Brains will be getting his turn next time. Shit.
When Tom Burby needed him most, he struck. Our hero Super Brains ready to ability spam and get lasered at range while trying to get close enough to get 15 damage before being shocked CHOMPER bomb. The new super duper no-brainer Super Brains DXLEZE Plus 2.0. The new wave experiencing Super Brains uses all new and approved tech. His heroic kick will make sure no plant takes any more than 15 damage. His super ultra ball taken directly from Street Fighter will be sure to eliminate anyone who's already dead. And the copyright strike we're getting from Capcom and his Turbo Twister. Buckle up, kiddo. This ain't your mommy's spinneroos. This ability makes sure to drop any plant dead or laughter as you try to kill them with it embarrassingly, as well as ranking them all of gameplay and design. What are you waiting for? This is the new duper Super Brains DXLEZE Plus 2.0. Get on in here and cause some havoc. Warning, anything said in this commercial is intended for funny, nothing here is serious, and yes, Turbo Twister is dogshit killing move.
Super Brains. You know, that Super Brains. No, not this one, that one. He's the melee character on the zombies, the counterpart to the Chomper, while also having a secondary longer range beam, which barely does any damage, but it's more of a support secondary. He's mostly an offensive role, being close counters mostly, with 200 health. His abilities, Super Ultra Ball, Heroic Kick, and Turbo Twister are all solid abilities in themselves. Mine has Turbo Twister being, not very good. He punches 3 times in quick succession, both on the ground and he can do in the air as well. His beam is okay damage-wise from mid to close range, but longer distances is hitting 1 damage, so why are you even bothering? Just close the distance. His movement control is unlike any other character in the game, maybe CITRON. With his low gravity jump and heroic kick, he can travel around the map quicker than most zombies. He's also convinced himself that everything is a movie set. Super Brains is a good stock character. He's good for melee damage, his ability lineup is solid all around, mostly offensive with a defensive ability too. Even if it's not too good, it's still good to run away with as you take reduced damage. For an all-around stock variant, he solidly goes into A tier for me. There's nothing bad about this character, but nothing busted really either. If you can play Super Brains well, he'll be a powerhouse, but if not, he's kind of just a laughing stock of zombies. Yeah, other than that, he's pretty cool. Other than most engineers, Super Commando, SB also has hair, and even if it is 98.5% chance of wig, the slick black hair suits the zombified Clark Kent really well. The purple and yellow skin-tight suit and his fanboy and chum-chum looking as tidy whiteys add a level of brainletness to this character, which is accurate to all Super Brain names. I love how his cape is held around his neck against his brain, which is where his actual brain went. Open his head and there's nothing in there. Not to mention the butt chin.
This chin is practically shitting.
I guess all zombies have a foot fetish because looky here, looky there. Super Brains is the model class of the new zombies added into Garden Warfare 2, being one of the most recognizable and iconic zombies in the series. And for that, he's gonna go into S tier for his legendary status he holds in this franchise. Hey, what's that up in the sky? It's late at night in the stars. Whoa. Whoa, what's that coming down? Oh god. Oh no! The charge character for this class, Cosmic Brains, being able to charge his punches for extra damage, with 2 extra levels of charge. The spammable one at first being 20 damage, the first actual charge dealing 45 damage, and the second charge dealing 70 at the most, which is the good one. The first charge takes 0.4 seconds to charge, with the second charge taking around 2 full seconds. Vanquishes with his level 3 punch send plants straight to Rando's rapid revenge, no matter where, when, or how, or what time of the year it is. His secondary isn't a beam per se, rather a multi-projectile firing weapon, which is slower but deals stronger damage. Online, you can hold charged punches in the air, which you're not able to do in the backyard. So, I guess due to lag compensation, you can actually do a lot better with this character than you're meant to. Cosmic gets slack. I mean, it's only kinda deserved. Like, Cosmic isn't terrible. He's situational. Like, I don't play him often, so I have no real problems with him, unlike certain people, but I can see why people both shower him in praises and also hold up their flaming pitchforks on sight of him. I personally think he's just average, even though his 2 forms of damage aren't really the best. They can get the job done, and he becomes more versatile with the help of his ability lineup, which really helps his insta-kill ability. Oh yeah, if you couldn't tell what I said, basically a level 3 punch makes it so plants killed with it can't be revived. Cosmic Brains goes into C+ tier for me. He can get work done when played perfectly, but has really too many weaknesses and is not strong enough to really be considered anything other than just really. Now, the reason I said he sent plants to Rando's Rampant Sausage Fest is because in that mode, or the other one with variants included, Cosmic Brain is an insane character, as the speed boost propels him, making punching plants with the power of a black hole 50 times easier, which is much more satisfying. However, I'm keeping my actual ranking of the character out of any super mix mode or any insert speed boost chlamydia mode, which makes it more fair. Sorry to all the Rando fans. 2 of you. I'm not ranking him higher just because you can give plants epilepsy with your fists in that mode exclusively. This dude looks like an off-brand space villain. Like, Cosmic is similar to SB in purple and yellow, but he's more purple than yellow. As he's Cosmic, one with the stars if you will, his eyes are... The symbol on his arms and chest are neat, but like SB, just feels a bit similar. Like his rings on his wrist look straight out of Sonic Smash Bros. Ults. I like how he wears this slipper with what I can only compare to as that little critter that one character took care of from Killer Moth and the Teen Titans Go Commit Tax Fraud TV show, which I believe to be the best part of the kit. Cosmic doesn't look that amazing. He kind of gives off goon vibes. No, not that goon. These goons. He looks like a goon to a better Cosmic related SB. I don't really dig this design all too well. It's fine. It just doesn't hit for me. However, I'm gonna give Cosmic a C tier in design. Poor him thinking for a second that someone else finally thought he wasn't meh. But no, C for Cosmic. E-Brains, the E-Boy of the team. Electro Brains is the power variant, in which damage spreads upon multiple plants. Yada yada you got the same thing when I said about the engineer. He punches in rounds of 5, which each punch deals more damage than the last. Damage integers going up in 5s, with the first punch being 5 damage, and his final 5th punch being 25. The beam being nearly identical to S-Boom, plus the power effect spreading damage, just with a slightly faster fire rate, which means his DPS is higher. He's got solid damage, both close and long range. Again, very similar to S SB, so not really much here to say, but only the first, third and fifth punch deal electro damage, which, wow, that's so cool, isn't it? You really care. What's that? You're sleeping? Electro takes up from the foundation of Reg Super Brains and simply adds power damage while having a slightly faster firing secondary attack, causing him to have a higher DPS. Electro Brains goes into A tier like SB. He's solid in most situations, but excels when getting the jump on groups of medium-health plants. Even though he's kind of forgettable, he still is, after 8, nearly 9 years, great to pick up and just play with from time to time. Now, unlike Cosmic, I think the design here is like SB, but more electro. TASM 2 Electro.
Now it's time for me to light my candle.
Super Brain stuck his fork into a plug socket, therefore creating Electro Brains. The bolt of lightning and overall pinky, purple and blue suit fits better. Like I mentioned in the PEASHOOTER video, this guy wears a bolt of lightning shaped mask on his head, with his eyes being blue from the shock, his gloves also being blue and static like, with power surging all around them, which looks incredibly nice. Most electro/power plants can all afford to be the stock model, with the elemental colours and effects on them without much difference. They usually need more to differentiate themselves from one another, and Electro Brains does excellently, being the only real zombie to look like their body is part of the power element, which most plants tend to follow as well. I'm gonna give Electro Brains a B tier for design. Might just be me, but this was the first zombie I ever got from the sticker shop back in 2016.
Been there for you since day one!
So I might be a bit nostalgia biased, but if so, I don't care, he looks quite good. Now, the one of them all, the Super Brains, the variant of all time. Toxic Brains is very similar to Super Brains, having 3 punches and a long-ranged beam, which deal toxic damage, and that's really it. Just a weaker version of SB, only doing 10, 20, 30 damage with a beam that does at max 4, isn't really that... What's that? He's a legend meter. Well... okay, then I guess he does more damage and is faster, which is good. Like 5 kills is the usual for most legendary character. He only needs to punch plants to charge it. This changes everything. While before in his mode is not strong at all, really. The thought of simply punching you and activating his mode, Toxic Overload, and instantly killing you can throw some plants off. You don't know how close this guy is to his legendary mode. That's what makes him scary. His beam is shit from all ranges, but the Toxic Overload damage is 3 times for both fire methods, so 10, 20, 30 is 30, 60, 90, 4 damage max is 12. The mode makes him possibly one of the best and most easy to use zombies in the game. We live in a world where this character has a legendary mode that doesn't require earning a kill to access it, but in return you are only strong up close, requiring you to quickly get towards the plant and deal up to 180 damage in 3 punches, as well as your toxic damage and higher defense, movement speed, causing TB to be the best Super Brains out of them all, easily flying into S tier. However, I don't see anyone ever talk about the fact that if we were in another world, one in which TB was only a rare or super rare variant, he wouldn't get near the appreciation he gets as a legend. He would have been considered the worst Super Brains by far, which is to me a strange world to live in, and I'm glad we don't. Now let's have a look at his... the colours being purple and gold this time for his outfit, but remember what I said about Electro and his element? This guy is patient 0. The toxic effect and colour is so perfectly designed with his hazmat helmet, being the star design choice here. Cape holder being this little toxic yoke and his cape being made of sludge. Oh, such a great detail. His rings made more sense here than on Cosmic, and his foot being so infected with foot fungus that it's not even a fetish anymore, it's just nasty. This has to be in my top 10 best looking zombies in the game. No wonder they made him a legendary. Cosmic and Electro look good and all, but they don't necessarily scream legend in design. This guy screams legend. See, Toxic Brain slides easily into S tier, the best looking elemental zombie in the game, and one of the best looking Super Brain variants. Masterclass. Now the guy who thinks he's the shit but isn't really. Very, very, very similar to SB. Same animations, style of attack and beam. Damage is practically the same, just a few integers are a little bit more, a little bit less. Beam is the same, yada yada yada. His legendary mode requires vanquishes this time, so you know, the norm. With his legendary mode being party time and not toxic overload. Dealing more melee and range damage than toxic in party time, it's not nearly as accessible than toxics, so it's kind of an alternative. The actual damage integers are higher, but his versatility isn't as high. Party Brains is great, not as great as toxic, but a very close second. He goes into A+ tier, one of the better party characters on the zombie side. even though there's only 3. Again cloned from SP, he wears the same clothes, cape and all, but has different hair and a headband now. Don't know what flag this is, but I'm happy he's identifying as it, so good job SP. The colours make this character really stand out, for the better or for the worse. His gloves being white with reflective glitter spots on them like a disco ball, his hair being this pinkish red, and his shoes being what I'm now going to call the 2009 Night Glow Reeboks. While he is simply a colour reskin of SB, he looks incredibly appealing to actually play as and look at. He looks really good that I have to put him into A tier too. Although the colours and all are great, this design is too similar to SB that I can't really put him any higher. An original design for the party characters would have been so much better than all being reskins, but a man can only dream. Overall, a second great legendary hero. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, while we've had 5 great characters so far, almost 5 great characters, last but absolutely not least, the one, the only, Breakfast Brains! He's so well known by the world of PVZ, he goes by many names. Breakfast Brains, Tiberius Toaster, Gym Instructor, Morning Glory, Cereal Clark, Toasty Cortex, 4-Stick Bread, whatever this means, Cerebrus, this iconic variant of the class, and a great member of the zombie team. Yeah, he's kind of meh though, really. Breakfast Brains smacks plants, which his smacks gain speed the longer you melee for. Same with his secondary being similar to Cosmic, fast firing waffles that deal a whopping 1 damage. At first punching at a rate of only 4 punches a second, which increases to a max of 10 punches per second, gaining a 30% increase in movement when vanquishing a plant with his break fists. Alright, nice one PopCap, that's strike 2. With the longest overheat time at 8.6 seconds of punching or firing at full speed before tiring out and needing a Nature Valley bar to refuel himself back up. Breakfast Brains isn't all that powerful. He's actually quite weaker than you'd expect him to be. However, he is indeed one of the most fun characters in the game. Patty caking plants to death and gaining extra movement speed for is both fun and exhilarating to do, as pair his movement bonus with the kick and you can travel around quick enough to get another vanquish and extend the speed boost you get. I had a seriously hard time trying to distinguish where I should put him, being sour and telling myself, well, he isn't that good, only being really capable of killing weaker plants one by one, not to mention his shit ass secondary fire which is just waffles. But on the other hand, his mobility and fun factor is unlike most characters, that in the end I came to the conclusion that even though he's not the best, Breakfast Brains goes into B+ tier for me. Just below Electro Brains and regular old SB, Breakfast Brains is the perfect example of a character being in where he is due to goofing around and not actually taking the game seriously. He isn't the best, far from it, but I do better with him when I'm just goofing around. He can be a terror house at times, but most time just smacks himself into a group of plants and dies. He can sit comfortably in B+ tier for me. So I said this, the best looking elemental zombie in the game, and one of the best looking Super Brain variants. We've got quite the competition here. The cereal bowls with both spoons, cereal and milk which doesn't spill out on his gloves. His cape in bacon is the best of all capes, no doubt. The belt being a cup of tea. Also having waffle pads on his knees is just a... The Pop Smarts logo on his chest make you think, what the fuck are Pop Smarts? And then you look at his head and go, his space toaster looking visor is iconic at this stage of Garden Warfare 2's life. The Pop-Tarts on the top of it and there being steam exiting it in-game is just adding polish to this already clever of a design. The lighter purple, pink and yellow are probably best on Breakfast than both Cosmic and SB. That this design hits on every level known in the pyramid scheme.
I mean, I'm no geometrist, but that's a triangle.
Breakfast Brains has such a peak design that I don't even think S tier is worthy enough for him, that I'm putting him into S+. It's so good to just look at it. Look at it! Super Brains is a class that by default has some great ideas for variants and designs, which all work really well. I mean, only -1, but he's just okay. Super Brains in terms of gameplay is, like I mentioned, the zombies version of the Chomper. In terms of melee combat, rather than being an insta-killing machine like this fucker, his ability lined up is solid for mobility and securing vanquishes on weakened or grouped up plants, and his Turbo Twister just straight up is only useful for running away like a bitch and taking less damage. Design wise, is a very consistent class, with 3 S tiers, 2 in A and B, and then only half disappointing. Okay, enough Cosmic Hate. I said he isn't that bad, and I'm being generous to him. Super Brains as a class goes into B tier for me. Today I'm going to be ranking all the Citrons based on how they are in game to play, how skillful they are, which are good, which are bad, which are mid, and also a second tier list on how they are in terms of looks, design, and overall theme. So without further ado, let's... Being the plant's tank-based character, Citron is a defensively strong character up close, in which his primary deals consistent damage of up to 12 consistently. However, this becomes weaker at range, only hitting at minimum 1 damage. His abilities are all pretty handy-dandy stuff. His peel shield being a nice solid shield ability, which you can shoot through, but zombies can't. You'd think this would make it similar to Reinhardt's shield, the team can all hide behind it. But Citron wasn't really feeling helpful today, so the shield only covers him. Wow, selfish jackass. His second ability, Citron Ball, being a mobility-based ability, in which Citron turns into a testicle, in which travels around faster than most characters. But that's not enough, because he gets 2 abilities while in testicle form. Hyper Ball, which doubles his speed for a few seconds and increases his jump height, making him more of an STD than PEASHOOTER at times. And Ball Charge, which turns Guard Morpher 2 into Wii Sports Bowling. Citron's final ability is... Citron is mostly great in solo encounters and in flanks, as his damage scales the closer you are, making him a great run and gun tank. Everything here being taken and copied in Overwatch, with their hero, the Hammond Ball. Citron as a stock character is basic, being a nice strong defensive class. Gonna give Citron an A tier. There's nothing really that holds him back other than his abysmal range damage. Now, while Citron is a great character in gameplay, his design is pretty basic, mostly being just completely orange and green because he's an orange, having these sunglasses which makes him look like this cool bachelor uncle, as this guy's a bounty hunter from the future. It doesn't really look it. I mean, his cannon's the only really futuristic thing, really. The lights on his body as well when he goes into ball form is nice. The ball form for Citron is quite simple, but it's a nice simple design. It's symmetrical on all sides, which is neat. Him having a leaf goatee beard with eyebrows and a mohawk shaped hair. But overall, the design itself in terms of model is great. Color scheme is alright, but the theme could have been taken a lot further. As the game says he's a future bounty hunter, he doesn't really look it. That's the only really personal gripe I have with this character design, is that he doesn't really look futurist. He just kind of looks like an orange who thinks he's cooler than everyone else. So I'm gonna give Citron design wise a B tier. There's nothing here that isn't good. It's just kind of plain, but a nice looking plain. Now take everything I said with Reg and Control C, Control V. Frozen Citron is so similar, I'll condense it in less than about 5 seconds. Frozen Citron deals slightly less damage with the trade-off of slowing and freezing zombies.
Well done!
The overall damage decrease causes the DPS to be lower, making Frozen less deadly. However, being an ice character makes him good by default, as ice is by far the strongest element in the game. Frozen goes into A tier like Reg Citron, almost a 1-for-1. The colour scheme here being a nice light blue shade, the colour being clean ice and not dirty ice similar to Ice Peas. He appears more snow-like rather than ice. The textures of the cracked peels and shell on his body look nice, and when he transforms into the ball, it does work, but it's very blandish. He doesn't build much off of Reg Citron. I mean, the hair is definitely more average mohawk than the last one, and his cannon being quite coolly designed. I'm pretty sure I make the cool ice pawn every ice variant. Ice plants compared to ice zombies just overall don't look anywhere near as nice. These eyes scare me. He looks like KO Joe from whatever that show is called. The design is a bit bland. There's not really much going on here. Could have done better on this design, like having it be a gradient of Reg Citron and Frozen Citron. I'll take it over nothing. I'm gonna give him C tier. If you're gonna give me this design, I'll take it. That's really it. Now for the one that everyone has mixed opinions on. Everyone jump out of their seats, cause it's the one, the only... Electro is the charged variant similar to Plasma P, but instead of being good, he's exactly what you tie your shoelaces into.
I am not.
His shots come in 3 variants. The spammable one being the no charge shot, doing minimal damage at a higher fire rate, the first charge dealing slightly more damage with an added ammo cost, and the final big boy charge that deals quote unquote massive damage, requiring an additional twin mag for how much ammo it costs. The damage scales with every charge, making him stronger per shot than the last 2 Citrons. in theory. In execution, he's weaker. You see, Citron being a close range character, his charge primary is typically designed for ranged combat, as the zoom is increased and his shots are deadly accurate, being harder to hit at closer range. His damage falling off massively after around 17 meters, which is just under mid-range. His damage and chain lightning being so weak from further away, it tickles zombies rather than damages them. His shots having splash damage, which up close, sure, are more useful by about 1 to 2% more useful. This character, I'm sure you know, used to be so much better than how he is now. Borderline overpowered. And now he's dealing a quarter of the damage at ranged and being overshadowed by every other Citron in the game. While his ability kit helps him out in some ways, it doesn't save the fact that this character is completely unbalanced and underpowered. Also, they missed the opportunity to call this guy Electron. Really, PopCap, did you not see easy pun you could have made there? Yeah, I'm gonna put this guy in F tier. His primary can work if stuck directly up the zombie's chocolate starfish fudge cannon, but outside of that, he becomes so weak, you might as well swap to either another character or another variant altogether. However, there's one good thing about Electro Citron, his design. Like Frozen Citron, the colours being blue, but more dark blackish. The mask on his face is cool, it really doesn't add too much, but hey, it's a nice touch. The black mechanical look and his primary being this futuristic cannon, and the armoured peels give off an almost transformer look, both outside and inside the ball form. The lightning striking in his body is great. The very thing I liked in the Garden Warfare 1 Power Chomper design that I'm quite upset they really altered in Garden Warfare 2. But here in Electro Citron's case, it looks just as nice. Unlike Frozen Citron being simple and just plain, he looks simple but quite nice. I'm gonna give him an A tier for design. Hey, don't skip ahead. I see you trying to skip to the next part. No, this isn't a sponsor. You think I get a sponsor? Well, we do. This video is sponsored by No, I'm kidding. Don't get mad at me. Please. Just wanted to thank y'all for the support on this series. I was genuinely not expecting anyone to even care or view my video on Chompers back in June, but lo and behold, here we are 7 videos later. You guys seem to like them. I like to edit them. Yeah, that's really it. Nothing else. Thanks. Subscribe and like now, please. Well, I guess someone at EA was playing a bit too much Minecraft during development. Iron Citron has 1 shot, while his shot deals 50 damage, which becomes only 15 damage at range. Iron Citron's 1 shot seems really weak and insignificant at first, but upon playing him more, you realize he gets 2 reload upgrades.
When in doubt,
2 reload upgrades lower his reload from 2 seconds to only 1.26 seconds, causing his fire rate to increase massive, making him one of the strongest plants in the game. Not DPS wise or in group killing, but single target, he's actually very strong. That and the fact he has 250 HP. Oh, Jesus Christ. I thought Armor Chomper was bulky. On top of that, Iron has a legendary mode named Iron Mode, very creative, in which he gains 5 shots, 1 for each victim claimed to access this mode, in which these shots are fired in quick succession, which can vanquish every zombie in the game with ease. Plus, the movement speed and defense bonus he gets makes him unbeatable while in it, unless you get hard bundled by 10 zombies. His lower movement speed outside of Iron Mode doesn't really affect him. The Citron Ball still makes him pretty fast, practically still faster than most classes other than other Citrons. Outside of missing your one and only shot, this character has no flaws, which is why he deserves a spot in S tier. Do you remember what I said about somebody playing too much Minecraft? Yeah, the default Citron, but he's got a plate of armor on. While most people don't like armored characters because the metal shiny look just looks a bit ugly, this character looks elite. He's extra bulky, which definitely explains why he's got an extra 50 health on top of his 200. His weapon here looks so sexy, the best primary weapon in the game, and the peels having these spikes and bolts on them really amplifies how bulky and strong his armor is. In ball form, he also looks extremely nice. And off topic, this character has probably got some of the best ball tattoos out of all of them. The color scheme is nice, just being a typical orange and yellow with black and dark grey.
Only work in black, and sometimes very, very dark grey,
which complement each other really well as well. Iron Citron is insanely cool. Design wise, very strong, and in gameplay, one of the strongest plants in the game. He easily goes into S tier for both gameplay and design. An improved armor character compared to all the other ones. This guy laughs in view of Rock P and Armor Chomper. It is not even funny. Look! A shiny Citron! Party Citron is everything I said about Reg Citron, but it's higher damage plus speed boost plus defense when in party time. Yeah, I'm really doing this for every party character. There's nothing I can waffle. There's no slot that I can just hand to you about all the party characters. They're the same, but better and harder to get. So he's identical to Reg, but just better. So, would you really judge me if I put him straight into S tier? No? Okay, let's move on to... Wait! But what? The design is peak! Don't move on. Jesus, I wasn't gonna forget. I was moving on. Calm down, man. You know, you get worked up sometimes. You need to... You know, I'm just saying, for the better of your health and that. Not like I know about that stuff. Just some friendly advice, you know? Like, I know you've been going through a lot. You know, you recently left your place. Had to get a new job. Hasn't been looking good for you, man. I get it. I get it. It's a tough world out there and that. But it's, you know, I'm just saying. You're gonna lash out like that. Party Citron is a party character, so he steals. The magenta and purple Citron with the neon green and pink little leopard print spots. The party mask with blue fur and neon lenses is also a nice touch because this is a customization you can unlock outside of the core design of Citron. Isn't that what we like to call creative stealing? He also has a similar model to Electro's cannon, but arguably way nicer. And the ball form is immaculate. I'm not into redesigns, but this is the exception. Party Citron, upon party time, the lights dim. All of the green and pink lights start to dim, and the blue lights glow more than before, which is a nice detail to indicate that he's in party time. Party Citron is the best designed party character of all 6, in my opinion, taking an already nice variant and just enhancing on it. Party Citron goes into S tier design-wise, like Iron Citron. Now, similar to Electro Citron, Toxic Citron is element based.
No way!
Toxic fires automatic toxic shots at zombies that have splash damage effects and deal toxic damage. Would you believe me if I said I graduated Harvard to get that information? With 20 ammo that deals around a max of 8 damage per shot, with the added toxic damage over time which resets with each shot fired, Toxic Citron really deals around 10 damage per shot up close. But like Electro, has huge fall off damage, only hitting for around 1 to 2 damage past 24 meters. He works well against both groups and weaker single target zombies, dealing huge amounts of low damage that will guarantee you at max a shared and at minimum the assist master boast if you play him right. His DPS being the second lowest of all Citrons, you'd expect him to be borderline terrible, but that really isn't the case. He is by no means amazing, but he just isn't terrible either. I'd actually say this is a more balanced Citron with an equal number of pros and cons. However, he isn't really that fun or exciting to play either, so I don't really have any bias towards him. Toxic Citron goes into C tier for me. I see him as a perfect middle ground in terms of being good and being shite. Overall, an okay-ish character that looks way better than he actually is. Simpletons don't like this guy. I'm no simpleton. The lime green look makes him appear more like an actual lime fruit than an orange, which isn't just to do with the toxic effect. I kind of feel like it was intended to do that just for the funny, because like orange and a lime are all kind of similar in themselves. The white hazmat suit around him, which is leaking green ooze, is a nice touch, with the weapon being a liquid dropper filled to the brim with toxic in it. And of course, the bronze goggles, which I think, while yes they're goofy, I think they're amazing. Toxic Citron's character design to me is fantastic. Like, he's been left to fend for himself in the sewers, which is exactly what happens in the trailer. The glow on his body is just adding to everything as a final little touch detail. Like Party Citron and Iron, I'm also putting him into S tier, and I just think this is one of the nicest looking toxic characters within the entire game. An incredibly detailed look for just a meh character overall. Alright, we've got a little bonus third tier list away. This is going to be really quick, so let's get this over with. Ball tier list. From worst to best. Frozen, Reg, Toxic, Electro, Iron, Party. There you go. I usually record the outro before even editing the video, so I have no idea how long this is. Hopefully not like 30 minutes long. The Citron as a class is so offensively powerful for a defensive character, having a handful of helpful abilities like his shield that has around an imp's amount of defensive ability, and if you're snobby enough to have the mood shield, then congrats. 2 imps. Overall, due to the power of stunning zombies and disabling their will to live, the power of turning them into bowling balls, and the power to ram your cannon so far into their anus so quickly they don't even feel it, with a shield on the side that is as effective as a pillow blocking an incoming semi-truck. However, without the ability to run off with Hyperball and being 60 tons over the weight limit, his hitbox and speed are what causes him to get lasered by the whole team if you're not in your ball or if you don't have a shield. But if played right, CITRON is a powerhouse of a character who goes into A tier in my overall class tier list. CITRON has it all, the epitome of a star character.
Say that again?
All star. All star. All star. All star.
So we're doing all stars, so we're back to 10 gameplay and 10 design. Yippee!
The zombie's original tank, All-Star, would fire footballs at a high fire rate from his football cannon, which would overheat after a few seconds of firing, paired with his ability kit, which consists of 3 holy clutches. A. Impunt, aka child from Iraq. The All-Star shoots out his firstborn child and sacrifices it to the Lord, in which it explodes, dealing 150 damage to any plant in its radius. B. Sprint Tackle, aka year ones when it's lunchtime. All-Star runs forward at extreme speeds, dealing around 60 to 70 damage depending on which Sprint Tackle you have to any plant in the way. C. The best ability in the game. Dummy place, dummy block, dummy die. As All-Star is an automatic character, his rate of fire being 10 shots per second and having a DPS of nearly 100 makes him a powerhouse at medium to close range. His shots travel at around 150 meters per second, which is average for the class, so leading the shot is easier. I think Reg All-Star has to be one of the strongest stock characters in the game, tied on the zombies with Footsie. His damage from all ranges is solid and threatening, while his abilities are brain dead easy to use, are really effective against most plants, and his playstyle is actually quite easy to pick up. His cannon having wind up before firing, but if you zoom in, this is ignored as the zoom in activates the wind up, letting you fire constantly at range. His only real flaw is the fact that he's quite big, and that's it. So he has nothing really to defend himself when you run out of shield dummies. But other than that, All-Star has to be one of the most unbalanced stock characters in the game, that I'm already giving this class their first S tier character. Reg All-Star can be the best tank in all of Garden Warfare 2, which is insane. Hopefully the 9 other variants are just as good. As for design, football propaganda t-shirt with the Zomboss's face on it and wearing the football helmet, which has, you know, nice little crossbone emblem on it. One little detail I've always noticed that I've never seen anyone pick up is the little bit of astroturf / grass that's just hanging off his headgear, which, you know, football, tackle on the ground, head against the ground, that shit happens. What I mostly want to talk about with these variants are the weapon models, because Jesus Christ, some of them cooked and some of them kind of didn't, but they're all pretty cool look. Like this gun looks like almost a bowling ball dispenser with rugby balls in it that just get shot up the lane right out into the pitch, which I quite like that. But other than that, the stock All-Star is very basic. I'm gonna have to give him C tier. Now for a little controversial opinion I have. I think Cricket Star is alright. He deals fire damage, so his impact damage is lower than Reg, hitting for only a max of 7 up close, with the added 5 damage over time. His shots travel slower at only 100 meters per second, being 1/3 slower than Reg's, also having identical fire rate, overheat, and overheat penalty stats to Reg All-Star. Practically just, hey bro, can I copy your homework? Yeah sure, just make it look a little bit different. This guy's projectile speed and less damage causes him to feel weaker than Reg at further distances, which would make you feel like up close he would feel a lot stronger than he does at range, but ends up just feeling weaker in both aspects. Cricket can deal enough damage to wipe almost any character before overheating. It just takes longer to actually kill them because of how low his damage is compared to Reg. Cricket gets a lot of love, sure. Every character should get some love. But when people tell me that Cricket is better than Reg All-Star, however, he still gets most jobs done, and is an All-Star variant, so he gets the abilities to save you from any problem. Cricket Star for me is not as good as Reg, not even close. However, he's still solid, so he gets a B tier. He deals consistent damage, being less than, but still viable than All-Star, with the added perk of fire damage over time, which can help secure weakened vanquishes. A nice fire character, because fire is annoying. For looks, how is this guy more boring than Reg? 2 red variants, a little sus, but it's not too bad. The headgear just being a modified version of Reg's, except his eyes are gonna get pelted. There's no proper guard there. His jersey is, yeah, it's... The weapon though, the weapon.
The 2 cricket bats on the end, and the crickets being in this big vacuum, I'm guessing when they go up the tube, they heat up a lot, and having this old rotator on the back is probably what causes them to spew out at a high fire rate. So you know what? I like this weapon, so it kind of saves it. I'm going to give Cricket Star, design-wise, I'd say C tier. Now, while Goalie Star is a hockey-themed all-star, there's already a hockey-themed all-star named Hockey Star, who looks kind of like a goalie for hockey, when the goalie for hockey is Goalie Star, even though that goes against the fact that Goalie Star is a hockey star, when Hockey Star is the hockey star, and that I constantly get these two mixed up every time I play the game, and it's either that my mind is starting to shit itself and... Goalie Star is the ice variant of the class, being that he freezes plants like any other snow or ice character. That makes him good at dealing with every type of plant, and especially good with targets or chompers, with a max of only 6 damage up close, a minimum of 3 at longer ranges. However, this guy has the 2nd highest overheat time and same projectile speed as Reg and Cricket. The ice effect makes this guy so good, as paired with his stable primary and lack of bloom or recoil, he becomes a powerhouse. The first 3 all-stars are all sort of similar to each other, firing in very similar ways with the same fire rate and projectile speed. Goalie Star having an advantage with the ice effect, which makes it less annoying to deal with highly mobile classes. However, the lack of long range damage at only 3 or 4 at long ranges makes him less optimal, especially when the camera shakes upon firing. It's not recoil, it's not bloom, it just shakes a lot. Goalie is a strong variant who can defend points well while being great offensively. With the added game crash ability his minigun has, he goes into A tier. All around solid for medium to close range, but starts to fall off at longer ranges. Like most all-stars tend to do anyway, this guy is a very strong variant. Let's have a look here. Oh my god! So Jason Voorhees paid a visit. See, Goalie Star is not Hockey Star, but he is a hockey-themed all-star. It's pretty iconic for this class all around. And the little holes is where he breathes through, not only through the nose, but it looks like he's a frown, which is funny. His jumper being more baggy, you know, to kind of compensate for how cold it would be on an ice ring, I presume, and his weapon looks like a mix between a freezer and a crossbow. Does that make sense? Think of the Apex Plasma Master Paragon. Do you know the way it's like a big crossbow? Yeah, it looks like one of them. And the cooler being on the top, probably where the ice pucks are being held. Yeah, most of these all-star designs are pretty alright. They're pretty okay. They're not the worst. However, this guy is kind of alright. I'm gonna put him into C tier as well. Baseball Star was the level 10 unlockable all-star in Garden Warfare 1, in which you have to complete these drastic time-consuming challenges to level up even once. In that game, I never unlocked him, so I don't know how good he was in the first Garden Warfare. But in Garden Warfare 2, he was one of my first mastered all-stars. Now, what does this guy actually do?
What does Hawkman provide for the team?
Baseball deals less damage than the average all-star, only being around 7 to 8 damage at max, with a boosted fire rate being a whopping 14% quicker. Hail. Baseball's primary can only fire for 1/3 of the time of Goalie Star's, being just under 3 seconds. His gimmick of quote-unquote fast is outshined immediately by 2 all-stars that come up later. So what makes him actually special? Now look, I'm asking you guys, there's no rhetorical here. Baseball Star's DPS is higher than the last 2, but still lower than Reg All-Star, so his all-around effectiveness is just kind of worse. There hasn't been a time where I played this guy in the past few years, so I kind of don't have much knowledge on him outside of the recent gameplay I've just watched. If you want to play Baseball Star, golf and hockey are like right across the room, you know. Baseball Star, for me, goes into C- tier. Like, I wanted to put him into D tier, but his ability kit makes him just too good for D, so D didn't really seem right, but C tier felt a little bit too high, so I improvised and made him his own special tier where he can linger by himself. Sorry to all you baseball mains out there, you boring twats. Looking at the design of Baseball Star, it's as if you took the regular and cricket and just mashed them into one another. The design here is just kind of... The jersey is the same old. Insert red with either white or black or grey. Now the weapon, I have to say, is kind of good. I like that where the baseballs travel down and shoot out is lodged between 2 reinforced baseball bats. I kind of like that. These like vacuum tubes as well, which probably sucks them up, is kind of nice. I don't really know much about how guns work. I'm just using my own vocabulary here, so if anything I say sounds a little stupid, please correct me, but don't be mean about it. Yeah, I'm gonna give baseball vitamin D.
Didn't we cover this guy already? Oh wait, no, that was Goalie Star. The goalie for the hockey game. Now we have Hockey Star, the non-hockey looking character named Hockey. I'm not gonna do this part again. Hockey Star originally used to be one of the worst characters on the zombie team, and it wasn't even close. Maybe OG Party Brains, but that's it. His primary fired are rapid fire sticky gloves, which are green, so you'd think he'd deal toxic. Fucking idiot, he doesn't deal toxic damage. What are you, stupid? His fire rate is by far the highest, at 1,000 shots per minute, being 16.6 shots per second. However, his overheat time was only 2.1 seconds, which his overheat penalty was 2.6, meaning his penalty was longer than the time spent firing, making him one of the lowest time to kill characters in the game. However, in March 2018, PopCap buffed his overheat time and penalty, boosting his overheat to fire for nearly 4 seconds, with his penalty only being about 1.5 seconds, which sounds like very minor changes, but this really helped this variant shine. Mind you, his damage was still a staggering 2 at range, hitting for a maximum of 4 up close, which means his DPS wasn't too high, but his accuracy and bloom weren't nearly as bad, so his shots also having a much higher travel speed and having barely any bullet drop made long range encounters so much more tolerable. They luckily made Hockey Star a viable character in the end, but if you want to torture yourself, the old variant of him is still available in Garden Warfare 1. Overall, Hockey is a good character, going straight into B tier for being overall really solid, definitely one of the more fun all-stars in the game. This headgear looks like it was taken straight out of a Roblox preset. I don't know what this is, but look, insert the sport and the equipment you use on the end of a gun. Top tier gun design. Okay, hockey sticks at the end, the big hole where you can see all the sticky gloves flying out. Why they're stinky? I get why they're stinky. The whole reason why they're stinky is because gloves are stinky when you take them off after playing hockey for like 2 hours. Oh, I feel so stupid. Oh, whatever. Look, his design, it's pretty boring. D tier. Okay, we're halfway through. This is the point where I say, you see that big red button? Fucking smash it! Smash it like your enemy's mom! And hit the like and comment as well. Hey, editing me! This is me from the past. As I finish up this little speech here, I'm going for lunch and I'll be back in a half an hour and then we're gonna record the rest of this video. Okay? Okay, bye! I'm gonna have to cut all of this out.
Now, this is comedy.
So when I said baseball wasn't the worst all-star, but the most forgettable all-star, it was because I forgot about rugby. Now rugby isn't bad, being the second strongest damaging all-star, however with a much slower fire rate. But to make up for the lack of fire rate, his shots are explosive and deal splash damage, which is very slight at that, but I guess it's worth it overall. His primary having a similar overheat to current Hockey Star, being 3.5 seconds with a 2-second overheat penalty. Yeah, there isn't really much else to talk about, he's just another all-star. I mean, being a sport that's played in Ireland a lot, you know, to me, is a plus, because, you know, I watch rugby. Also, being the last character I ever mastered in Garden Warfare 2 before hitting rank 5455, because I forgot I left him at Super Elite level 8 for a year while mastering the Chompers. Oops. He goes into C tier for me. Just his damage being stronger single target is fine, but being the second slowest firing all-star means his DPS is severely lacking compared to the others and makes him less aggressive. He can sit on the side bench for a little bit. Design wise, one thing I like is that the edge of his cannon has a little goal that you play when you're playing rugby. However, who designed this? Design F tier. Similar to Rugby Star, we got Rey Mysterio. He fires almost identical to Rugby Star, but he has no splash damage, dealing stronger impact but with the slowest fire rate of all all-stars. Being a more ranged variant than Rugby, his fall-off damage is wild, from a max of 16 in their face to only 6 from past 50 meters. Wrestling is often considered the worst variant. Now, personally, I can 100% see why, but I don't think he is bad as a character. He isn't terrible, but I do think he's the least good. Yep, even less good than Baseball Star. While Wrestling Star is stronger than other variants, his main functionality being at longer ranges is almost completely mitigated by the fall-off damage, cutting his damage by 66 or 2/3 at max range. His overheat being just under 5 seconds seems nice, but due to his fire rate being very slow compared to the others, you often feel like you overheat too quickly and doesn't really feel accurate. And his penalty being 2 seconds isn't terrible, but isn't too good either. As a variant off of Rugby, having very similar rate of fire, damage and overheat, so when you're very similar to a C tier character but less good, look, I love Rey. okay? Never watched a single bit of wrestling in my life, but I like Ray because he shares the same name with a Fortnite skin. He goes into C tier for me, just a bit bad compared to some of the others, especially Reg, Goalie, and our next one. Before that, we gotta do the outfit. The mask is alright. The spikes on his outfit, I like that. It's changed. While he is still predominantly red and black, the gold is good for diversifying them, and his gun having spikes on it, I like this. I know this could be considered a little bit edgelordish. Like, I know some people don't really like spikes on stuff, but I kind of like it. The thing is, his projectiles are actually just marketable plushies of himself, which for a wrestling star, come on. How many times do you go into a Costco, Walmart, Tesco, and you see in like the kids aisle, I don't know, like the fucking Undertaker as a blushie or something? Come on, that's actually just a rip-off of wrestling star. And also the fact that he's got no clothes on underneath is, I want to say, armor. Overall, I actually really dig Wrestling Star's design. I'm actually gonna give him B-. He gets a B- because he's special. As a character, he sucks. As a design, it's like Rock P. I have a soft spot for him. I never played this guy up until a few years ago, and that's when I discovered something. Not that Golf Star is game breaking. No. Not that he is some sort of gimmick no one knows about or any type of hidden bug to do with his primary. What I discovered is that Golf Star, to me, in both Garden Warfares, has to be one of the most fun variants in the class. Golf Star is ideally the longest ranged all-star in the game, having an increased zoom and very minimal bloom. His projectile speed being only 250 meters a second, which is much slower than Hockey. His damage being between 6 and 4, his overheat being only 4 seconds at an incredibly fast fire rate, which makes it feel like you can fire for a lot longer, as well as having a short penalty of only 1.5 seconds, makes it so you can fire again rapidly after overheat. Having a fire rate of 13 shots per second and having the best range potential makes him great on long range maps, but surprisingly really solid up close too at medium ranges. Golf Star might not be the best. He is tied for the middle realistically, but he's just so damn fun paired with Long Bomb, and you have such a stupidly non-efficient but really fun time playing this game. Such a great variant, especially the sound he makes upon firing. I know he's more of a B tier character at the best, but I'm going to put him into B+ because honestly, he's so fun to play, he gets that little plus in there. Design-wise is definitely where Golf Star lacks a bit. Similar to Hockey and Rugby Star, but a little bit better. Now, while he's not predominantly red, he's kind of half red with a bunch of white and his little checkered golf cap. It's kind of cool, I don't mind it. The only thing I don't like is whatever the hell this attire is. The little Z emblem is cool, and his gun I really like, being a golf bag with the iron wedges being this propeller that shoots the balls out. And of course, come on, golf clubs at the end of the weapon. His weapon to me is the best designed weapon. I was originally going to put this guy in D tier, but due to the weapon I'm going to put him into C tier. Good job, Golf Star, you did it. Yeah, your artillery creative skills are through the roof. Now for what everyone calls the worst all-star. Moto X, Motocross. Never really got the name, I always just called him Moto X. Moto has a unique gimmick where after enough shots, his primary covers plants in mud, making them unable to use their abilities. Now, while this sounds quite good, it is extremely situational, as it takes 1.2 seconds of consecutive shooting to oil the plants up. He has the same fire rate as Weg, Cricket and Goalie, with added projectile speed and distance. While he only hits 5 to 4 damage max on impact, he has splash and impact in 2 integers, which both contribute to his overall damage. So over time you'll see that he isn't just hitting 1 integer of damage, often seen hitting numbers up to 7 after the original shot. I don't know how it works. He hits more damage than he looks like he hits. Now, his damage is a little poor, especially for a weapon that has the same fire rate as another variant that deals 10 damage. His overheat is 6.4 before overheating, which is 8 seconds with an upgrade attached, making it the longest firing weapon of all variants with only a 1.5 overheat penalty. So Moto fires so much more than every other all-star. Does this save him from being a little underpowered? Short answer, no. Long answer, Moto is weaker than most, with the uphand of longer offensive firing. Also, disabling abilities like Citron Ball, Huskop, Hyper, any mobility things are great for securing vanquishes. And fun fact, while both himself and Tennis were added to Garden Warfare 2, Tennis Star's gimmick is that he runs faster than every All-Star. While this is true for firing, as All-Star as a class becomes slower when firing, Tennis Star keeps his speed when firing, making him harder to hit. Outside of firing, Moto is actually faster than Tennis in basic running, which is a little odd, but hey, it's another pro for Moto X. I feel the same way about Moto as I do about hockey, but he gets more hate for some reason. I don't think this guy's top 5, but he isn't the worst, as his gimmick does help in some situations. Rarely, but it still helps. Gonna put Moto into B tier. He is a solid character that deserves an apology from anyone who shits on him. Now, I read a comment that said, I already know Motocross Star is going to be S tier design and F tier for character. Now, I really like this design. As simple as it is just motorbike gear, the helmet, shoulder pads, and even the gun literally being the edge of a motorbike. And the reason it shoots dirt is obviously, I'm guessing this man was fucking caught on a landslide or something, and every time he tries to rev up the engine of the motorbike, a bunch of mud and shit just comes flying out. So he improvised and used it as a weapon, because what is this mud guard doing? The helmet having the handlebars of a motorbike on it, it works, okay? It works. Having unlucky number 13 that this guy died on a motorbike. Also, he's a weapon skin called a Goon Rider, so while he is again red and white like Golf Star, but little bits of green in there as well, and you know, brown for poo, I actually really like this design. I'm gonna give this design a B tier as well. I think it's quite solid for the character theme. Honestly, the strongest design for this class as a whole.
The last one.
For our final All-Star, yeah, I already said that his gimmick is half of a lie. He does run faster when firing, but when running normally he gets outran by Moto, so he's a little bit His primary being able to fire for 4 seconds before overheating for 2, dealing between 7-4 damage on average, and being good at range as well as up close. Having a slightly better fire rate than your average All-Star, he also recently won the finals at Wimbledon. Tennis is a whatever character. I feel like they were running out of sports to make for All-Stars. I guess most of the main popular ones were taken up already, so tennis is fine as both a sport and a character, I guess. Since his nerf a few years ago, he hasn't been anywhere near as played as he once was. I mean, I never see anyone play him in my 8 years, really, so Tennis Star goes into C tier for me. An alright end of this class, which kind of sucks, but what are you gonna do? Your profession is tennis. Who other than other tennis fans are gonna go, okay, design-wise, has to be probably one of the more unique All-Stars. Not really focusing on red as much as yellow and white. Now, one thing I've noticed about all the All-Stars is that their left shoulder pad is being revealed to the world. So, I don't know, I just kind of noticed that just as I got to this last one. The hair that he has really speaks for itself. His headband, which lets us know that he's from the Netherlands, which is, you know, quite a nice detail. So his weapon, having the 2 tennis rackets, again, insert every single All-Star primary ever. The end of it having this AstroTurf, almost tennis field looking, and even at the bottom you can see where the tennis balls are being kept before he fires. And while this guy is definitely more unique looking, I don't think he's as good as some people have said he is. I mean, I like that the tennis racket around his neck is probably what happened to him before, you know, he unfortunately got game ended. I'm gonna put him design wise also into C tier. He's just okay. So, All-Star is my most played zombie in Garden Warfare 1, but in Garden Warfare 2, there's now 2 tanks, with one of them being played predominantly more than All-Star. He ended up becoming one of my least played characters in the sequel. He feels more like a makeshift tank than an actual tank now, having a minigun which slows you down on firing, which can be feathered for better ranged combat. Supplying the bombing baby for easy cheap kills, as well as being as quick as A-Train and being able to split most plants in half when sprint tackling. And his best, most amazing, and totally not useless shield dummy, which is actually kind of useful at blocking beam bombs, burrows, and chuck shots. All-Star is a great class, being stronger and, let's be real, very fucking annoying at times, but that just makes him better. So for me, he goes into A tier for my class tier list altogether.
Oh hey, guess who's back? A lot has happened since we last met. I mean, I just started college, got a job, played Garden Warfare 2 with 20 other YouTubers, and sucked pure ass. But I'm back for Christmas with everyone's favourite seasonal Christmas character. This one. Sitting by the fire, all warm, cozy, drinking whatever hot liquid you're currently consuming, and enjoying the holiday spirit. With another stupid tier list video. I won't waste any more time. Hope you all have a great Christmas and a very, very happy New Year. Is gaming getting too hard for your sorry ass? Is gaming, quote unquote, not fun anymore? Are you wanting more out of life but aren't making an effort to get off the couch? Want to continue playing Garden Warfare 2 but want it to be even easier and more stress free? Well, do I have a class for you. Introducing
sniping's a good job, mate.
The class that requires the least thinking. Just sit back, aim your shot, and fire for quick and easy vanquishes. To make that 5-day working week worth it for upsetting little Jimmy after cancelling his 20 kill streak in Garden Warfare 2. Both teams offered the sniper for back-to-back snipe-offs where both sides miss 77% of their shots and end up switching to another character, or they just end up camping their asses off for the entire game. We have 2 candidates for the sniper role, and today we will show you the plant side elected sniper candidate. Cactus is the plant team sniper. She sits in the back and snipes zombies from a camp position. And yes, his character is a girl. I mean, can't you tell? Cactus has a family of walnuts hostage that she uses as a wall for defense while she misses every shot. This wall can be destroyed, however, not too quickly, but it's mostly outclassed by her other defensive ability.
Justice, Johnny!
She also has a piece of garlic that flies off and takes down the zombies from above, also airstriking any of them camping in the back. Her final ability, being one of our most impressive pieces of technology, we introduce to you the potato mine. She spits out up to 4 potato mines, which can instantly destroy any zombie that stands on it. Well, almost every zombie. Our cactus here has a PhD in plant and zombie psychology, which she has learned and studied zombie behavior for years and can instantly understand what any zombie is going to do the second that they glance at her, which she pulls the 300 IQ move of placing all 3 potato mines down on the floor at the same time the second she even sees a single zombie shoot up. See, cactus deals a high damage per spike shot at all ranges, from 27 damage max in the body to dealing a headshot between 30 to 33 damage. Now, this doesn't seem so strong for a sniper class, as she feels more marksman-like than sniper, but her medium fire rate and quick enough reload makes her damage output higher than most, with a DPS of 75 damage. No gimmicks, since she is the core cactus variant. Solidly goes into A tier for being strong at ranges, having to rely on lucky shots with the zombies evading your personal space. See, cactus as a class has some interesting ideas for variants. A cactus sniper. Look, it's a neat idea. I wonder what variants PopCap will come up with and use to... Oh. Well, I mean, that's cool. A cactus on fire seems really innovative, but I feel like we have a few fire plants now. You reckon it's time we just, can it with the fire element? No? Oh, okay, fine. But before we do that, I think of all 4 OG plants, cactus used to be my least favorite in terms of design, and while that isn't necessarily the case anymore, she's just a cactus. And while it works well, this class isn't much more than that, as a design is obviously going to score less points when it's just green. And that's it. Yes, there's hints of red and bits of white and yellow around, but it's mostly just green. The only thing that differentiates cactus in this game from the regular cactus in the real world is of course the eyes and the elongated schnauzer, which is iconic in this stage of this game's community. So while her design is plain, I won't add any more, because I can just simply put her in C tier as I really have no strong opinions. She is a cactus. Pretty cool. Okay, let's do this one more time. Fire Cactus is mostly the same as Red Cactus, but walked away just before forgetting to turn the stove off. Fire Cactus impact damage is lower, from 25 to only 20 damage max, which is only 28 on headshot, and remember, we've all practiced this before 6 different times. She also deals fire damage. So while her DPS is lower than Red Cactus, because the fire damage is deadly and it helps finish off targets over time, Fire Cactus is exactly the same, with just this added little feature, which you can say for most fire variants, especially the elemental plants from Garden Warfare 1. She feels more like a side grade. Fire Cactus goes into B tier. The lower impact damage means her DPS is lower, so she isn't as good as Reg, but she gets good results. If you're a Cactus enjoyer like myself, then you know the choice of playing between Cactus and Fire Cactus. Okay, do I play normal Cactus who hits higher damage, but I have to hit more shots to get vanquishes, or do I play Fire who deals less damage but can vanquish them after finish shooting them because of fire? And then I just either sit there waiting too long to make my mind up, or I just flip-flop between the two and then the game ends. She's pretty good though, even if she's just another elemental character. At least we got that out of the way. Oh. Okay, there's another elemental cactus. Well, I shouldn't be surprised. There's many elements for most classes in this game. Well, should I guess the follow-up to fire would be ice. Fire Cactus is designed in a manner I really dig. I mentioned in my Citron video that I wish frozen Citron was some sort of frozen over regular Citron, rather than just a snowy ice variant. Well, in the Cactus case, they do exactly that. While the bottom part is Red Cactus, it shifts from a regular to Fire Cactus towards the top, showing some sort of connection with these cacti. The fire effect here suits her more than most classes like CHOMPER or PEASHOOTER in my eyes. The red and yellow really work well against the green parts of her body, and just overall overall look way more appealing. The eyes being, well, no different. She still looks dead inside. However, this is one cactus that zombies will never not see because the flames on her head glow a lot. A decent design cactus, going into B tier for me, while the fire aesthetic has been, well, let's be real, overdone by now. The transition from regular cactus to fire cactus works well and looks nice too. One of the nicer looking variants to me. Ice Cactus is copy and pasting the copy and pasted fire cactus, but she must have pissed off Mr. Big because she was ice. Her shots, of course, as you should know by this point, slow down zombies when shot. If you didn't know that, then you haven't been studying. Her damage being weaker than Reg Cactus, being 20 damage but only dealing 25 to the head, with a lower DPS of only 60, but her damage falls off 5 meters before fire. Ice being a stronger element than fire, as it physically alters the zombies rather than damaging. So I'd say in theory, Ice Cactus is better. In theory, because with how many shots it takes to freeze a zombie being up to 4 with an ice upgrade. It sounds good, but it feels less effective because honestly, she's got quite spread to her primary. Ice is a side grade to fire, which is a side grade to reg, but still semi-good. I wouldn't say she's a bad cactus, but I'd definitely say she's the weakest of the 3 so far. I'd also like to put her into C tier. Since they both have similar damage, they feel very similar, but are completely different elements. Since both are great and worth playing, if played right, can be utterly devastating. So after Sonic Boom, Fire and Ice, you'd think that we'd actually get to the good variants now. Oh my god. Now, similar to Fire Cactus, Ice is just a regular cactus after going outside in October past 7 PM. Going from green to blue gives us a frostbite effect, which I think works well. Her mouth, arms and head having ice crystals on them too, and her prickles being completely frozen are great touches. I think the overall colour of the blue is a bit of a downgrade from the Garden Warfare 1 counterpart, being way more desaturated and darker, but other than that, I think her design is on level with Fire Cactus. She also goes into B tier for me. Her original blue base would have put her into A tier, but due to the change, she can sit in B tier. Both elements have looked great so far, and hopefully this level of consistency stays for the rest of the variants. Like, I don't know, I'm recording this before I even give my ranking. This is the third and final elemental cactus, okay? For anyone who hasn't played Garden Warfare 2 before, power variants, or electro variants in Garden Warfare 2, are electrical, meaning on hit, their damage spreads to nearby enemies, getting weaker with each spread. And I stated that I think electro/power variants are the weakest element, being as they don't really add any damage or change how the enemy is physically altered. Like, slowing them down or dealing fire damage is great, which is why fire and ice characters are quite annoying to deal with. However, I think Power Cactus, even though her element doesn't do anything, is surprisingly the best one of the 3. Wait, I have my reasons! Let me just briefly explain why, okay? While power doesn't deal any extra damage or anything, the gimmick of electricity not only causes her to deal chain lightning, but makes her more energetic compared to the other variants. Now, what does this do? It causes her to have a faster fire rate than our previous 3 cacti. Yes, while Reg, Fire and Ice all have the same fire rate of 2.5 shots per second, Power Cactus shoots at 3 shots per second. Now, this seems very minimal, but when you pair that with her damage of 23 body shot and 27 to the head, her DPS is a whopping 80.79 damage. Her gimmick will be the most useful against anyone who doesn't know this, as they aren't expecting the boost in fire rate, which can cause you to get more vanquishes on zombies that just sit there thinking they can just move at the last second not to die. She belongs in A tier alongside Red Cactus for me, as she is better in my opinion than Fire and Ice. A character that looks plain and skippable, turning out to be a really solid character when you get the hang of her. One of my personal favourite cacti. For a last elemental cactus, did they leave it on a bang? Woo! Yes! Similar to Ice Cactus, Power Cactus is completely blue, but much darker blue than the Ice blue. Her body being fully electric with power surging coming out from all angles, her eyes being white giving her this low tier god energy. Her flowers being power related too has always been a nice little detail that I've liked more on this cactus than on the old cactus. Her body still being the regular cactus at the base, with power element being amplified the higher up you go. This consistency of the 3 elemental cacti is unlike any other type of class in this game. In both gameplay and design, these 3 cactus are an underrated trio. Also, the plug in her mouth. Was she sucking on a plug socket or something? Power Cactus for me got better in design in Garden Warfare 2, as in Garden Warfare 1 she looked like this. I'm happy with how she looks here, so I'm going to put her into B tier as well, as it is still the base cactus design with just a different theme attached to it, so I can't really put it any higher because it's not original after 4 variants, but still a solidly designed character. Are they gone? The elements are all gone. Okay, who's next? I guess no one's left. Now, let me turn on my night vision goggles. Oh, wait, no, there she is. Camo Cactus is the sniper cactus of all cacti. Like, she's 66% more sniper Not fully, but she's 2/3% more sniper. Funnily enough, 66 damage is how much she hits on the zombie's noggin. Dealing only 33 damage body shot, her headshot multiplier is 2 times, along with the enhanced zoom and super slow fire rate, makes her the hardest hitting cacti, having 5 shots before reloading for 3.5 seconds, which is only 2.8 with a reload upgrade, being her biggest weakness. Her hiding skills are beyond every other cactus though, being the only real camouflaged character. I swear she'll be standing in the back and I don't recognize her until I get sniped, or even up close because she kind of just blends in plain sight. Camo can 2-shot most zombies, which is very good, but requires extreme precise aim, because if you miss a shot, you are most likely going to miss the next one, and the next one, followed by another one, and another one until it dies. Up close is just a no-go unless you feel confident in your no-scoping abilities. She's primarily the longer range sniper and nothing more, but even at that, she's only really an okay-ish sniper that can't output enough damage to really kill anyone properly who isn't standing completely still. Camo for me goes into C tier on the Cactus flight log, because being a good character for any capture point mode, but outside of that, it's just merely okay. So she can stay in C. C for camo, I guess. Maybe I just suck ass with camo, but somebody's gonna definitely comment, you just suck because quite literally the best sniper in the game. Putting her in C tier is beyond stupid, laughing emoji. Your opinions just don't matter. You should uninstall and return to old games like Zoomer, fucking Bookworm Adventure, which are banger games, by the way. Camo looks the closest to the stock variant, with the nose and extra foliage being added and different. The base being the same color, with just more shades of green due to the addition of a camo design is quite nice, with her neck and her head being given more leaves to camouflage. Her nose being longer to replicate the barrel of a sniper, as she is a longer range character. And other than that, she is pretty simple, and I don't mind it. Her simplicity for its sniper variant is great, effective at blending in, but it really doesn't excite me too much. She can go into C this tier. She doesn't compare well to any other B tier cacti, but is better than Reg, so I can't put her in C tier. So she goes into C for design. Just reached the halfway mark. I just wanted to say huge thank you for 5,000 subs. It's mad how in just a few months we've actually made it to this point, so I really want to thank you all for tuning in. Also, I'm back in college now, so I can't really work as much on these videos anymore, so I don't work on my videos every single second I have. So if you're seeing this in 2027, I'm sorry for the wait. If you wouldn't mind hitting that currently lonely sub button, look at him down there all alone. Maybe you could cheer him up by tapping the sub button. It would mean the world to him. Cheers, thank you. Let me just read an abstract from the Old Testament. It has been said for generations that one cactus, one of which who takes skill and effort to master, has been shunned by her elder, who rules over, making the land of suburbia a horrible, disembodied wasteland, has left her searching for answers, questioning. Why doesn't anyone call her the best cactus variant in the game? Her previous arrival from the future was enough to signal her power, but now gets shafted. It's a shame that not many people say that Future Cactus is truly the best cactus in the game, because now everyone leans toward the manual bet, petrified cactus, or as most people call her, and I quote, egg. Future Cactus is the charge variant, being the strongest single shot character in this game. She has 3 levels of shots. Her spammable shot, which deals 17 to 18 damage, which can be upgraded to 20 to 22. Her second shot, which after 1.5 seconds of charge time deals between 45 to 48 damage body and 51-55 damage to the head. And her final charge shot, when charged for 3.5 seconds, deals between 85 to 90 damage in the body and a whopping 96 to 102 damage to the head. The highest single shot damage in Garden Warfare 2 outside of using abilities, which each charge taking more ammo, the first being 1, the second being 2, and the third being, oh wow, that's what a coinky did. Future has the highest DPS of all cacti, being 88.5 at all ranges because she has no damage fall off. Future Cactus is such a powerful variant that takes not much skill to get down, but needs dead-eye precision when shooting faster moving targets. Being able to completely eradicate imps and scientists, and for anyone barely over 100 health, a single follow-up shot will most likely be enough to finish them off. Can actually 2-shot 200 health zombies, mind you, around 7 seconds overall. Future Cactus is my personal favorite cactus because I'm a single-celled organism and a simple man. So she goes into S tier for how amazing she is in all aspects of range. Genuinely surprised she stayed this powerful throughout the game's life. If they're originally going to turn one of the existing cacti into a legendary variant, I can see no other choice but Future, as she is by far the best cactus in this game. She also sounds cool in reloading. Future to me is also such a uniquely designed variant. She is, again, how many times I'm going to say this, the stock Cactus, but I'm guessing that, and this is my little headcanon here, she came back from the future after being stuck in this post-apocalyptic cyberpunk version of suburbia and has now come back to stop the zombies from taking over. Something like that, I don't know. Under the titular Cactus skin, her arms and face seem to be robotic, as if they were replaced when damaged, like some type of cyborg. Her shades and antennae add to the future aesthetic, which, with her short snout being less of a goofy awooga Looney Tunes nose, and more like a plasmatic cannon, that will melt you to smithereens. Also rocking the leather jacket and pink buzz cut as well is sick, as this whole character is just a Terminator knockoff. Her entire kit to me makes her not just the best looking Cactus, but the best looking plant in Garden Warfare 2 as a whole, and it's not even close. Future Cactus goes into S+ tier for me with how innovative of a variant she is. As someone at EA and PopCap said, yes, a cactus from the year 2099. There isn't a single other future look character that looks as good as this one. They really peaked at variant 6. Damn.
So I got an all-new deal with Will Smith. Wild, Wild Smith.
So each Cactus so far has been a very effective long-range sniper role, from the heavy damaging charge character being Future Cactus to the less efficient but longer ranged Camo Cactus. Each have all been great at longer ranges. Our next Cactus, however, is less of a sniper role. Bandit Cactus fires automatic spikes at zombies through her Gatling needle. Part of the Zomboss Down DLC added in Garden Warfare 1 back in 2014. Yeah, that's right, I did my homework, which fires spikes that deal between 9 to 11 damage, up to 12 per spike with a damage upgrade. With only 12 in the magazine, firing 6.6 shots per second with an average DPS of 70.75. She's more of a SMG at close range, while medium range is her peak, falling a bit inaccurate at very long ranges, so just get closer and close the gap. She also stars in her very own knockoff movie from the late 60s. She is probably the most unique Cactus, being the only automatic one, which helps her be more versatile at all ranges. Rather than being a primary long-range specialist who can't defend herself up close, she becomes more effective at closer ranges against both bigger and smaller targets. And for this, she sneaks into B tier for me, being a variant I can always come back to and have a nice time playing. That isn't too busted, but is quite good when you actually play her correctly. Also, her name in Italian is
Cactus fuorilegge,
which translates to Outlaw Cactus, which is also a great name. Now, while Bandit Cactus has some straight out of Red Dead Redemption vibes, her design is actually quite solid. The poncho she wears under her bandolier belt with needles instead of bullets is a nice touch. Her mouth having a Gatling in it being the reason her shots are quicker than the rest. The contrasting black from the poncho against green and yellow and red work nicely with each other. Not to mention the bowler hat she rocks up there, with her flowers peeking through, makes this Cactus design quite solid. Now personally, would have loved to see a cowboy/cowgirl hat on her head instead, but this is also quite solid choice. She goes into A tier for me. Really good design that has been executed well, for the theme of the update she was introduced in, being the Zomboss Down upgrade in Garden Warfare 1, which was focused on a new map added at the time, which was Cactus Canyon, which was situated in this deserted canyon, making Bandit Cactus really fit into her environment. Solid characters both ways. Again, well done, PopCap. Well done. Going back to the Garden Warfare 1 update, straight after Zomboss Down, Garden Warfare 1's final update was the additions of the Legends of the Lawn DLC pack, which included 7 new variants for every class. Minus PEASHOOTER because he got his 8th variant in the Suburbanation DLC. Our next Cactus, which of course added in the DLC update, being the Jade Cactus. Why do people think she's the worst one, you ask? Armor variant. Okay, that's not entirely the reason. Her primary fire shatter shot spikes that explode after impacting a surface for a few seconds, but also explode instantly when impacting a zombie, dealing 21 to 25 damage to the body, being 8 to 10 impact damage, with 15 splash damage afterwards. Like Rock P with his 2 integers of damage. Her fire rate being identical to the original 3 and having a DPS of only 59, she isn't as offensively powerful, but more defensively. Jade's shatter shot explosions can help vanquish zombies around corners, making her more vicious against pussies. Being armored, she has 150 health instead of 125, but to me, 150 health on a Cactus is more deadly than 150 health on a PEASHOOTER, as a PEASHOOTER goes into the fight head first, making him take more damage, much quicker and harder than a Cactus who sits in the back firing away at zombies one by one. That to me makes Jade more powerful than people giving her credit for. However, I unfortunately do agree that she is probably in the lower half of Cacti. I still love playing her at sniping runaway zombies, leading the shot so they walk into her shatter is something really satisfying. For me, Jade is underappreciated by many, so I'm putting her into B- minus tier. While that sounds harsh, since most are in B tier, she is a bit weaker than most, but she's still effective in most situations. A lack of speed and damage really holds her back, but she can stay in B tier for now. Jade was the final variant of Guard Morpher 1, being the face of the Legends of the Lawn DLC which she was added in. Being an armored plant, she was designed to be a samurai suited character, wearing traditional Japanese samurai gear to a certain degree. Her entire outfit model looks incredible, if it weren't all for one colour making it hard to see what's part of the armour and what isn't. But I get that it's meant to replicate some sort of jade statue of some sorts, the entire base being jagged and crooked due to the hardness of a jade. The helmet being especially nice, being the core feature of this character everyone recognises. Also, letting the flowers bloom through this little peephole in it is quite good as well. Honestly, this variant is just one of those jade zombies from Kung Fu Bandit 3. Jade is another one of my favourite cacti, being such a great design concept that got slightly butchered when being one shade of dark green, which is a shame. However, doesn't make her design bad at all, so I'll give Jade A tier. If the armour and undertones were separate shades of colours, she would have been up in S tier, but A is where she stands for now. CACTUS is interesting to say the least. She fires 5 shots which gets stronger with each shot fired, scaling from 20 damage minimum to 60 on a final hit, with the final shot having splash damage. Her primary being slower than the majority, with a fire rate of only 1.5 seconds and a DPS of only 60, her damage doesn't fall off. Ever. She can't fall off. This is the cactus I see being talked about the very least, which is surprising. She isn't that interesting in concept, but she isn't boring either. Like, as a character design wise, we'll get to that, but gameplay doesn't feel too exciting until I played her. Even though the community has practically claimed her to be the inferior new Cactus variant of Guard Morpher 2, she is extremely slept on, borderline incredible. Her shots feel like they're hit scam even when they're not. And if CACTUS has 100 fans, I am one of them. If she has 10 fans, I am one of them. If she has 1, I probably died, but there's one other fan out there. But me and that fan are homies. CACTUS goes into A tier. Her damage output is enough to wipe SBs and All-Stars. That should say a lot. Plus her viability at all ranges is incredible. Such an underrated gem. See what I did there? You clicked off the video? Please come back. CACTUS is literally just Zenyatta from Overwatch, but pink. Her body being similarly jagged to Jade, but without any health additions is kind of odd, but that's okay I guess. Her big eye on her necklace is some sort of psychic vibe, being able to predict your future. The pink body and purple robe and hood works well with each other, as well as the gold outlining the eye and necklace. Also, this design on her robe and arm looks very nice. Not to forget the orbs flying around her head, which are her 5 evil X's. Her eyes being oh god, what's going on? What's going on? I'm scared! Everything's changing! What have you? Colors, design, and overall aesthetic are really great, and I'm gonna put her into S tier. There's nothing I would change about her to make her any better. She's great the way she is. And you know what? You should say that about yourself sometime too. No? Well then, come here, let me say it then. You're great the way you are. Mwah. Hope you feel better.
You should
be happy
now.
Hey you! Do you like playing brain dead easy and annoyingly frustrating characters?
Yes.
Well, you need to try our latest shit-stained copy and paste character, introducing the Petrified Cactus. This is EP but better. A sniper? Don't worry about it. Egg will murder the zombies the same way EP does, easily without aiming for even more damage. Petrified is in fact so good, she almost fucking hits 50 damage. She can wipe out all of the continent just by simply hit RT, hit it again, wait for Egg to be near. Egg is here for only a limited time, around the next 30 years, but be quick, she ain't coming back. For only $17.98, you can egg all over the place with the new Petrified Cactus. Get in here and get your Johnny's fuel. Warning, laying egg online may cause hate mail, the common flu, penis breath, death threats from fake phase members, wolfing rant video, your mother.
Oh, hi, Mark.
Egg is simply just a cactus with a larger, slower projectile that can be blown up at any point you want. Yes, you choose when it blows up, so you can miss your target and just explode it, resulting in free damage, even though you didn't hit anything. Dealing 40 damage in both 25 and 15 for splash and impact. Blah, blah, blah. Her DPS of 60, which is the same as Zen. Fire rate is the same. She basically shares the same stats as CACTUS. Petrified, or Egg, is simple, but she isn't the best, as her shots are slower and larger. They don't deal as much damage when manually detonated, however, makes up for it with higher impact damage. So, she is a great counter pick, but just very solid on her own. However, I don't think she is as good as future Cactus. There, I said it! And what? Egg is still an insanely powerful character though, so she belongs in S tier alongside Future. Being an easy and effective character against everything and anything, the potential with manual deck characters is higher than everyone else. So if you see an Egg, just be careful, because they are going to either slap you or slap themselves. For our final Cactus design, now like Jade and Zen, even if Zen doesn't get a health boost, they both have hardened skin aesthetics to them, which Petrified has too. Her body is completely wooden, being a greyish navy colour, with her needles being more thorn-like. The two phoenix on her head and snake wrapped around her, symbolising that Petrified Cactus is a tree, is neat, because for the longest time as a kid, I thought she was made of rocks. Oh wow, there was my hat. Her snout also being log-like, with the cracks and ridges all around her, add texture and make her stand out more. While she is unique, her colour scheme and design are just merely okay to me. The wildlife is neat, and the grass growing out of her head is okay, but everything else is just kind of meh. I'm gonna give Petrified Cactus a C+ tier. It's not bad. I see some people really liking this design, and if you like this design, good on you. But a cactus is not a tree. As we usually do at the end of a video, we go through what Cactus is good at, how well she ranks on my overall class tier list, but I want to see what Cactus is not good for, so you guys don't continue to do any of the things I say not to do anymore. 1. Placing all 3 potato mines on the floor when someone rushes you is a fantastic, ideal way of letting them know you suck toes. The walnuts are great for quick damage blockers, not for actually defending the capture point. And for the love of all things, David, please, if your drone dies, go out and fight, for Christ's sake! Waiting for the drones to recharge is the silly, billiest thing you can do since PopCap did this thing. Cactus overall is a great overlooked class in this game. Not many new players like the look of Cactus, as yes, the stock class looks very boring as shit. But the more you play her, both the default and variants become very powerful, being some of the strongest plans on the team, even if they aren't ever seen until the end of the death screen. Whew. Cactus, for me, goes right into A tier. Her abilities are all great, even if Walnut is a little bit mid, but the Potato Man and Drone family are all great assets in themselves, with her primary being incredibly strong from all ranges. It's a shame, because Cactus is scary behind a sleep-worthy mask. Yes, I did just make a corny, edgy metaphor for Cactus in Garden Warfare 2. Well, Cactus, you sure were a great character. I'm glad you're my 3rd most played plant. There's not much else for me to really say about her. Oh well. Oh yeah, I forgot to rank the other 2 Cactus. Well, Citrus Cactus doesn't count for this list because it's Garden Warfare 2. But I mean, I guess I can just include like a little segment. Well, I mean, she's a burst character, does some good damage, but isn't really as effective as most other cacti, so I'll give her a C tier. And for Smorgasbord Cactus, I'm surprised a lot of people haven't actually made videos on her. She's really good, like borderline incredible. Probably beats Future Cactus in most aspects. I didn't have any room on my capture card to record any gameplay for, so you're just gonna have to imagine her, because we all remember Smorgasbord Cactus, don't we, chat? Don't we, chat? Yeah. Right, well, I'm gonna just hibernate for another 3 months before the next video comes. Let me put this in a language you can understand. Game got DLC, 2 new characters, Bingy Bongy Boo, and now you can play them. There's 1 variant of each, let's go over them. Torchwood can be summed up in 3 key words. Big, beefy, boy. Why do I say this? Because, oh my god! Torchwood deals a max of 8 damage up close, which is at minimum 3 at range, with a max DPS of 76 damage. Firing similarly to All-Star, his Gatling gun requires wind up before firing, which can be mitigated by aiming down the sights before firing, which will wind up the weapon, making it more effective at longer ranges. His abilities consist of 1. Blazing Blast, which is the instant win button. He spews a quick burst of flames, dealing 15 damage per flame with a DPS of 10 unicrons per second or something. It doesn't matter, you will die. 2. Smoldering Madness. Torchwood said, "Okay, no more Mr. Nice Guy," in which he turns blue and, well, fires fire shots at zombies, which deal fire damage and ramp up his Gatling's fire rate. Interesting that this is technically a fire character via an ability. Huh. And 3. Leaf Shield. He becomes the immovable object, allowing you to still fire but move slower while increasing defense and taking 50% less damage. That's not okay. Luckily, his movement penalty is enough for him to not become immortal. He can't escape. Once he activates Leaf Shield, there's no going back. You either kill them or you die. Being the second tanky character on the team behind CITRON, the second a Torchwood is in sight of the zombies, he becomes the primary target. Listen lads, before we continue this game, the Torchwood must go down, which, yeah, I get why. He is big, strong, and annoying to fight against, and even annoying to play as sometimes. Like, listen, I'm not the best at this game, but I can be pretty alright every blue moon or so. But this guy, I can't play him. For the life of me. But outside of my grubby little hands, Torchwood is a very solid character, not game breaking, as there are counters to his abilities, and you can see him from across the other side of the goddamn map. Torchwood goes into A tier. Now originally would have been S tier, but he's been nerfed so many times over the years that I think A tier is where he properly goes. But still a strong defensive role for the Plants team as a whole. Okay, so the Plants got a playable boss, which makes you wonder, if Plants got one of the most recognizable plant bosses as a playable character, did the zombies also receive this kind of... They got LeBron. Yeah. The Hovergoat 3000. I dubbed the... Now, the Ridge is more of a semi-attack, semi-support character, being a solid soldier-type class, dealing a max of 10 damage per shot with a DPS of 89. That doesn't seem very support-like. Oh, what's this? Scientist hits 70 damage in a single shot. The Ridge has a plethora of useful abilities to use. A, the Damage Buff Booster Beam, or DB Beam for short, which can buff any zombie teammate's damage output by 30%, making them the potential buff the team needs to win any mode or capture any objective. Of course, this will be applied to the most brainlit teammate on your team. Don't worry, it happens to the best of us. B, the mega awesome new spectacular amazing tubular big massive incinerating laser beam, new funky mode included for Wii U 2 Deluxe HD Edition Supreme mode. 3000. The beam that works and looks similar to Sunflower's Sunbeam. I don't have a video on her yet. Dealing higher damage than his primary while being much slower, but still able to move, which is neat. He's too cool to be stationary while using his beam. C, tubular... Oh, hey, I said that word. Tubular turbo. B... Everyone around you, including yourself, will move faster for a few seconds. So it's basically hyper, but everyone around you can use it, but no one gets the jump boost. The Ridge is a great support class. Now, on launch of the Trials of Nomus update, these two characters were locked behind this entirely new and unique single-player mini-campaign, in which you had to complete these 4 trials, summon 4 different gnomes, which all summon this bigger gnome with some code, but it's really weird, so it would take me a lot longer to really explain every detail of it. But basically what you gotta do is key in door, do thing, fight boss, times by 4, fight final boss, get mammo. But when people found out about Torchwood, do you think they were happy when this popped up on their screen?
What the hell is even that?
Yeah, not many people were too impressed when Hovergoat appeared out of Zomboss's private folder in the Trials of Nomus.
Let's get Torchwood and all the zombies get is a goat. Is that it? But I guess what we didn't realise is that this goat is actually, he's pretty good.
But over the years, the Ridge has become one of the most universally respected classes on the zombies. Not an annoying character, because there isn't really anything cheesy about him. Maybe the immunity to goatified, but that's it. You have eyes, don't you? Does this look like it would get goatified? It permanently is goatified. It's a goat. Or is it? Hovergoat is a solid character too. I'd say in terms of overall usefulness, he is a lot better than Torchwood. Less beefy, only having 125 health, but being smaller and easier to use. Not to mention, he looks cool as fuck, dog. Hovergoat can sit into S tier. Honestly, one of the most fun, fair, and balanced classes in the game. And for their designs, yeah, I didn't forget. Torchwood is a tree. So being predominantly brown with green vines on him of course works great. Really applying age to this character, being much bigger and older looking than the rest of the cast. The obvious flames rising above his head, hence the name Torchwood. But it's so strikingly faithful to the original PVZ plant, while very Garden Warfare-esque with the Gatling on his arm. Of course, having multiple feet, which are the roots of his body, is a great touch. Yeah, out of these two characters, Torchwood is definitely the more generic character design, but he still looks quite good, being faithful to his original counterpart. But at that compared to how some characters look in this game, his default look is getting a C+ tier, as it is just a tree and kind of vague. His costumes look like variants, which sadly aren't, but I'm gonna have to rate them quickly. Third, Sugar Plum Fairy. Second, 3x1000. My favorite, Gingerbread House. I think the Gingerbread House is the nicest one, but the 3x1000 is also great. Torchwood, you are good. Now please stop spamming Blazing Blast and get out of my...
That's too easy!
Now, Hovergoat is quite literally the raddest character in town, rocking the hoverboard and visor from the year 3455. His purple mohawk and... oh, he's got a goatee. For God's sake, PopCap, you're so funny with that one. His color scheme consisting of whitish, grey, blue, and purple are... a delight. His hoverboard producing little shapes when you ride along the floor are almost hypnotic to look at, and all the little buttons, gadgets and lights that flicker, glow and adjust on his weapon and even his hoverboard and backpack, which are quite similar to Space Cadet from BFN. Wait, the weapon hanging off to the side of the character, the spacey futuristic aesthetic, the fact that both characters have a jump that lets them float / hover in the air for longer. Do you think maybe that Space Cadet is just a heavily inspired / altered version of Hovergoat? But hey, that's...
Oh, get around to me being impregnated.
I mean, apparently Hoverbro's sound clips are just heavily edited foot soldier ones. Maybe they were lazy after all. Where was I? Oh yeah, the design. The boots. The UGG classic ultra mini sky blue Uggs from poison.com. Yes, I did just Google some similar shoes and that came up. But overall, even without costumes, Hovergoat 3000 is in my top 10 zombie designs, for sure. Plus, the 3 costumes you get are all insanely good. At third place, it's the Beach Bomber. Look, I know, yeah, the costume itself, other than the sunglasses, never really interests me that much. I like the board. It's not the best, but it's pretty good. In second is the gingerbread one, which is CHRISMDASS. The lights and reindeer antlers make this one for me, to be honest. And my favorite costume is the Wishmate. Purple bias taking over. The comedic value his weapon has always been amazing to me. The genie lamp being held sideways like a gun. But even though I like Wishmaker the most of the 3, I'd rather just rock the OG Hovergoat, because nothing beats the Ridge. He belongs in S tier for his default alone. The goat-iest character there is. Hey, stop throwing things at me, come on, See all these? You see that? Alright, let's just get into it. So we got the all-star abilities to start, right? Long bomb. I'm gonna go on a limb and... where's Impunt? Is Impunt... oh, there it is. Easy ass ability to use. You kick it on the floor and the things go boom. Easy shit. Now, long bomb? Pretty alright. I don't see the hate behind it. Is a good alternative to Impunt. Because realistically, it's instead of up close, it's at range. Yeah, it's a bit awkward actually. Yeah, it's awkward, so... this is one of many instances where Jay can't make his mind up and just plots it wherever he feels like it. Puppy. Shield decoy. Do you know what? Back in the day, this would be here. But since I mostly use them as quick damage blockers rather than actual shields, it's pretty alright actually. Like, if you're a bean bomb magnet and one just spawns behind you, quickly turn around, put this down. Ultra tackle, I mean, it's hella good damage, but like, I'd just rather use sprint tackle, you know? Speaking of, phone, this should be using that. Future dummy, regular shield, it's pretty good as well. I can't lie and say that it's worse or better. I'd say they're both somewhere in the middle. Sonic grenade, I mean, if this is the zombies pussy clart equivalent to the EM, it's gonna go up here because it's quite literally a free kill. Burrow, unless it's engineer, DEADBEARD, it's S tier as well. Now, I have somebody decides to tell me that this ability's good up close. Now, I've attempted to use it, and because I'm ass, that's on me. So it's getting the D. I should specify the D tier. This and this aren't anywhere near as good as this and this. Yes, this is spammy, but like, how is that a negative in terms of actual power? It's a spammy drone, therefore it's busted. I'd rather use it than it be used against me. And you can shoot it down, because zombies don't have a real CHOMPER type character unless it's Roadie Z, Captain Squawk, Chemist, Zoologist, any of them. These two are just equally shit. This dude, pretty good. This guy, silver instead of gold, so we can go down a tier. Potato Nugget Mine, I don't really... isn't the whole point of Potato Nugget Mine that it's smaller and harder to see, but it does less damage? For me, it's already hard enough to get someone to step on a regular Potato Mine, so this one here doing like half the damage instead of like 150, like, I ain't using that. I mean, you can put like 10 of them. 10 of them? You can put like 4 of them in a little pile and it amplifies the damage. So why not just use, you know, this will go up here, and this I never use it, but I don't like it because zombies can see it in the dirt piles more effectively than this one, so because of that, D.
You're selling me golden potato? My teeth will shatter. Dark bean bomb. Yeah, I don't see it as an S tier. It does good damage. 80. Pretty good. One shot in. Bean bomb, regular one. This is good. 3 seconds, 150 damage. Boom. Chomp cannon. As much as the single-brained organism is going to put it here because it's just an ability that can't even kill anyone that isn't a scientist or an imp. Obvious side of people wanting to say it's up here due to their skill potential. I'm going to be real with you. It's You can do some good things. It's literal range for Chomper, who has lack of, if not no range. So it's alright ability. This is good. This isn't as good. Spiky Spikeweed, who uses this? Who unironically uses this? Because ever since the community figured out you can just go up and just place these two underneath somebody and instantly get a kill, it's like this gives you less and it's a longer recharge. So I'm gonna put this in C as well because it's just a Tangle Kelp with a different name. You can't rebrand Tangle Kelp. It's Tangle Kelp from PVZ 2. 1? Is it 1? I think it's in 1. I'll probably correct it in the edit. Here you go. There, it's on screen. Sprint Burrow. Super Sticky Goop is not the worst ability in the world. I think in the off chance you're not spamming Goop all the time, then it's a good replacement. But if you're just gonna use Goop as often as you can get it, then you might as well use the regular one, because this one's got like triple long of a reload. Like this one up here, 5 damage plus 20 damage over time, 25. If you hit someone with this 4 times in like 20 seconds, you can get a kill on it, but it's primarily used for slowing down targets. Citron Ball, easy S tier because it's quite literally just, oh, that's the speed one. I mean, that still goes with, but you know, all of them go up here. Come on, they're movement. Citron is the fastest and the tankiest plant. Oh, one of the tankiest. He's a 200 HP tank that has the quickest movement speed. Easy S. Ian Peach. Same thing with this. None of these are ordered, by the way. These are just lists. I'm doing this because I have a free 20 minutes to spare. Mood Shield, pretty good. You're not going to have the shield up for 20 seconds. You're only realistically going to have it up for around 7 or so, which is how long you actually have this for. Peel Shield, 20 seconds of a 75 HP shield. It's pretty good. It's not actually as good, so, because this is objectively better in my opinion, but they're both A tier. Yeah, they're both A tier. This, someone made a video saying that Butter Barrage does more overall damage if you hit zombies with every single airstrike than bigger, badder butter, or better butter. What's this ability called? Better or batter, whichever one. This, no, I didn't mean to put it there. I'm sorry. It's pretty good. It's a little easy to dodge, I reckon, but if you don't see it coming, it's a great control-based ability. You throw it on the ground, a zombie is either going to willingly step into it and die, or they're going to move away, so you can control a bit of ground. Good ability. And this, again, like this, it's a little bit less good. It can do just as much damage as this, just more of it needs to hit. Honestly, in line with some of these airstrike for corn instead of for cactus. Huskop, I have broken a light on the ceiling because of this ability. Throwing my controller upwards at a 90 degree and the glass bulb just shattering all over the floor. Thanks, Corn. You came out of retirement to break one of my ceiling lights, dick. And this, I have never died to this ability, and I have quite literally let someone hit me with every single shock. This, goat with ability. This, shite. Heal Flower, it's pretty alright. Honestly, I prefer the Rainbow Heal Flower to it, because it's, I think Wolfie said this, it's more consistent healing rather than bursts of it. This, I don't see a purpose for this, so it's going here. This Turbo Jackhammer or Ray Jackhammer? This is Turbo Jackhammer. Yep. Should use that. This, I'd say it's still pretty good because it's just a little bit extra movement speed for a lot longer, which is still pretty good. Just if you're gonna have something that almost the same length but just makes you move double the speed, why not just use double the speed? Gatling, S tier. Why? Because it's quite literally the Death Star. Zombie Heal Station. Huh. I mean, it's an essential because it's good healing and you can self-heal. So, I mean, yeah, obviously S tier. Sunbeam. What do we think about Sunbeam, chat? What do we think about Sunbeam? It's alright. I feel like it doesn't get nearly as much benefit as this one does. I don't think this is busted, but because of the little charge up time, and you've only got 50 ammunition instead of 100. But it deals more damage. This is the Death Star, actually. All these abilities for Hovergoat can stay in A tier. Hyper, S tier, the STD of this game. All the mechs. Okay, this is like, I don't want to rank these because that's just gonna spoil a major part of the imp video. Make sure you're here for the imp one. I will rank. What the f is this? Oh, is this the Scally Bomb? Yeah. I mean, it's a big bomb, so. Gravity Nade.
S tier. Skill kata. It's actually not too busted anymore since people know how to aim a lot more than they used to. So if you can't jump as the small character and you're just stuck to the floor spinning, yeah, you're gonna die if you use this one in front of a group of people. This is just the mech version. Again, I don't want to rate, well, like, I don't want to rate the mechs itself, but all the abilities, sure. Okay, this one, same. I don't really use that at all. Chili bean sombrero edition, I'd actually say it's S tier as well. Sometimes when you deploy it, zombies don't really pay attention to it, and sometimes it can kill them because it's such a bigger blast radius. So I'd actually say it is just as good as chili bean, just with a different function. Chili bean is kind of used to, you know, as a bomb, with sombreros kind of used to try and like clear out an area before it explodes. If this is a bomb, then this is a nuke. Retro Gatling, I don't think it's as bad as people say it is. It can still get good stuff done. Yes, the DPS and the rate of fire is lower, but the single shot damage is actually so much higher. It's like the same thing with Solar Flare Beam, except it's on PEASHOOTER, and I feel as though Solar Flare Beam just has such a higher DPS than Sunbeam compared to this having a lower DPS than this. But yeah, these two are pretty good. I like the sound of Bling Gatling. Super P-Jump. It's only certain places you can get to with that. Barrel Blast. Pretty good. Looty booty swiggity swooty barrel blast. I can also go to A tier. Cannon Rodeo. It's a little situational, but overall it gets the job done. It's pretty high. Most of the abilities in this game are actually really good. Like, look at this. And we have what, 13 in C and D and like triple that in S. Future Para. I like this one more than the regular one because I don't see a movement penalty on a drone being a big issue, especially when you get more health. It's a little bit harder to control, but overall it's the exact same thing. So Rocket Jump. Once you get Rocket Leap, there's no point going back to it because since Guard Morpher 1, it got its height completely nerfed. This, you're always using this. I'm sorry, this is one of the best movement abilities. It's fun to use. Arcane Enigma will go here. I don't like how the people who use this to run away, as much as it actually helps me when I'm fighting them, when they go into Arcane Enigma and then they, as they're running away, feel like it's mandatory to use the burst attack feature. I see people running away from range with this, you wasting the durability of it by spamming the thing when there's nobody around them. Arcane Lotus is pretty good. See, to me, Goatify and Psychedelic don't do much to begin with. So I like Goatify to me is and so is Psychedelic. I know one is shorter than the other and one also gives the Hypno Flower effect, but like to me they're both the same. Time Snare, easy break your controller ability. This is the same as Shock Shot, it can go up there. Armored Heal Station heals you at the pace. Dr. Nefario on the Wagon Mobile. Energy Warp, I kind of see annoying strategies with this. I think it's been really good to get into a fight with computer scientists, and even with Dr. Toxic. So I'll put it in C. What's next? Heal Beam, mandatory healing items, so it's got to go up there. Actually, all the healing items are like, if they're not on the character, then what's replacing them? I get with this, because that came first, and then this was added, but with these two for Sunflower, like, they're mandatory abilities. Also, why would you ever use this one? This can f*** off. The Rainbow one, everything is better in Rainbow, okay? I know it's not June, but Rainbow Heal Flower every month of the year. Not this one. The regular one, we don't like that one. Mega Heal Bomb, I actually really like using this one. 50 health, throw down a bomb. This, don't really like these at all. I can admit they're good for getting ranged damage of 50. You can either heal yourself 50 or take 50 away from other plants. It's one or the other. Smoke Cloud, once you have Super Smoke Cloud, not really much to do with it. This is good damage, and it does have a smaller radius, but you're not using this to block off an entire section of fucking Walnut Hills. You're only using it for a capture point, really, so I'd say this one's definitely a little bit more useful. But in Guard Morpher 2, Smoke Clouds aren't really going to do stuff because of the spotting icons. I need to catch my breath, oh my god. Multi-Rocket, it's not the worst. At just firing towards weakened plants, it's got such good splash damage, and even if you hit it direct, it's about 30-40 damage. It's a lot better than Multi-Shock, but still not as good as just a regular ZPG. Vampweed, easy S tier. Spikeweed, A tier. They take you out of the abilities that stop you getting burrowed, and they can either deal damage or heal the Chomper. So it's literally like sort of a situation between this and this. A Dark Flower. This is both, when I use it, the most useless little turd in this entire binary system of code. Just put Shadow Flower here. So why not? Guided Ultra Ball, it's too slow, so I'm honestly going to put it there, because when is a slow version of kind of a mediocre ability going to ever help you when even an Iron Citron or Armor Chomper can run away from it? They face the other direction. I'd say this is C tier. Multi-Ball, same scenario. It's only really good on the legendary Super Brains with the damage amplifier, so yeah, actually, you know, I'll put that up there. Turbo Twister is, for running away, the only really good thing. It's a damage reduction ability, so for taking half the damage, it's pretty good if you want to just be a pussy. Tall Nut Battlement. I can't believe I fucking remember the name of that. I haven't used this ability in years. It's like a horizontal Johnny. Less health, doesn't cover your whole body, easily get destroyed by stuff like impulse and things when Johnny can usually survive all that. Yeah, it's pretty, Heroic Kick, this is movement, you get 2 of them, you can get jump, you can bunny hop, put that in S. Warp, Twilight Chomper one, so I'll put it there. Then we get Torchwood, we've got Smoldering Madness, which is just turning it into a fire character. I'm gonna put that in A. This literally kills anything that walks in it, and this makes you the immovable object, like I mentioned in that Torchwood and Hovergoat video. Go check that out, please. Bedazzling Bolt Blaster, I use this and I love it. The sound, the damage, the fact that you don't have armor or damage reduction, but you quite literally don't take damage when you get shot at from specific points. And plus it's a GP Gatling, but just for engineers. So. And the other one, it's the same thing. Actually, ignore A because it's not cool and sparkly. And I'm not using the mech abilities, except I've already ranked 2, so I might as well be. The Zomni Blade kind of sucks. And I don't know what this is, but I'm putting it here because it looks like it's about to head charge into the stupid flower. Make of that what you will. Bye. Ah, ahoy. I seem to have been kidnapped by web pirates. Oh, you know, web pirates. Pirates that are chronically online, surfing the web. It appears that they have some sort of beef with me, as they've just put me on their ship and travelled me out thousands of kilometres into the sea. Oh, what's that? You weren't happy with the characters I've chosen to rank? Well, what? Oh. You just want me to make a Captain Deadbeard video now? Alright, calm down. Why didn't you just say so? The zombies also have a sniper/marksman character, being Captain Deadbeard, who has 2 weapons. Primary being the Scurvy Scattershot, which is a slow-firing, high-damaging shotgun that only requires 2 ammo per shot. And a secondary, the Spyglass Shot, which is more in line to Cactus's primary, firing quicker shots that deal slightly less damage but are insanely good for ranged combat. These shots deal high damage and require only 1 shot. Besides this weapon, Deadbeard has also a pretty diverse set of abilities. Cannon Rodeo causes Deadbeard to become stationary and sit atop of a cannon that fires slow, high-impacting explosives that deal huge splash damage too, which are good for attacking capture points and groups of plants, and even those camping around corners. Barrel Blast, hop into an explosive barrel for a big defense boost with the downside of not being able to fire a plant. The barrel will also light after a few seconds, giving you a slight speed boost before exploding, dealing huge damage. You can also light the fuse sooner if you wish, but will lower the barrel time duration, once exploded launching you into the air, making you kind of an easy target. And 3, Parrot Pow, which deploys a drone that flies into the sky and shoots plants via lasers, but can also fire an airstrike of missiles, which to me is better than Cactus's one. Deadbeard is a solid zombie counterpart to the Cactus, being very good at range and up close, however taking a little bit of skill to use in both aspects. Personally believe his primary and secondary combined are 2 of the most balanced primaries for a character, but I'm going to put Captain Deadbeard into B+ tier for gameplay. The stock characters don't often get much love in this game, minus these 3, but Deadbeard is such a solid pick, and it's a shame that even though I see very few Deadbeards to begin with, when I do see one, it's almost never a stock character, which is sad to see, because he's very solid. Like getting caught off guard up close, well yeah you have a shotgun, it does do the trick, but if the enemy is an aggressive bunny hopping character, then there's the barrel to save your ass, and if you don't have the barrel, you might as well kiss your ass goodbye. Yarr. Now, while of course the stock variant is the blandest one, Right Deadbeard looks great. The casual pirate fit and hat is obviously really nice. The feather on the back of his hat is a really nice little detail that I've always kind of just shunned over and not noticed. The hooked hand and peg leg are, well I mean come on, they're the default for a pirate. The color scheme here is mostly desaturated blue and a little bit of maroon red for the pants, which compared to the rest of the stock variants is a nice change of scenery. I especially like how his eye patch is on his hat rather than his eye. I don't know, it just feels like something this would do. Since it's really not all that much, I'm gonna give him a B tier for design. Something about it is just so yarr, and I love it. Good start to the class. Well done, Redbeard, well done. Originally, I was just going to talk about our next variant of the class, rank them, and move on. But looking at our next variant, I feel like I was obligated to call in the Captain to review the Captain with a similar name to himself. So what do you think about Captain Flameface, Captain Flare? Face?
That's right, Captain Flare Jumpscare here. I'm going to be talking about Flameface. He's the fire variant for DEADBEARD, dealing between 20 to 24 damage up close and 15 to 18 damage at long range. Paleontologist hits up to 16 at the same range. That's unrelated, but I just thought that was interesting. Anyway, Flameface has 8 shots in the tank and no ammo or damage upgrades, so what you see is what you get. So overall, he does quite well for himself at range, and the damage drop-off doesn't hurt him too badly when you consider that he deals ticks of fire damage. Fire damage doesn't care how far you are, it'll still plunder way too much of your health. Now, when using his shotgun blasts, Flameface hits a consistent 25 damage to anybody up close. Now, this isn't bad, but it's also not great. Because DEADBEARD shotguns always consume 2 bits of ammo per shot, Flameface gets a crisp 4 shots in before having to reload, and his slow fire rate doesn't help this. So, considering that he can only do 100 base damage per clip, good luck fighting like half the plant team at point blank. Now, you can make a case that with the fire damage, he might be able to knock out Corn, but the health and abilities of the rest can make a close encounter pretty lethal. I don't think I need to explain whose fire spray is coming out on top here. Now, you'd think that's all there is to mention, but wait, there's more! Call now and we'll throw a piercing gimmick in for free! It seems this guy decided to take a bit of inspiration from the great Mobus Cobus, because for whatever reason, Flameface's shots can pierce. Now, piercing in Garden Warfare 2 is a weird thing, because only 4 characters have access to it, with 2 of them requiring the use of an upgrade to do so. This sounds quite good on the surface, but the open map designs in the game provide very few opportunities for this to be useful. However, Flameface does fire damage, applying it to anybody hit by his piercing peg shot. This alone makes it a bit more practical than the piercing of other characters, as fire damage is at its best when it's spread for everyone to share. That being said, an opportunity like this is pretty rare, so when you factor everything together, it doesn't really justify picking Flameface over his common cousin. Gameplay-wise, I'm gonna give Flameface a solid B tier. While his damage and piercing aren't mind-blowing, at the end of the day, he's a fire variant that encourages long-range combat. He's gonna be annoying to fight against. Now to rank his design. Unlike most fire zombies, Flameface underwent the plant design philosophy of, this is great, but what if they were on fire? Thankfully, instead of being doused in Donald Duck's outrageous orange juice, PopCap decided to portray the heat with some singed fringe. As for his clothes, Flameface takes on a darker aesthetic with black, red, and oranges, dropping the captain's jacket to go for a more casual long-sleeve shirt. Is the only DEADBEARD to, well, not have a full beard, opting for a messy goatee and an impeccably twirly mustache for maximum plundering potential. And honestly, I quite like its simplicity. The contrast between the darker clothes and the glowing singes is pretty appealing, and the longer you look, the more you realize he's singed like pretty much everywhere. It's at the end of his hook, the end of his pants, his sleeves, his hat, even at the end of every hair on his head. Like, what's this guy's daily routine anyway? Oh, I guess he got caught in a toaster. That's weirdly relatable. Well anyway, what I really want to focus on is his weapon, as it looks like he's repurposed a hanging lantern to load these itty-bitty pegs into. He also stuck a spyglass on top and fastened a tiny mast and sail on top of that for good measure. And yeah, against all odds, the sail is also singed. The ammo of choice feels a bit odd, but I guess this guy found a stash of tiny pegs one day and thought, this is great. But what if they were on fire? So you're telling me that Flameface precariously prepares puny pegs into a particularly piping hot passage for the purpose of promptly piercing plants in far places? How peculiar. A-tier design. Listen, my 2018 Sea of Thieves fixation shaped me the person I am today. Forsaken Shores was a cool update. Anyway, now that I've successfully alienated the vast majority of the audience, I'll hand it back to Mr. VC himself to discuss the next variant.
Thank you, Captain Flare. So glad you could help me out here. Can we get a round of applause? You should subscribe to Captain Flare now. I mean right now. Okay, so let's get this out of the way. Cannon is manual detonation. Captain Cannon has no fall-off damage, meaning his shots deal the same damage no matter the distance. That damage being 40 to 43 body, 46-49 to the head. Do you really believe me that you're going to be hitting direct shots with this guy? Being a manual dead character, his detonation damage is in the 30s. They'll still be hitting like a goddamn truck, just at the cost of being the loudest boom to ever grace the game. Having 8 ammo like Flame, but getting an ammo upgrade and making his shots go from 8 to 10, which means with an ammo upgrade his shotgun can fire another time before reloading. And I quite like this because it means the upgrade actually makes a difference to your shotgun. Dealing 25 damage and initially only firing 4 times means it can deal only 100 damage, but with an ammo upgrade, pumps it up to 125, meaning you can actually vanquish smaller HP plants, pea shooters, sunflowers and cacti without having to reload. And this is such a neat little feature if his secondary wasn't a better shotgun than his primary shotgun. Yeah, Cannon's manual deck is so strong that up close it even deals more damage, can fire more and has such a bigger spread, meaning it takes 4.5% more effort to hit up close. Captain Cannon is as good as the person using it, which can be anyone as manual deck characters are stupid easy to use up close and at mid-range, falling off a little at longer ranges as it takes more skill to actually predict the detonation shot, and because of this he goes into S tier, because it's stupid to put him anywhere else. A seriously annoying yet extremely powerful variant.
Oh, we're so sorry to hear about your brother that passed away. He gets 5 big booms. Boom! Boom! Boom!
Captain Cannon is similar to Redbeard in terms of color scheme. The edge of his hook being lit like a fuse because of the cannon vibe, and his facial hair being out and still, probably due to the shockwave from the boom from his cannon. Speaking of, his weapon being a little miniature cannon which extends when ADS is nice. The spyglass on it too, which is of course is for aiming, is on most variants. The cannonball shaped hole in Cannon's hat is really funny looking. You'd expect Cannon to leave the ship for a few seconds with his hat fully fit, until walking back inside after hearing a shot go off, and then a chunk of his hat being missing. Is this a little silly? The hat to me being the best and obviously most recognizable part of his kit, and his peg leg being replaced with this little wooden wheel. I don't see how this is related to Cannon in general, but it's a different design choice which I think also helps differentiate themselves from one another. And I think Captain Cannon is a little bit better of a design than Redbeard, being slightly more diverse and more unique looking, but that's really all he has going for him, so I'm gonna put him into B tier as well. I like how the characters that look good, just good, are some of the most busted characters in the game. Okay, so far we got an A tier, a B, and an S tier. Okay, so pretty mixed all around the board, but that's okay. Alright, who's next? Let me see. Captain Party Man. Alright, in you come. I'm sorry. I missed one. And who are you? Captain Sharkbite is... Alright, to be honest, I don't remember what he does. Does anyone here remember what makes him unique? Someone, please. No? So apparently Sharkbite is just an alternative primary and secondary with no real gimmick. So he's just Captain Deadbeard 2. Okay, like he doesn't do anything wrong. From after playing him for this video, he is a really solid variant and does so much right, but he's just kind of there, you know. His weapon being the Snappy Shark, which is the fastest shotgun in the class, dealing only 16 to 18 damage and having a fire rate of 2.5 snaps a second, requiring only one shot in his magazine of 10 to 12 with an upgrade. His shotgun is really solid. Same with the secondary being the Laser Shark, which fires a laser that splashes, dealing damage in 2 integers again, 18 to 20 impact and a solid 10 splash, which of course can be earned from splashing the floor or walls around the plant. These two weapons are very well balanced. So why does nobody play or talk about him? I don't know. Unfortunately, it may be due to this variant trying to be just another pirate without anything unique, being just different enough where they are their own variant, but not much more than that. I feel so bad for this variant because I am going to put him into B tier for being a solid choice in the class, but he just gets no recognition anymore, or ever. Did anyone ever call him the best variant? Let's be honest, he isn't. I'm sorry, Captain Sharkbite, you have exceeded my expectations, which there weren't any to begin with in the first place. Sharkbite isn't the most interesting variant in the world gameplay-wise, but his design helps boost him a wee bit. Looking similar to the overall design of Redbeard with seaweed as facial hair and a combined monobrow and eyebrows. How does he have bone? His colour scheme consisting of blue, green and red looks really nice to me. The squid holding him, the lobster on his peg and the shrimp as a hook are nice additions to further indicate that Sharkbite is probably the name due to the fact that creatures have all attached to him like some sort of bait. I think. I don't really know the reason behind his name. His weapon being a mini shark? No, not that mini shark. This mini shark. Being a little purple shark with an extendable scope for a longer ranged combat. Of course, the Snappy Shark shotgun gets its name from the snapping sound it makes when the shark shoots or snaps. I think the hat here really nice, being a nice light red with barnacles and a gold trim which looks fire. Even though Sharkbite isn't the most interesting zombie in the game, I'm gonna put him into A tier. I really like the design here, being a nice, underappreciated variant. I don't think this video is gonna really make anybody want to play Captain Sharkbite for any longer than like a game or two, but you know what? This guy deserves some appreciation. He's not bad. Take everything I said about Reg, add Party Time. There you go. The only two things I can say about Party Man is that his magazine is significantly lower than Reg, only 8 to 10 instead of 12 to 14, which makes him less powerful when you also find out that he does less damage at only 24 rather than 27, making him weaker? Obviously this is done for the benefit of Party Time, making him stronger than Reg, but that's just kind of it. Since I put Reg in A tier, Party Man is simply going to join him there, because he's quite literally just DEADBEARD but less, but when you get more kills, he becomes DEADBEARD but more. Unfortunately, I think he's in the lower half due to his lack of ammo and damage penalty, and the Party Time mode really not making up for that. Even his Party Time mode is just pirate music, the Captain Smasher theme to be exact, which is on theme, but not very good, because the rest of the party theme get all these cool party themes that reference PVZ2's Neon Mixtape Tour. It's unfortunate because a legendary DEADBEARD variant could have gone so hard. Excuse me, Party Man, somehow Captain Sharkbite surprised me more. Oh. Other than Captain Party Man being on par with the regular stock variant, has one very positive thing about him. The design. The Regbeard attire, but with the matte black base and neon, almost leopard print slash arcade floor design on his outfit are really appealing to look at. The combined purple, pink and neon green are especially nice. With no real new additions, the hook, peg leg and emblem on his hat being turquoise just stand out so much more and look really nice. To me, most party characters look like a last ditch effort to make a unique variant by altering the stock variant or a certain variant just enough to make it different, but also look a little awkwardly put together, if that makes sense. Like Party Imp is just Imp with an afro that looks like it barely fits on his head. I'm pretty sure there is a cosmetic and a gold version of it that just looks like it's a really shitty version of Party Imp, so it's a shitty version of a shitty variant. Party Man is of course just Regbeard, but it looks so much better than the others. I really dig this design for how simply yet effective of a party variant it is. I'm gonna put Party Man into A tier as well. Very nice design. Of course, since it's the stock variant with no real additions, I think it's as high as I can put him. The only good thing about Party Man is his drip and the bitches he pulls. Okay, so our last pirate variant is no other than everyone's favorite captain, the Squawk. Yay! Squawk is the toxic variant, dealing extra toxic damage that spreads across nearby plants. You know how toxic works at this point. This can be done by either standing near them or actually shoot. God, I'm getting sick just talking about him, oh my god. Squawk's primary isn't a shotgun, rather a spray weapon like a spray chomper that fires for as long as you can hold it before overheating, dealing only 7 damage at a rate of 10 with a DPS of 75, which sounds quite good if the damn gun's hitbox wasn't jank. But the most appealing part of Squawk's kit is of course his secondary fire. When zoomed in, has a single shot which deals 49 to 46 damage. Paired with a quicker reload, you'd think he'd be his Gull Blaster. While it does good damage, the crosshair spreads out, making the next shot reload quicker than the spread can fully minimize, making the next shot not 100% accurate, which is dumb. That and the DPS being a measly 32 is not nearly enough to effectively vanquish any group of plants. Obviously more effective in single target encounters that aren't as high health plants. So no one other than Sunflower or Rose, but you see Rose is actually hard to hit, so really just Sunflower bullying. Before we continue, we're going to get the obligatory Captain Squawk hey out of the way, so come on. Yep, let it all out. Yeah, a bit more. Are we done? No, we're not done. Okay, continue. No? Are we done? Okay, we're done. While Captain Squawk is undoubtedly the weakest pirate variant, I do really like the playstyle PopCap we're going with, being a harder hitting sniper variant with less close range capability. The only downside being he already had no close range capability, and that his damage and weapon functions were just not that powerful, resulting in him underperforming to the rest of the class, which is a shame, as I want to see a world where this guy isn't necessarily top tier, but rather on the same level as Regbeard. Unfortunately, Captain Squawk hits right into D tier. I don't think F tier is where he belongs, because his ADS fire can be nasty sometimes. Yes, the shotgun spray fire is basically non-functionable, as it quite literally does not hit plants half the times. Genuinely what happens. Of course, he gets to D. Wait, not like that one. No, not like that one. He can stay in D. He's quite bad, but he's not unusable. Brother. Okay, so Captain Squawk has never heard of a shower. I kind of like the colour being blue and just mostly green, but this design actually kind of makes me sick. Like, I genuinely feel a little ill if I look at it and think about what's going on. So I'm going to put the design, I'm going to put it into D, because it doesn't offend me, but it kind of makes me feel uneasy. So I've done both sniper classes back to back, because why not? Oh wait, I released the Torchwood and Hovergoat video in between. Oh, I didn't mean to do that. Captain Deadbeard is a worthy character who can vanquish plants from the back and the front lines, while supporting in defensive modes with his cluster cannon, being sneaky enough to TF2 spy kill any cactus on the other team with the barrel blast, and of course, his trusty and noble pigeon punt, which can bomb any local plant neighborhood. Pyra is the cactus counterpick, and even though he can do everything I mentioned, he is kind of meh, to be honest. His kit is strong and all, but I believe he is the weaker sniper of the two. I'm gonna put Captain Deadbeard into B tier on my overall tier list, which seeing Cactus in A tier and himself in B seems a little odd, as they are similar characters with similar functions, just one is more polished than the other, it seems. I'm kinda happy that most of the classes are in A and B and only one is in D, which, you know what, I'm gonna move that up to C because the Chomper hate was funny. I'm gonna be realistic now, Chomper's a C tier, not a D tier. I've changed my mind, it happens. But the two snipers, they can stay where they are. There, pirates, are you happy now? I reviewed your favorite class. Can I go home? Where am I? Oh. Okay, cool. Thanks. You want a video now?
Jay? What the frick? Huh? Where have you been, Jay? You didn't upload last month.
Yeah. I got college to do and stuff, man. You know, priorities.
Yeah, priorities. And they are, what? You play Fortnite all of the time with a couple of goonies that you play with?
That's just... Well, yeah, that's not really fair to bring up. That's not related.
But yeah, sure. Well, you've got a lot of nerve coming back.
You brought me here to you, so...
Okay, your final question of tonight's showing it.
Huh?
For 1 million coins, which of the following would the PVZ community consider to be the most sleep-worthy experience in the franchise? Is it A, playing PVZ 3, B, trying to log on to Garden Warfare 2 on Xbox Series X, C, playing BFN, or is it D, playing Rose in just about any of these games?
What are these questions?
You haven't got time, Mr. VC.
Okay, well, I think all of these are fair enough contenders for the answer, to be honest. And
10 seconds, Mr. VC.
Okay. I can't see it being any of these.
And C is the wrong answer. You've just lost.
I didn't even call final answer.
Just want to say that this is a parody of this guy's video. Check it out. He's funny. So, what is Rose's deal? She's listed as a support character, but without any healing aspects other than an alternative ability. Her 3 abilities are meant to affect the zombie's state in a way, less damage them, but alter how they behave. First ability, Time Snare. When Rose whips her wand, a time ball will eject and spring to her chosen location, which will slow any zombie down when caught in it for a few seconds. 2. Arcane Enigma. When Rose has had enough, she transitions into another phase of life, being invulnerable to zombies, which she can use her energy to fart out clouds of damage, which can finish off weakened zombies. These clouds will use up 33% of your total energy, causing the ability to wear off quicker. 3. Goatify. Which any zombie can't shoot, use abilities, or really do anything against her, other than ram her for 25 damage, which can kill her but isn't too likely. Her abilities are annoying, like no sugarcoating, but compared to Rose's primary, which is, oh my god. So I mentioned previously that Captain Deadbeard is also one of the most underappreciated stock characters in the game, minus the 3 on screen. I meant 4, I forgot this one. Firing her magic thistles which lock onto zombies, that already should be a sign. Her wand holding up to 30 thistles before needing a recharge, which each thistle dealing 8 to 10 damage and having a rate of fire of 4.5 thistles a second. Her DPS is only a measly 45, which sounds fitting for a support character that isn't supposed to hit that much damage. Oh, how wrong that is. Rose can be the most aggressive and powerful plant when firing towards groups from the back lines of the team. Not only being thin as shit, but her magic powers also make her jump a little floatier than the rest, making shooting it from range a harder time for the enemy team. So when a homing automatic projectile that deals up to 10 damage with 30 thistles in its chamber paired with floaty physics and a thin hitbox, this makes Rose one of the most offensively powerful variants in the game. Luckily, she is the lowest HP plant at only 100, which is only 10 behind Sunflower. So she isn't overpowered, rather slightly above powered. I think Rose can be a good help to the team, goatifying annoying zombies for the rest of the team to finish off, and stunning highly mobile zombies with time snare. It's just the way you have to play her to get kills is unfortunately really cancerous. I think you'll all understand me if I put Rose in S tier. She's just so goddamn powerful for her role. She's not meant to be this strong. Mind you, this game doesn't explicitly say she's a support character if you look at that separate pile of poo than fair, but due to her abilities and slower primary, she's meant to be a support character, so her being one of the most powerful in the game is absurd, and due to her homing, she is easy for anyone to just pick up and wreak havoc with. Rose, you belong here, not in good heart. Such an overlooked powerhouse by the developers, who has no intention of being that busted. I feel like shit. Rose is a sorceress, so she's magic. Ooh, her magic thistle's coming from her wand rather than from her hands, mouth, or whatever other place the plants fire from. No, Rose is too elegant for that. Being mostly red and green with a purple cape, which looks great. Now, her eyes here are green, which is important to remember, so write that down, and that's really all I gotta say about Rose. I mean, she is a sorceress, so the cape and wand is really all you gotta do without making it quirkily. Is that a word? Quirkily? I don't believe she was created after any plant from a previous game, being a brand new character that actually originates in Garden Warfare 2, which is great to have on a resume. Reg Rose is nice, so I'm gonna put her into B tier for design. She doesn't do a whole lot, but that's why I enjoy the simplicity of her character design. Of course, the variants will expand on this, but for a start, yeah, it's quite well done. Quite well done. For the last time, no! Again, I don't care how many of you there are, you all have the same gimmick. No, you're not. Especially not you. Even though you are my favorite of the class, get out. What the? Get out of my hypothetical house. Fire Rose. One original name, firing slower, non-automatic bursts of fire at zombies. These blasts can be charged with 2 additional charges, with the non-chargeable shots costing a single cell of ammo which deal 5 damage, the first charge consuming 3 ammo and firing 2 bursts of fire that both deal 15 damage each, all this with the fire rate of 5 per second, and her second charge which requires 6 ammo to fire, in which she will fire this blue fireball at zombies for 50 fire damage. Oh my god, we need a counter for how many fires are there. She has great cleanup damage, as fire variants tend to have. But in this Rose's exception, she has Splash, which can home. This makes vanquishing weaker targets easier from around bends and corners, and making sure the dog doesn't bark at anybody walking by the house. Now, back between 2016 and 2020, I thought that Fire Rose was not just the weakest fire character, but the weakest character in the game as a whole. This was due to my thought process of, she's a charge character that deals damage in 5, 15, and 50, which I compared to other characters and thought was significantly weaker. But after mastering her, I was, let's just say, not a smart kid. She isn't supposed to be an insanely strong hitting character, as she is the support type role of the Plants team. Now, I think her damage isn't that bad. Sure, against SPs or All-Stars, it isn't too forgiving, literally a full charge shot doing 25% of SP's total health. She is more effective at cleanup rather than being a direct killing machine like Reg Rose, even if that was unintentional. Her shots homing is neat, especially her high charge shot, following the target and potentially splashing off them and hitting multiple zombies at once. To me, she is not near as bad as I thought she once was. She is good. Not great, just good. Still think she is the least good Rose out of all 6 of them, but that's not even that bad, as most Roses are pretty
solid, I gotta say. Fire Rose can go into high C tier, pretty much C+. The damage can't be much higher, as that would make her an annoying and probably too offensively powerful character, as her damage is purposely low to compensate for the fire damage over time. I feel as though her charge shot projectile speed was quicker, she'd be a little bit higher, but this is the type of class that can either be okay or straight up overpowered when it comes to buffs or nerfs. You saw how stupid Red Rose was offensively with her damage. Fire Rose is a pushed back, less insane version of Rose. I can only apologize for my original opinion of thinking you were the worst plant in the game. You can sit in your solitary confinement of C+ tier for now. Design time! With how many characters of this element have the name in it, it does not feel original at all, so I'm going to be the one to rename this Rose. Scorched Rose is probably the nicest looking fire character in the game. Being Red Rose with a fiery body temperature, her entire body is the typical "this is great, but what if they were on fire?" Her staff consisting of this little iron looking reinforcement on top to stop her rose burning the rest of her wand, which I think looks great. Scorched Rose having this crystal necklace which is completely neon yellow, being replicated on her waist which look like her yellow thorns. Her ass forehead with the yellow diamond in it, why is it there? I don't know. Other than the fire, her thistles being a darker brown against the fiery yellow and orange help push the scorched look of this rose. And don't get me started on the cape. Oh! Having this beautiful design on it with this glossy fire effect causes it to feel almost dangerous to go near. It's a shame that being physically near zombies don't light them on fire. Her scepter also turning the flames blue when fully charged. But Scorch Rose does a phenomenal job at being a fire variant without just being the fire version of the red character. Eye color being orange this time is a neat change to differentiate the variants around. Scorched Rose can go into A tier, as the Rose's take on the fire character is absolutely the best of the bunch, being unique enough to not just be a clone, but still leaving the similarities of the two roses intact, which is incredibly well done. One of the best rose designs for sure. Okay, so Frost Rose is like Fire Rose. Charge gimmick, with 2 charge shots which deal more damage than the last, with your first shot dealing 7, first charge requiring 3 ammo doing 33, final charge 5 ammo 50 damage. Now, while she is very, very similar, she has a few good things about her that set her apart from fire. Her damage is higher and slow zombies, projectiles are a lot quicker, making faster targets a breeze to hit. Her shot splash is bigger, meaning you can slow and free zombies around objects and corners in groups more effectively. Her fire rate's also faster, shooting at a fire rate of 8.3. However, you'll probably never spam unless a zombie is low on health or right in your face, so don't do that please. This is going to be a quicker ranking, but Frost Rose is better than Fire Rose in almost every way, being able to hit more, slow zombies, and that's it. Frost Rose can go into B tier. Her damage and shots aren't as good as the other roses still, because these two are really just weaker than the other 4 automatic ones, but she is a great ice variant that is really fun to play. We shift the tides. The fiery air has shifted from being once a hot environment into the next ice age. Frost Rose is like Scorched Rose, as she does enough to stand out, but not being completely icified like some elemental characters tend to be. Her color scheme of a blue frozen body and cape, her woolly scarf being this icy blue and white, with her tiara being a nice silver with this other little gemstone on it. Frost Rose is definitely one of the more elegant and classy roses of the bunch. I mean, don't take my word for it. I mean, the sticker book literally says she rode Yeti Chomper into battle. I mean, come on. Her weapon of choice not being a wand per se, but rather just this solid chunk of ice, which probably has a frozen up wand inside of it, hence why her shots are frozen now. Now, the cape isn't anywhere near as cool as Scorch's, other than quite literally, but the design here is like Frozen Citron's ice ball form, which for this character I'll give a pass to. I didn't really like it on Frozen Citron, but here it gets the okay from me. She is probably just as cold as the zombie she freezes. Scorch and Frost are very similar in gameplay and in design, and I don't think Frost Rose is quite as good as Scorch, but still looks very good, especially for an ice character. Frost Rose you can also go into A tier, because her royal attire makes her look like she's the ice queen of the team, and for that reason she's in the same tier. Not as good as Scorch, like a little bit lower, but still in A tier. I just realized that our 3rd Rose variant is the final ice variant in this series. Huh.
Guess that Christmas video is lacking the full cast because we're doing it again. This won't be long, and yes, in both gameplay and looks. Gameplay first, design second. So yeah, every ice character went. The sequel, let's go. AC Perry. Since his big nerf a few years ago, his freeze effect isn't nearly as effective as it once was, making him weaker than the rest. His damage is low, his projectile arc is a flat downwards direction, making it harder to lead shots. He is just overall not that good. Overall, he gets a D tier, which I named that. Okay, don't ask why the tiers are named that. Arctic Trooper, now this is a solid ice character. Being virtually the same as Reg Soldier, weapon model and name alone, he deals less damage but makes up for it with the ice effect. An almost perfect ice character in terms of simplicity and gameplay. S tier ice. Ice Cactus, she again deals less damage but her enhanced zoom and higher damage per shot makes her great at freezing and vanquishing bigger targets. Up close is of course harder to get shit done with, but overall she's fine. B tier. Frozen Citron, his beam is similar to Reg's. You're starting to see a pattern here. His beam deals high damage, good DPS, free zombies. This guy's especially good for mechs. Again, great ice character for both offense, defense, and mobility. A tier. Frost Rose, I just covered her, but again, she's good damage, can freeze around walls with splash. Her support abilities can support her freeze and deadly combo. Time Snare, Godify, freeze. Ice-wise, B tier. Goalie Star, hitting for way less damage than his stock counterpart, only about half as much, but having the longest firing time before overheating. His abilities don't help him in terms of freezing, but rather the freezing helps with his abilities. Freeze, then input or tackle, easy peasy. B tier again, pretty good. Ice P like Reg, do I need to explain it each time? His P's don't do that much splash damage, but help the freeze percentage build up. His hyperactive pogo stick button can for sure freeze zombies as you dodge damage and slowly destroy their will to live. His damage overall impactfulness outside of hyper though isn't all that. He is situational. Lower damage, low fire rate, freezing zombies more is easier when you miss, and for that, C tier. And finally, for the last one, we actually have the one that I covered first, Yeti Chomper. Being the only really quote-unquote range chomper, his freeze balls can freeze zombies, and they aren't all that effective. You might as well wait till you're close to them anyway before firing. At least the freeze can be used with Chomp Cannon to get some funny kills though, that's neat. Giving Yeti Chomper a C tier this time. I don't mind him, but that's really it. Now for design. Again, I went into more detail in the videos that are exclusively on each class, but I will go over the main points quickly. Speedrun time! AC Perry, colors aren't really that appealing, but the AC causing ice to form around him is a funny and neat detail. His gun is a fan and looks nice. C tier. Arctic Trooper, the frosty hood being a light blue and cozy jacket being army green is a neat color contrast. His mittens, which one being his weapon stock is great, and the weapon being Reg's but frozen is really good, so he goes into A tier. Ice Cactus, unlike some of the cacti, her regular body that gets more frozen the further you go up just looks merely okay. Her ice crystal head and arms with her pricks just being frozen add to this already cool look of ice, but that's it. Again, C tier for Cold Cactus. Frozen Citron, I mentioned this in my video, he appears more snowy than ice, which makes him stand out a bit more. Frozen Citron, B tier. Frost Rose, I mentioned why B for her design, but in terms of ice character, she is the nicest looking one, A tier. Goalie Star, I don't like this design. The theming is just hockey mask, and you're probably wondering, isn't that hockey star? It's because the mask is for ice hockey, which hockey star is just hockey. Also, I don't think the design is really that good. It's just a typical red jersey and some skates with a comedically large cooler thing in his hand. Goalie Star gets the D tier. Ice P is regular but cold. I don't really like the color here. It's way more desaturated than Garden Warfare 1. It does the trick, but that's it. C tier. And Yeti Chomper, his horns are neat, but the overall fur and icy lips look desaturated, making this design a little weaker than the rest. But I'm going to give him C as well. So in the end, my tier list and ranking for each ice character goes Goalie, Yeti, Ice, AC Perry, Cactus, Frozen Citron, Arctic, and Rose for design.
Hello! Hello! Hi, puppy!
It was at this point I watched the Minecraft movie. What a journey and an event that was. And then I bought Megatron. Again. And considering we're halfway through the video, why don't you just hit that big little red button? If you click that and the bell, you'll get notified when I upload more of these, which will be once every millennia or so. But if you do so, it will help me out. Back to Rose. I have no interesting transition into Rose. Let me just say, if you lack a brain, then this is your go. Druid is the type of Rose to not clean her kitchen utensils when finished with them, as her Rose inflicts toxic stench at zombies which deal extra toxic damage to them.
But what's this? Her toxic aura causes her wand to fire at orbs at a much faster fire rate of 6, while also dealing 5 to 6 damage. Now this might seem little, as Red Rose is harder hitting but slower rate of fire. Druid's fast fire rate and homing makes her incredibly annoying to deal with at range. Every annoying part of this character that was mentioned about Red Rose can be applied here. Her lock-on makes any zombie in sight non-existent. While she isn't primarily long-ranged, her earliest medium ranges are where she dominates. Now, in maps with open areas, she strives, but in areas with more cover, she loses some of her power. Her orbs lead right into corners and walls, as the orbs have the slowest projectile speed at first before speeding up halfway through their travel. I think Druid can be explained perfectly like this. Look at zombie, press shoot, jump. Win. I mean, I wish it weren't that easy because you've only got 100 health and having no mobility, but that's really her only weakness. That and her lack of viability at longer ranges. Druid is an amazing variant, being very powerful at jumping zombies and lasering them with aimbot. She goes into A+ tier, just barely missing out on S tier for me, as she is more annoying than broken. Her brainletness can be avoided in tons of ways, like weaving in and out corners from range, or by just imp hunting, ZPGing, gravity nading, stun grenading, sprint tackling, shotgunning her with scientists. But other than that, yeah, A tier. Druid being the toxic Rose, she doesn't look very toxic at all. Even without her mask, she's just a slightly green tinted shade. Since her wand is the only toxic part of her design, her wooden mask and cape are very primal themed. Her mask, which is meant to disguise her, as the quote in the sticker book, a harmless tree. Which I can kind of sort of see a little bit. The leaves around her neck being very vibrant, illuminating like they are radiating some sort of forest energy due to the fact she's a druid. Druid using her nature powers to conjure these green orbs that do all the damage. Her thistles being more rooted, brown and greener than usual, really diving into that nature side of Rose. I think her overall design is very well executed, being a nice floral and nature type character. Again, being toxic character without all the stereotypical toxic and radiation elements for a toxic character like Toxic P, Jumper, even Toxic Brains, who all smell of shit. But for this, Druid goes into A tier. The mask is really my only pick as I find it a bit too chunky looking at times. It feels a little unnecessary, but when you take it off, she looks a little bit better. Druid is up there for one of the nicer toxic variants in my opinion. Do I got to explain Party Rose as she's just Red Rose, but less ammo, little bit less damage, but then when you get party time, those lessers become graders. I don't even know where I put her. This is editing J right now. I'm gonna literally sit here, have you guys wait as I struggle to find my list and see where I put her, because I genuinely don't know. A tier. Sorry, I went silent because I was waiting for all the Party Rose stands to speak up. Listen, I do not think she is a bad character. I just don't feel interested in talking about her when it's just the same thing as Rose, just less damage and less ammo. That's it. But for her design, Party Rose has the same appearance as Red Rose with the addition of this headband and a glow stick necklace. Her overall body tint being shifted from red to a lighter orangey yellow color, and her thistles being turquoise and pink help elevate the party time aesthetic that these characters tend to go for. I ripped into Party Corn for not doing it too well. I said Party Citron looks a little bit better, but here it looks pretty good too, I won't lie. Her headband being yellow and black pops out at you, even if the colors look a little eh. The wand being a nice magenta with the leaves being cyan, which gives a sort of alien look to it. Her glow sticks being pink as well really blend everything else together. Her cape patterns being magenta in these dark blue braille lines, which is fine, it's fine. And of course the yellow eyeshadow and thick purple eyelashes look like Party Rose was indeed ready for party time. Overall, think this more washed out colour on her body is a little neater here. Her wand especially sticks out in the crowd, but overall, I think it's just as good as Reg. It's a solid looking variant. Gonna put her into B tier too. If she had some more unique elements like a, different model to the standard Rose variant, then she would, be a lot better. But again, it's just Rose on a night out with the girlies. My order for each party plant goes 3rd Party Corn, 2nd Party Rose, 1st Party Citron.
Now this is a special sort of danger.
Necros was added in the Frontline Fighters DLC, being our 6th and final variant for the class.
Now, Necros is one of the most unique characters in the entire game. Her gimmick unlike anyone else. Her primary, the Staff of Jinxing, can fire at a rate of 5.8 and deals 6 to 7 damage when uncharged and 15 to 17 when charged, which requires 4 ammo in her magazine of 30. The speciality of Necros comes from her charge shot, which when hit will lower the zombie's defense, causing them to take 75% extra damage. What? Her shots getting boosted from 6 to 7 uncharged to 8 to 10 damage charged, and her charge fire increasing to 20 to 23 damage. Jinxing zombies is incredibly powerful, as any plant deals 75% extra damage to jinxed zombies, and with her charged firing having insane homing and splash damage, these charged shots are very easy to jinx zombies with. Being able to jinx multiple at once, if successfully splashed, making the game harder for the zombies. Necros is more of an offensive support class who weakens enemies to make her allies stronger. If on zombies, you might want to get rid of the Necros first before fighting any of the other plants on the team, because if she jinxes you, everyone is dealing that extra 75% damage to you, which is quite literally game changing. She doesn't do stupidly good via an ability, she's not insane when in a certain mode, she is just incredibly strong with her basic primary charge all the time. Necros is gonna go into S+ tier. Her defense removal makes almost any gunfight an instant win for both her and the team, and it's great. She is by far the most interesting Rose variant, being completely purple. So let me just shove my purple bias aside for a few minutes. Necros, being short for Necromancer, is a necrophilic. Her wand being a black-leaved, almost magic chalice-shaped weapon with mysterious white energy inside is very appealing. Her cape and outfit are completely black and purple, with her cape being outlined in pink and having this also gorgeous design to it, especially the interlocking lines. The inside of the cape against her neck holding this little diamond, which probably holds the leaves around her neck, which is deadly looking. The end of her body, the thistles being... I don't know what I'm going to call these. They look great, that's as far as I can get with these. And of course, the eyes are different. They're orange here, which against the magenta stands out more, complementing each other. Necros' defining part is of course the crown that lays upon her head, which looks like an upgraded version of Frost Rose's tiara. I genuinely just really dig this so much. It's an immaculate design for a plant that she's going to go straight into S tier here as well. I'm just going to say it. This plant has top 10 design potential for me. I love everything about this design. The fact that she's completely busted as well really shows how much PopCap loved this character. Maybe a little bit too much. So the plant's newest support class is one of the most consistent classes. Each variant is able to hold on their own, especially powerful when with teammates. However, in terms of sheer firepower, Rose isn't the strongest. Sure, her damage per shot can be nasty, but the only Rose I would say that is borderline busted is easily Necros, as 75% damage reduction is just insane. Overall, Rose is a really neat support class, not being able to really output much healing outside of her Ruck's exclusive ability that costs 500,000 schmuckaroos. Her ability helps support slowing and go-defying them instead. Going to give Rose an overall A tier in gameplay. And that's a wrap for the new plants introduced in Garden Warfare 2. Honestly glad that these three are all pretty strong classes, with Corn being Foot Soldier, Natural Edition, Citron being a strong but flawed run and gun tank character with very strong elements, and Rose being a varied but all around strong support class. And I would say the same for the Zombies new class, though we still have one left to cover, which we will get to next time. But until then, I guess I gotta learn how to pilot a Z-MECH for next time. Raise your hand if you think low health, high DPS characters are fun to play. Now who's actually going to play them properly? That's the segue into the video. The Imp is one of the OG zombies from the first PVZ game, being the child, I think, of this guy. In Garden Warfare 2, they made the annoying little f***er into an even more annoying playable. Imp is the smallest, lowest health zombie with the abilities to hover with his bottom rockets, as well as strafing left to right in the air as he shreds your HP while you miss your shots, and then feel awful as you die to a literal infant.
Do you understand that I myself am not a child?
Firing his dual Imp blasters that fire at a rate of 13 shots per second and deal up to 6 to 7 damage max from his 35 to 40 ammoed mag. His three main abilities consist of his Gravity Grenade, which stun locks plants' movement in this ore, which can lift them up into the air for 3 seconds
seconds, but still being able to fire back, which can take plants out of certain rooted abilities. Imp Kata, the martial art move that Imp learned from Zen Sensei and Zen Peak, which Imp relaxes for a second, focuses on his mind, and does not let his insecurities override his motives. Followed up by spinning round recklessly and firing at everybody in a full 360 degrees area for a total of 300 damage in a 10-mile radius, which is more of a final kill multi-damage kit more than anything. Seriously, do not use this ability unless your opponent is very, very low on health. And his final ability? Imp pulls out his Nokia flip phone. He says the words. The Z-MECH is the Imp's second form, granting you an extra 275 HP for a total of 350. A laser machine gun, which fires insanely quick and has an extra 3 abilities. The first being Robo Stomp. He drops his foot, which deals huge splash damage all around the foot's impact spot. Missile Madness. The mech lets out a siren cry before launching 20 high explosive missiles that home in on 20 high explosive missiles that home in on plants spotted that deal 30 damage each, 10 impact and 10 explosive splash. These are 2 goated abilities. But what am I missing here? You see, most characters have 3 abilities, which here there are only 2, because the 3rd ability slot is replaced with a barricade, which is surely... Oh. Imp's final Z-MECH ability is his Explosive Escape, or a more fitting name, the last ditch effort button. This ability is feared. The game itself requires you to press the ability trigger button 2 times. The game is like, are you sure about this? The mech ejects you out, sending you up in the air before the mech starts to shake before blowing up and dealing humongous damage to any plants near it, often one-shotting medium health plants. The eject button is alright on its own, but paired with Gravity Nade, it forces the plants above it, resulting in... See, Imp as a class is very trigger happy. Yes, you are small and have low health, so you feel obligated to move as much as possible and fire as often as you can to try and vanquish as many plants before they get you back, which isn't very effective most of the time. Look, a smart Imp player is terrifying, also extremely aneurysm inducing, but Imp's abilities are very strong. The Nade being the fight-winning button and Imp Kata being pretty effective at finishing off plants. His Z-MECH of course being the reason you pick the character, which he is meant to be in that mech as it had a time limit each time it's used. The Z-MECH being the most destructive weapon with 3 extremely solid abilities. For future reference, all Z-MECHs have the same 3rd or 2nd ability, Explosive Escape, so yeah, just make sure you have that written down on the corner of your table so you don't forget. And a little voice crack in there. Imp! Yeah, just Imp. For a stock variant is very powerful, but also kind of balanced. His limited HP makes it surprisingly not that hard to vanquish him, as most characters can 3 or even 2-shot him, but if you dodge those attacks and effectively hit all of yours, Imp becomes so powerful for the team, especially since his shots have some of the highest recoil you could even imagine. Imp goes into A tier. He is strong in more offensive based settings, while his Z-MECH being great for both offensive and defensive, being easy to kill with and easy to kill. You like that? Was that smooth? Is this thing on? There's a lot to Imp, so I'm gonna rank him both himself and the Z-MECH separately on both gameplay and design. Imp himself goes into A tier, while his Z-MECH goes into double S tier, which is the perfect package. The stock Z-MECH genuinely has no weakness other than bundling the frick out of it. But with that out of the question, the stock Z-MECH is a force to be reckoned with, being ultra powerful, but on a limited timer. These two together make one of the coolest characters in the series, and it puts other mech using characters to shame. You know what I'm talking about. Imp himself is fairly normal. It's a child in a jumpsuit, with a helmet that has an antenna on it. The design is quite plain by itself, with there only being 3 primary colours, orange, yellow and grey. Imp's blasters and butt boosters are a neat touch to differentiate him from basic Imps found in the game as NPCs. This design is pretty default, there's nothing really interesting, as that's what the mechs and the other variants are for. So, Reg Imp can go into C tier, it's pretty inoffensive. Now for the mech in contrast, being this big orange based mech with white stripes, most of the joints being black with these 2 2 big red sirens on the back that are also the same sirens that go off when Missile Madness is initiated. The machine gun on the mech's arm is neat, and the many bolts and screws, of course, add a level of realism to this robot. Although that's all this mech has to offer. I think its simplicity works well for the stock variant. The mech's spawning animation is it falling through a portal just above the imp, falling into him perfectly, which allows imp to be right inside of the cockpit. I think the spawning animations are one of the best parts about using the mechs, and this one gets a 5 out of 5. It can go into B tier for design. It has the same flaws as imp, but since the character itself is this big robot and not a small child, I think B tier is where he belongs. A great start to the child piloting killer robots. She said, "Do you love me?" I tell her, only partly. I only love my mech and my mama.
I'm sorry?
So little Drake, ooh, that name did not age well.
Think of a big black man chasing you!
Embarrassing! Is one of the 2 super rare imps. His gimmick being... Trust me, this isn't even the last fire character either. Firing flaming hot spews out of his basilic blasters at a rate of 10.4 shots per second that deal 4 to 5 damage from his magazine of 30 to 35. With a lower rate of fire and damage, he obviously isn't as strong as Wreckin'. Now the fire damage does make up for that a bit, being an assured kill if the plant is below 25 health. Other than that, Little Drake is probably the weakest imp variant to me, not just in terms of imp, but in the mech as well. Upon getting eaten by his mech, which can for sure melt away the plants, firing strong heated blasts that deal 13 damage at a rate of 10 again. This results in a very high DPS.
Oh my goodness!
Only issue is, it's got as much range as a sawed-off shotgun. With that, the mech has an extra 50 HP to compensate. The Drake mech also has 2 unique abilities that help with pushing towards plants. The Drake Flap Shield thing. You ever wonder what this ability actually does? Yeah, me too. So after doing research, apparently it blocks up to 100 damage from the front, but since you're probably taking damage from multiple directions, it may look like you're not blocking any damage, but trust me, Drake Swoop. This ability will charge your mech closer to plants, making it more effective to burn them. Nice. I think Little Drake misses the mark a bit. His lower rate of fire and damage isn't really saved by the fire damage itself. Sure, towards lower HP plants, they can be more deadly, but again, say it with me now, this can be said with any fire character. Little Drake for me goes into B tier, as his movement saves his lower damage output, as many plants will struggle to hit you. Even if Drake's damage is lower, it's still kind of effective, and I feel as though he is marginally weaker than even Regan. As for the mech, I'll be putting the mech into A tier. On the mech side of things, which as you can see, it's in the lowest tier, because Z-MECHs are such a powerful asset to imps that they don't really belong in a tier anything lower than A. But for the Drake mech, it is probably the weakest mech of all of them, marginally due to the lack of range and movement after its charge, which really weakens the effectiveness of this mech for me. If the charge was a little slower or shorter in length, but you get 2 of them on a semi-long cooldown, then I feel like it would have made this mech a little bit better. But then again, it's still a Z-MECH, so it's still incredibly strong in the right hands. Little Drake doesn't go for the usual fire design that you would expect, since most zombies don't follow the plant's philosophy of "Help, I'm burning to death." The Drake part of the name comes from the Drake, which is, let me put on my reading glasses, a species of a fictional creature which most people call a dragon. You think? Now being dragon themed already is a neat choice. His helmet, belt, blasters, and shirt all have a gold trim outlining them. His wings on his helmet being both gold and green is neat, and I feel as though it would have been a bit more effective if they were on his back, like, you know, normal wings tend to do. His basilic blasters being shaped like mouths with raging hot orange and red inside, heating up the shots before they fly out is a golden touch. One thing I've noticed about Drake is that his belt has this dragonish emblem on it, which looks similar to both this guy and the Bananasaurus Rex plant from PVZ Heroes. Yes, that did just eject from my mouth. All imps but boosters change colours of their respective variants. Here, Draco's booter being a coloured grey, gold, and dark green, which is a bit nicer and obviously fits in with his character design. Draco goes into B tier. For a fire character, Draco is especially unique, but as a variant in himself, just looks merely okay. If his wings were lower, then I could see him being a bit higher, but now he can stay in B tier. The Drake mech is one of the more unique mechs since it's dragon themed. Its main attack range is of course close range, being shot from this little flamethrower on his arm is neat, of course being more heated towards the end, showing the level of heat within it. The colour scheme being identical to Draco, grey, green and gold, with the green and grey being applied to the body of the mech, with the gold trimming seen on the bolt, part of the arms, wings and nose ring. The eyes look like they make good lighthouse replacements, being bright as hell.
Toodaloo.
I like a lot of things about this mech. The spawning animation in which the mech tries to gobble the imp up. Pretty cool. I give it about a 4 out of 5. Not as memorable as the stock, as it also kind of repeats the same theme of placing the imp into the cockpit zone, but yeah, you know, it's still pretty good. I guess for a dragon, actually putting it in its mouth makes more sense. The Drake mech is pretty good. It goes into A tier for mech design. I feel as though the only thing I would add to the mech is more dragon related designs, maybe some scale patterns to it, but it's great as it is. Ejecting from it looks a bit weird to be honest. I don't know, the way it just jumps up and down doesn't really look right. Yeah, the design is good, who cares? You see this guy? He has a real job. Pylon imp. What was with this theming? Who at PopCap thought, what should we do for an imp variant? Traffic cone. Okay, so what gimmick does a traffic cone imp provide? Explosives. Pylon imp fires explosive shots from his pylon punishers, which deals 17 to 19 in 2-shot bursts at a fire rate of 9.1 with a burst fire rate of 3.28. To make that easier to understand, the burst fire rate is quick, but the time between each burst is slower. That also holds up to 16 shots in the mag before reloading, which takes between 2 seconds to 1.6 to 1.28 with 1 to 2 upgrades. For future reference, all imps' default reload speeds are exactly 2 seconds. His explosive shots deal between 1 to 3 damage, which is not good, but with direct damage has no fall off, so you can hit plants for 38 with a 2-shot burst from anywhere. If you can aim, unlike me. I would say he is good for area control, but his splash is so little that you're better off playing with him like any other imp, just jumping and missing while attempting to hit the plants. The explosive damage doesn't really mean anything. He doesn't really feel explosive at all. I'll tell you one thing, his mech certainly does. The pylon mech is 50 less health, but it moves slightly faster than all the other mechs in the game, being pretty much the opposite of the Drake mech, which fires explosive projectiles from the pylon propeller firing at 3.3 shots per second and dealing 20 to 25 damage, with that being 10 to 15 direct and 10 splash. The giant cone's first ability, Pylon Mine, the pylon mech saw what Cactus mains were doing, and instead of spamming 3 mines whenever someone stepped up to them, they rush into the capture point and spam 4 of their own pylon mines, which deal 125 damage each. Rushing into the capture point with his other ability, Sprint Tackle / Drag Race. It's really not certain what this ability is called. Apparently it's officially called Drag Race, but getting it vanquished with it says Sprint Tackle in the chat. This ability is pretty similar to Drake's movement. Instead of a charge up before flying forward, you just go. Which I'd say is better than Drake's one because there's no charge up. The pylon mech being a more versatile and speedier mech that can deal high damage in a larger area from range with the downside of less survivability. I have a soft spot for this mech, being able to rush in and pretty much explode yourself all over the plants team before getting killed and exploding yourself. Pylon Imp is pretty weird, being the explosive imp that deals high damage to multiple plants while hitting them for 3 explosive damage and being categorized as a traffic cone. Which again, how is this explosive related? He goes into B tier with Drake. While the explosive damage is gimmicky, he is a little bit better than Drake to me. I think the direct damage is strong with his reload and magazine being small but quick enough to reload. It never feels like you're not shooting with this imp, and for that, I think high B tier is where he belongs. The mech, however, I'm going to put into A tier. It's higher movement speed, which helps you travel around and blow everything up, although it's more of a glass cannon. The damage you can deal while in it could be lethal. If Pylon Imp works as a traffic cone, why doesn't he use his mech instead? The little traffic cone is like Reg Imp in terms of colour, being primarily orange and yellow with hints of black in there. The earmuffs and traffic cone on his head, since he works in the construction environment, is necessary to ensure that he is safe while working. Prevent those accidents, kids. His pylon punishers being 2 pylon cones, which fire off explosive mini cones covered in tape, is neat. I love how all 3 of the cones have some sort of tape on them. This being our first imp to have facial hair, if you can even call it that. I mean, he's been working almost 50 hours a week, so I guess you could cut him a little bit of slack. He has a little hammer on his belt and some pockets which aren't really that noticeable. But hey, for the construction part of his design, it makes sense to be there. I think overall, pylon / traffic cone hat really makes this one for me. The developers just said, yep, a traffic cone. and they didn't input a cone on his head, and since cone heads are one of the most recognizable zombies from the original game, I guess it worked. This guy has the same vibe as Plumber, with that big ass plunger on his head, so for that he can go into A tier. If I could add anything to his design, it would be to give him a high-vis jacket. Come on, that's the one requirement for somebody working on roadside construction, Popcat. He works as a traffic cone, which now that I say that is probably why he doesn't need to wear one, as zombies on the road would see the cone on his head and go, oh, well, you know what, never mind, I'm going this way. This is one of the stronger imp designs for me anyway. I love it. But for that pylon mech, again, it's a traffic cone, so it's orange and yellow shading on it. The arms being placed above where they would make sense to go is great, as the arms extend downwards, which you never really notice until you start to look at it heavily. The pylon propeller being this launcher with an explosive cone hanging out of it, as you can see here at the edge, resembling the cone heads that shoot out and explode. The mech also running off of one wheel, which makes this technically a unicycle, and the spotlight's just below the base of the cone, which is neat. This mech gives off a more vehicle approach than robotic suit. Of course, the reason why this mech is faster than the rest is the massive exhaust behind it, which causes the mech to go fast. It also zooms around while picking you up, which is fine. I give it like a 3 out of 5. Yeah, it's okay. But other than that, this mech doesn't really have a lot going on, but the things it does have going on are all so neat. Pylon mech can go into B tier alongside Reg mech. But that's not all. Till the end of the week, if you subscribe and eat up the thumbs up button, I will throw out an exclusive bling variant for this mech for 85% off. Start executing order 66 on that red button now. Yeah, the pylon mech, it does an extra 5 damage. It's purple. I like purple. But since these two are technically the same, it goes into B tier. Sorry if you were expecting a different ranking for the bling mech. It's the same, and I don't really care too much about it. It's B, and this is B2. Happy? Oh, don't boo me, you know I'm right.
Have you ever lost your zombie troops to the unforgiving water life? Your brown coats ever keep getting tangled, kelped, and chomped? Ever wish they could bypass that awful looking water vacuum? Zomboss HQ has got you covered. For only $62 a month, we can ensure that your troops are not only covered for their water insurance, but better combat all amphibious plants. Thanks to our latest research, we found out that 98% of players tend to find out the horrors of the water by finding out for themselves and launching headfirst into it without any plan. For an extra $7 a month on top of our premium service, our special hydro response imps will be there to help. What are you waiting for? Give us a call now at 506-7777-SHR-IMP to register for special hydro response equipment and co.
Ah, help!
We'll help you. It's whatever. That joke was horrendous.
The shrimp is our fourth variant, being... well, he shoots slower, but hits more damage than both Reg and Drake. So that's something, I guess. Firing at 9 shots per second and hitting for 7 to 8 damage max, with a magazine of 30 to 35 being the norm at this point for somebody to start with 30 shots and be upgraded to 35. It's all the same. I'm going insane. The shrimp is a bit more accurate than the rest, so his shots can be used at a more medium range. While the damage isn't as high as it would be at closer ranges, this imp has much more going on, as his description, which is the shortest of any description in the game. With that being said, the most interesting is, of course, the shrimp mech being a literal shrimp which fires similar to Citron's beam that deals huge damage to single targets, but has splash that can deal consistent damage if the plants are all bundled together. Having the same health as the Reg mech, 350, and dealing between 10 to 11 damage, having a 6.2 fire time before overheating for 3 seconds, with it dealing 2 splash damage alongside it. Its 2 extremely amazing abilities consist of Shrimpy Jump, which is again a movement ability. That's 3 in a row! We got a bingo over here! Which you get 2 of them, which is exactly what I would have suggested for Drake. But here, it launches the mech into the air, in which it stays airborne for a few seconds before launching itself towards your chosen location. And his second ability, the Water Cyclone, which... shoots off a cyclone that carries the plants away from you and deals 5 damage, I think. Kind of hard to tell, but it does it sometimes. I don't think it does all the time. I think this ability is probably one of the most forgotten ones in the game. The shrimp mech is mainly used for the beam and the jumps, which does a mix of the Drake mech's strength and the pylon mech's mobility, more efficiently, basically being better than both. With its slender shaped hitbox and strong laser, I'd say it's one of the harder mechs to take out. I think this variant is on both ends of the spectrum, with shrimp being very standard and his mech being seem very powerful. It doesn't have quite the same power as the Reg Z-MECH, but it's very close to it. Shrimp goes into B tier with the other two variants, as they fall into the same flaw of being gimmicky compared to the raw strength of Reg Imp, as the Shrimp Mech, which can go into S tier. As I stated, it has some of the highest DPS out there and great mobility and the perfect HP, being brought down from double S tier due to its Cyclone being actually pointless, and due to its crowd clearing being pretty much non-existent unless they're all quite literally attached to each other. Otherwise, it is a powerful mech that is the main reason you pick this character. Shrimp is pretty much just Imp, but pink. His helmet replacing the antenna with a shrimp instead. His two shrimpy blasters being shrimps too, and being 2 shades of pink. Gee, I wonder what this guy's favorite color is.
I like purple too, but my favorite color, guess what mine is? Guess what my favorite color is?
For God's sake, it's pink! His blasters having this nice slick coat to them, as well as the eyes glowing bright, just like the rings at the end of them. His belt this time being just a typical belt, but more pink. All this design is just pink, which looks alright, but doesn't really wow me too much. Shrimp takes what I think is a mediocre base design and pinkifies it, so he escapes the crevice of C tier and lands into the baseline of B tier. That's it. But the Shrink Mech? The Shrink Mech is a big mechanical shrimp. The laser on its head is a little out of place looking, but this big ray of death with this cutesy pink color scheme is counterintuitive and I like it. The tank on its back being hydro powered is such a fantastic detail I've always loved about this mech. Although the shades of pink are on par with the Imp himself, I think for the mech's more stylized and mechanical look, it fits better. The Shrimp Mech is definitely improvement to the Imp counterpart that it goes into A tier alongside the Drake Mech. A great mech design for such a jokey idea. What word has Imp in it? Shrimp, okay. And then they made this guy. I feel as though once they did this, they thought, wait, what's a shrimp's gimmick? And then everybody in PopCap headquarters panicked and settled for a damage boost with less fire rate. Yeah, that sounds about right. His variant is better in looks than he is in gameplay, to be honest. The mech sucking you up through its tail is gross, but in terms of mech theme, it kinda makes sense. Which is worse. I don't like this one. 2 out of 10. 7. 4 have been covered. The last 3 are the 3 you want me to talk about. But beforehand... Press the red button. Press the red button. Press the red button. We asked 100 Garden Warfare 2 players, name me something that you would consider to be lazy. I'm gonna go with party characters. Yes! Party Imp. Take out the party. Yeah, there's something worth of note here. Party Imp does the exact same damage and has 5 more ammo than Reg Imp, so he's just better than Reg Imp. That and the party time, damage, speed and defense boost, which on an Imp is very strong. The Z-MECH is the exact same as the stock mech, but better as it hits for... which I guess could be considered the same, but the extra damage is incredibly noticeable the longer you shoot at someone. Party Imp goes into S tier. As Reg Imp was powerful, this guy is just simply more powerful, and the Z-MECH goes into double S tier alongside the stock mech. There's no icon for the party mech, so just imagine this is 2 in 1. Basically one of the strongest mechs that's even stronger because it deals extra damage. I feel as though there's not much to talk about with this Imp, as he gets overshadowed by his peers, which is fair. Party Imp deserves a go. If you have him, give him a round, and trust me, you'll thank me later. He's pretty good. I recommend you re-watch every video with a party character in it. You got that? If there's one thing I'm not a fan of, it's these guys. I mean, fine, 80% of the class has unique variants and designs, while having 2 of them being similar can be given some leeway, and it makes me look a bit of a whiny bitch. But it just makes it a bit repetitive to review, especially when the ones that copy off of stock variants. Party Imp is Imp, wearing black clothes, pink striped leggings, and he put on a blonde wig, because his hairline is non-existent. His blasters being a luminous green with blue glowing rings around them looks cool, I won't lie, but Party Imp looks very similar to the stock one because he is the stock one. He is spying on you at that party. this heart with the blue and yellow behind it, which looks nice. I reckon this shirt exists somewhere in the real world. Party Imp can go into C tier with Reg. He doesn't add nor take away from Reg Imp to me. He just put on more casual clothes and a wig to hide his poor hairline. Now the mech is the same copy and paste stock mech with black and neon lights on it. Yep, it looks a little bit better. I prefer the color scheme, but I must put it into B tier as well. It's the same mech. However, this mech does play the party time music that plays for Party Imp. Necros is a character that I previously stated was pretty much broken, being such a powerful variant that physically broke down the zombie's defense and hit more damage than you could possibly imagine. Our next imp can't physically break down the enemies, he does so mentally. C7 is the product of crossbreeding between Garden Warfare 2 and Mass Effect, which in result created Grass Effect. C7 can only be accessed by purchasing the deluxe version of this game or by any town hall that has an imp in it. He fires shots from his C7 suppressors which deal at max 16 damage and at minimum 6 at range, having between 18 to 22 in the magazine before reloading for 1.5 to 1.2 seconds. His shots are very accurate, being solid from all distances while being slightly less viable from the furthest of ranges. Now, other than every other imp, his weapons are semi-automatic, which means they can't be held down to fire every shot, requiring you to tap the trigger for each shot fired, which is fair for how strong his damage is. Wait, why did I talk to him in comparison to Necros, who is arguably one of the best characters in the game? His trusty Z7 suppressors can fire as quick as you can fire the trigger. Oh no.
Two-pack of ass!
His weapons can be fired as quick as you can fire the trigger, maxing out at a fire rate of 8.3 shots per second. That on paper doesn't sound too strong, and that's because this was typed. C7 has a max DPS of up to 140. That's literally higher than the Drake mech, which can fully vanquish anyone lower than Korn in less than a second, which is insane. But since he's behind a paywall, I guess you could say he is less viable as not many players will be able to play him. Right? He is literally... Now he isn't uncounterable, he's an imp after all, not only being able to jump around like he's on a pogo stick, but his mid-air velocity can be very quickly adjusted, so he can strafe mid-air mid-fight, which is hard for some classes to counter. But if you can hit him with, let's say, PEASHOOTER, a quick 1-2 and a bit of splash could do the trick. Z7 himself can obviously go into S tier, not only being strong in his default form, but having an alternate and equally stronger second form. The Z8 Avenger. Probably one of the scariest mechs of all of them. Maybe Drake is scarier, but this guy is terrifying to see appear around the corner. Ultron has two abilities, which are powerful, but its primary fires at a rate of 11.6, dealing 11 to 13 damage per shot, which can be fired for over 7.6 seconds with the DPS of 155? Do not use the abilities unless you absolutely have to. This mech's primary is that powerful. But if you really want to, you have the Zombie Blade. The mech slices across anything in front of it, dealing 85 damage. And you have the Biotic Pole. This ability aims to help the Zombie Blade, when fired, will home in on a plant and force them closer to the mech, which can be altered by holding back or forwards to fly towards the mech or away from it. This paired with the blade can cause some nasty vanquishes. While many have said they think that the mech quote-unquote holds C7 back to an almost reasonable level, his base form is very powerful, but his Z-MECH is almost just as. C7 goes into S tier, while his Z-MECH goes into double S tier, alongside the Reg and Party mech, as it just wreaks havoc amongst the plants with its primary, pulling and slashing them with the abilities, which makes it one of the go-to mechs to use. And remember, you can pay for this character to play him. Literally pay to use him. This is not just a character you unlock from the shop. If you're not using Mammy and Daddy's credit card, you can't get this character. And he's also one of the few characters categorized into his own rarity, being one of 5 special characters. That's cool, I guess. Well done, C7. You're special. Other than Z7's immense power and Baba Baby playstyle, I think he looks average at best. Okay, so Z7 being the crossover character with Mass Effect, there were many references to Mass Effect in Garden Warfare 1, with these ships being spotted in multiple maps. Z7 being the zombies variant of N7, which in the games was a vocational code in the Systems Alliance military. The N designated the special forces, while the 7 refers to the highest level of order. In this game, that's how old he is.
7?
The colour scheme of Z7 being black, grey and red, with his weapons looking more futuristic and cybernetic than the rest, has however been similar to a suit of armour used in the games. His helmet for me could have included some type of visor to help him look more the part, because as it stands, this imp looks like it's cosplaying as an N7 unit rather than being one. I think the toned out black isn't as appealing as it could have been. If it were dark black, I feel as though it would have captured the armor aesthetic more effectively. I also mentioned in one of the earlier videos, I can't remember exactly which one, I said something along the lines of less interesting characters that showed a picture of Z7, which some would assume I think poorly of him, which is probably a miscalculation on my part. I don't think he looks bad at all. He just doesn't hit that much for me. For what this imp is referencing, I feel like it was doing the bare minimum. So he goes into B tier, which is still good. I just wish he did a bit more, you know? As I mentioned, that visor could have been there and would have been a darker shade, more metallic, because it literally just looks like a onesie with a harness on. The Z7's mech, the Z8 Avenger, is built very similar to the stock and party mech. With a similar colour scheme to Z7, the Z8 is of course mostly black, grey with hints of red and white stripes, like the one on the right shoulder. The various glowing red lights on the joints look menacing, like the weapon on its arm, the Z8 Avenger. Wait, this is the mech's weapon name? Is that the name by default? Have I been lied to? While the colour scheme to me isn't as effective on Z7 Imp, those light black greyish tones seem darker on the mech, probably due to the metallic look of it. My favourite part about this mech is the two fuel chambers on its back, which hold this red liquid that I assume is a reference to something from the games. If somebody knows what this is in reference to Mass Effect, let me know. And the Zombie Blade's colour and texture is so nice. The red and orange transparent energy that slashes across the screen is incredibly satisfying. I think the Z7 mech... Nah, I'm calling it the Z8 Avenger from now on. Can go into S tier for design. Taking the exoskeleton of the stock mech and altering everything that I found kind of default and just making it look stronger and more badass. But the spawning animation is the same as the stock one, so 1 out of 5. Never using again. Literally unplayable. Yarr! I forgot about this wee little lad in the pirate video. Is what some of you sounded like when I did the Captain Deadbeard video. Check it out, it's a good one. But Scallywag is an imp. He's not a Deadbeard, which is, I think is pretty obvious. Scally fires slower rounds from his dual looty shooties to compensate for the lower fire rate. His damage is higher at 26 at max, which is combined into splash and impact damage. With 12 to 14 in his magazine, his short reload of 1.2 to 1.5, these are better for close range combat as they become very inaccurate when hip fired. The major selling point of Scallywag Imp, however, is that his legendary mode charges fully with only 3 kills instead of 5, meaning you can get this mode quicker than the rest, with the downside of it being cut in half, only 15 seconds rather than 30 seconds. Of course, giving him extra speed defense boost but no extra damage. Scally being a pirate themed imp, he wasn't given the role of a pirate variant.
How old are you?
I'm 4 years old.
You are the youngest person ever.
Which upsetted him greatly. So to make himself feel better, he made his own hybrid ship. The Scallywag mech has a primary and secondary fire. With its primary fire, the cluster cannons, which is a shotgun type weapon that fire 35 damage at the cost of a single cell of ammo. His secondary being the hooligan howitzer. The hooligan hoe, which fires large cannonballs like Captain Cannon without the manual detonation, which require 2 ammo and deal up to 40 damage. Now, beside the primary and secondary, 2 more abilities. The crusty Gigabomb, Firebomb, wait a second, boom, and Peg Leg Kata, which is a giant, slower version of Imkata that deals 50 damage and fires up to 15 cannonballs while it spins on one of its peg legs. Hence the name, Peg Leg Kata. Now this mech is similar power-wise to the stock Party and Z8 Avenger mech, as it can deal with both up close and at range targets while having 2 crowd control abilities that are sure to ruin a capture point for the plants. And the Scally mech also rocking 400 HP like the Drake mech, but can actually fight back against the plants from further than 7 meters away. All these little things this mech can do makes it one of the best mechs in the game. Scally himself goes into A tier as the pure damage he does is very strong, and his legendary mode, while fun to get, doesn't really give you an advantage or boost anything other than your speed and damage resistance for 15 seconds. Which wouldn't really matter because the Imp has such low health to begin with, and with how fast and nimble the Imp already is, this mode doesn't make him insanely good, rather helps him slightly better than average. Hence why he goes into A tier for me. As for the mech, it can go into SS tier alongside the stock, party and Z7. As I mentioned, it can do everything, making it one of the superior mechs of all the Imp variants. This scurvy little fella is the captain of his mech, which has a crew of up to 1 member. Look, he's a little optimistic, but all the power to him. His shirt resembling the typical pirate shirt with red and white stripes, his hat being this big blue and golden trimmed hat with a nice skull on it. Somehow this guy has a better pirate hat than 70% of actual pirate variants. His weapon, the Looty Shooties, S tier name, designed to be these little small cannons seen on pirate ships with rope wrapped around them to hold the spyglass on top, which are used as scopes to ADS with. If only they scoped into first person, but for this Imp, he is as useful at range as a cactus is in a splash off. His belt buckle replaced with the ship emblem is again who other than myself and like 5 other people are willing to look down there at Imp's disclosed area, and of course it's the boosters having replaced with cannons, which makes this guy and Supremo the only 2 characters to have this very specific detail of including cannons in their design. Other than Captain Cannon, but he doesn't count because all pirates have cannons. Why? I make the rules. Scallywag Imp is such a great Imp design, he goes into A tier. Probably the best looking design in the entire class. His more casual pirate attire fits for the class, as this dude doesn't have the brain power to be a serious pirate variant for the life of him. For those who ask why I missed out on Scallywag Imp in the pirate video, for Scallywag Imp, Pirate, Imp, Pirate, Imp. Every mech has either had a robotic suit, a maximal, or a vehicle. This guy's mech is a straight up Xbox. While his mech is meant to be a pirate ship, the box shape doesn't really sell that. What does sell it is the many cannons and sails upon the mech with the crow's nest too. The bottom half resembling the ship's keel and the seaweed hanging off is just the little beauty touches. These details don't need to be here, but they are. Same with the barnacles and the rope, all over. The mech traversing on 2 legs, one having a peg leg, which is not only used as reference to the fact that pirates can keep their 2 legs at once, it also makes sense to have as one of its abilities peg leg kata uses the peg leg to spin around for a couple seconds, which I find is a great way of fitting the design and abilities together. The mech having 4 cannons roped together to form the scatter shot is a clever detail. I especially love how the secret 5th cannon hidden between the big 4 is extendable and causes the mech's secondary fire to come into play. Now I haven't mentioned that the inside of the cockpits are usually very similar, if not identical. The Scally Meg resembles the inside of a wooden ship, with the pirate map pinched into the wall with the cutlass. The detail that went into this mech is astounding, even though you often never really stand around to look at it because, I mean, why would you? You're piloting a giant pirate ship mech. Go kill like a dozen people already. The other hand holding an anchor, which doesn't do anything, is a bit of a shame. Thought I would have done something like DEADBEARD's anchor ability of BFN, but hey, look, maybe they scrapped it last minute or something, I don't know. And before I forget, this mech has one of the best entrance animations. The mech falls in front of you, in which Scally does the move Billy does through the window from Billy and Mandy, which he jumps through the back window of the mech and into the piloting seat. 5 out of 5, best one other than the stock. With that, Scally Mech gets S tier design. The level of detail that went into it, all the big noticeable things and those small, are immaculate. Now the level of design is solid all around, don't get me wrong, each mech is great to look at, just some have themes that aren't as expressive or as incredible as others. Like you have 2 mechs that are essentially a unicycle traffic cone and a mechanical shrimp. Who thinks of that firsthand? But their final design is just cone shrimp, which is good, but it doesn't necessarily have that wow factor in design like C7 or Scally Mech for me. They didn't really take the design all the way, they kind of just did it, which is still good, hence why the Scally Mech is an S tier design. Imp! What a class! The lowest health and smallest offensive roll in the zombies being both quick and powerful up close. His abilities help with immobilizing and finishing off plants with aid from his cybernetic babysitter, who can output enormous amounts of damage to plants, while being very risky to stay in. Imp is great, but when playing, I don't know, I feel almost scummy as he's one of the most annoying classes in the game when played properly, but can also be one of the easiest to take down. Your reputation will plummet if you play imps frequently, but in terms of work, yeah, he will get things done as long as you're up close and you're accurate. Most classes in the game are very good, with a few less good than others, with Imp being one of the more powerful. But in fairness, most classes in this game are quite solid, only a few I'd consider to be overall decent at most in raw gameplay, but Imp himself is one of the stronger ones. So for that, I'm putting Imp as a class into A tier on the overall tier list. We only have 2 classes left, one of each. Both healers. And no, I did not mean for this to happen. Of course, we'll switch to the plants for next video. And I wonder who that will possibly be. With that, I'm gonna go outside and look into the scalding sun to practice my sunflower game. Ah! I feel like I'm in the incorrect field when talking about this class. Like I've walked in on a debate I know very little about. I'm not a flower main, nor do I intend to play flowers. Ever. I don't play healers unless they deal very high damage and slay the enemies. So for this ranking, instead of going down the list of flowers in the order of the selection screen, I will go through them in my own special order, from my least favorite to favorite variant, as I find it'll be a bit more interesting that way. But don't fear, the list itself doesn't define which variants are good and bad. I will still rank each variant on my list in terms of gameplay and design. The number on the list it represents is how much fun I have playing them. So with these rules out of the way, let's begin with what I think is the character that can cure insomnia. Just for the record, I don't have any negative emotions towards any sunflowers. I at the very most find some of them a little annoying. There isn't a single one that I actively hate for existing. Maybe except for one, as I find their existence not meaningless, rather not that exciting or interesting. Powerflower is a character that exists. I think she is by far my least played character ever. There isn't anything wrong with her. She does solid damage, has a high fire rate, and enough ammo for almost any encounter. That's it. Wouldn't it be weird if I were to just rank her like this and move on? Yeah, it would. I really have nothing to say about her. If I were to say anything, I would say that this class in general has sort of a clunky primary at times, where I feel as though the projectile is too small for how open the crosshair is, making some flowers feel a lot less natural. Powerflower is one of them, but this doesn't make her stand out either, as she is one of many who fall into this problem. Other than that, she sure exists. The power element is fine. I stated that I think it's the weakest element of the 4 in the game, which isn't really a negative, but certainly isn't a positive either. She is just there as a side upgrade that you wouldn't really ask for, nor stay away from. I would put her into B- here, as she's accurate, strong, good at supportive role. I'm just ticking the list my manager gave me at this point, like that's it. Sorry to say this, Powerflower, but your existence means nothing to me. But I wish you luck on whatever it is you want to do. She also looks okay. It's Sunflower with a blue filter turned up 50%. The electrical effects are neat, I guess, but once almost every other plant and zombie does it, you've kind of seen it all. What do you mean there's only 2 powered zombies? Really? Feels like there's a lot more. Powerflower for me goes into C tier in terms of looks. I really have no strong feelings towards or against her inclusion in this game. If you like her, then all the power to you. Okay, don't be too shocked about that last pun. Alright, I'm tripping. Relax. If you enjoy this character, then that's awesome, alright? Don't let me stop you from playing her. Especially when she's just an inferior version of the Rexo.
We have magic! Ooh! Magic! Ooh!
While this is literally only exclusive to the plants, minus Cosmic Brains, there are only 7 charge characters, and 3 of them are roses. Kind of. Necros is like half of a charge character. The Sunflower class has 1, being Mystic Flower. I forgot this character existed. She deals high damage on all levels of charge, especially the first, dealing a consistent 20 to 22 damage uncharged, to a whopping 72. She also has a good fire rate with tons of ammo. What's the catch here? Her primary feels a tad bit delayed, even when you don't charge it. Her shots feel like they're a quarter of a second delayed after firing, which throws me off a bit. But she doesn't feel like she's as strong as she really is. Her shots consume 1 ammo, 1 charge, 3 on a first, and then 6 on a max charge of 18 to 20 ammo. See, look, the numbers don't lie. She's very strong, dealing more damage than Plasma. one of the game's strongest characters. She's kind of in a middle ground of charged characters, being less viable than Plasma himself and Future, but being a lot better than someone of the likes of CITRON, which is not as bad as I ranked him. I put him in F due to poor consideration and...
For the funny!
Can I just update CITRON's ranking right now? Okay, update. He's in C with Toxic. She just also never interested me that much. I can see exactly why some may love her, but personally, she exists too. An existence that I acknowledge is quite powerful sometimes, but in the end, she doesn't really get talked about much. I would put her in a B- as well. Some may see her as an underrated gem, and to that, maybe. But for now, she can go back to her little bubble and continue to exist. Looks-wise, Mystic is Sunflower with the saturation put all the way to max. Her bright yellow face with the green marks add a level of goddess power. Like this is the Aztec sun god, which I actually quite like. The rest of her design is just the stock Sunflower, which we'll get to, and that makes her feel a lot more plain than she should. Imagine if her stem and leaves were designed after an Aztec temple of sorts. Chiseled stone bricks at the bottom half of the stem and leaves. That would make her look way cooler and fit her theme in my opinion. Another design flaw of keeping it too similar to the stock variant, but it's not the worst. She can go into C+ tier for me. It could be good with some tinkering, but as it is now, it's just... It's not bad, it's just okay.
Bleeding me dry like a gosh darn vampire.
How many of you have this character as either your A, comfort character, B, Sunflower main, or C, Vampire Flower is one of Guard Morpher 2's new variants. She fires slightly weaker shots with less ammo that leech a small percentage of the damage you deal that heals you. Already, this is one of those gimmicks that newer players and players in general will flock to. Healing? For me? Without having to pause a fight? Just while shooting the enemy? Yes, please! She also has less health, the same as an imp, which I get why they did this, but it feels really unnecessary. She doesn't self-heal that much or quick, healing only 3 to 4 health each shot landed. A ton of the player base flock towards her as she is easy, fairly strong, but I just see her as merely okay. I did have a period of time off launch where she was, and still is, my most played Sunflower, but nowadays I tend to flock towards others if I even decide to play this class. She just isn't really my favourite anymore. The last patch of this game, as of 2025, buffed all Sunflowers into having an extra 10 health, which was good for their survival, due to their big ass head making it easy to vanquish them. Now this would be beneficial for Vampflower, however it's barely a noticeable change in how long she lasts in a fight. Anytime she is seen, the zombies will tend to go for her first, as she is the lowest HP plant in the game and can't defend herself from any tanky or offensively strong zombie that can chase her down.
Give me the trial!
Again, she is 8th because I don't find her that interesting anymore as time has gone on. Her flaws tend to show the more the years go by, but in the end, she is alright to play, so I'm gonna give her C+ tier in gameplay. Looks-wise?
Black controller, black shirt, black my face.
Goth or emo? Which one is it? Unlike how some variants are just the character, but insert element or visual change, Vampflower's colour scheme is that of the average Vivzy Pop cartoon, black, white and red. Her leaves also supporting this tutu, a neck corset going around her face, and her long fangs and amulet on her neck. For a vampire design, it's simple, not too over the top, but not leaving anything unfinished. And I like it. I'm gonna put it into B tier for design. I think they actually perfected what a vampire flower would look like. And even though it's not personally for me, I can't deny that it looks great as a design. I can also say how some of the things I've seen about her don't look so great. I do know that some people will treat this character as close to perfection as can be, so listen, when I say that Vampire Flower is just not for me.
Needless to say, I play Fortnite, winning in solo.
And here she is, the original Sunflower. I didn't even talk about what she does as a class. So now's the perfect time. Sunflower is the plant's team healer. She heals plants with her heal beam, which infinitely heals any plants hooked up to her for 2 health every 0.2 seconds, or 10 health per second. She can also bring out her very own mini-me with the heal flower, which she plants in front of her, which produces 3 sun drops that heal 5 health each, 12 times for 30 seconds before disappearing.
Oh, they're disappearing! disappearing.
If that doesn't get it done, her final ability, Sunbeam, sure will. Casting the power from the sun, she roots herself in the floor and blasts out big beams of light that incinerate zombies for 7 to 8 damage for 100 shots before cooling down. She is a supportive role, so her offensive power shouldn't be high. And I said shouldn't because they couldn't help themselves and made the healer deal 9 to 12 damage per shot at a rate of 6 shots per second with a magazine of, Jesus Christ, 60 ammo. She can output up to 732 damage in one mag before reloading for only 2 seconds, which with an upgrade is 1.6. While she is incredibly accurate, her shots aren't hit scan, so she requires some level of precision while firing. But this level of power and healing ability makes her shockingly strong, even if she falls into the curse of Stockholm Syndrome. Name is unrelated to its actual meaning, I just thought it would sound funny with stock in the name. Sunflower is too strong for a supportive role, but since she only has 110 health, she isn't hard to take out. Especially since she has no escape ability to clutch a fight. Once she's in, she's getting out either victorious or dead.
My ex is dead.
So that kind of balances her out. She is played as a supportive role that can help when vanquishing zombies while healing her teammates. With that, I wouldn't usually want to play her as she is the bread and butter of the class, but rather than being the sourdough bread and smooth creamy butter type of stock variant like Foot Soldier or Cactus, she's more whole wheat with the low cholesterol butter, which is alright if it's on the table, but I'm not gonna make it when I have all the sort of bread and butter that I could choose. Does this analogy make sense? No. She goes into A tier as her damage is incredibly strong, but her health and lack of mobility and gimmick really helps balance her out a bit. Oh yeah, she moves naturally quicker than the rest of the team when it comes to regular walking, so that's cool I guess. Sunflower. The most important plant in most PVZ games. She is your sun producer, and you're gonna protect her. In this game, she sure is a sunflower. She's got petals, a stalk, and leaves as feet. I'm gonna let the stock variant bias take off and put her into C tier for looks. I will gladly let this segment be the shortest design segment in the series. Oh, I have wanted to talk about Metal Petal for a while. The unholy amalgamation of putting diamond-plated steel and a sunflower in the same room together. Metal Petal to me is a strange case because I myself fall into this category too of people automatically pointing fingers at the armored variants for who's the worst. Now while it isn't always the case that they're the worst of the class, I mean look at Iron Citron and Petrified Cactus for example. I see many say it in the Sunflower's case. However, let me dive into what makes everyone call her so quote unquote bad. She has an extra 50 health rather than the extra 25, so it makes her a lot more solid at surviving against attacks. However, the drawback of this being that she moves a little slower, but since this class already moved quicker than most, she is just back to moving at regular plant speed, which isn't that bad in itself, but for her healing attributes it makes it a little bit harder to heal those running around you. Remember what I said about me not being a good healer? She has 8 to 11 damage at the same fire rate as Mystic Flower and has 50 to 60 ammo on a short reload identical to Reg Flower again. So that's it. She's just slower than most flowers, but still almost the exact same as the rest. While that is the case, I find her disregarded nature a little unjustified. I get it. To many she is boring to look at and to play, but to me, she's one of the more special uncovered gems on the team. She isn't groundbreaking, but she has some value, like high damage, moderate high fire rate, quick reload, and a huge magazine size. If you go out of your way to put on a health upgrade rather than an ammo or reload, since she's already quite good by default without them, she can reach up to 175 health, which for a small flower is insanely helpful. That's more health than Corn and most chompers. She can now survive an impun, which may not sound so tough and nonchalant, but that makes her much more powerful than you think. I'm going to put her into B tier. I do think she is very strong. Not as good as the Reg Sunflower, but almost just as. Her movement speed and fire rate change is just barely the reason I think she's a little under her. Just by a smidge though. She seriously surprised me when I finally came around to playing her a few years ago. While I don't play her anymore, and have started to play a few more flowers instead, she will forever be one of my underrated sunflowers. While she is surprisingly a good variant to me, her design is just merely eh. Being the stock flower, but her face, hands and leaves are this heavily armoured texture, the lighting making the metal look desaturated and a bit too dark. I like that her eyes are darker blue now. I mean, that's kinda cool. The little seams and patterns on her face as well as the many bolts on her petals are nice, hence the name Metal Petal, which I think is actually a really neat name for her. She is just stock, but metal. Nothing too crazy. She can also go into C+ tier for design. Metal is more of my taste, just not that good of an armored variant in terms of look. She can stay here above power and reg.
We've got many quick activities for you in store here, such as how fast can you press this big red button? Pretty fast, I can imagine. Or joining the JS Junction Discord server? It's pretty chill in here. I bet you really want to join. Oh, just press that link in the description. Press it. Press it. Press it!
We've got another 5 floral nurses left. Which one do you reckon is my number 1? And don't even think of skipping to the end. You'll just skip most of the video. And that won't make me very happy, would it? Okay, enough stalling. Stockflower went sunbathing, forgot her lotion, and is now our 11th fire variant. They just don't stop coming. Take Sunflower plus fire damage, less impact damage. Fire Flower. Other than sharing a name with one of the most common Super Mario power-ups, she is Sunflower, but slightly more unique. I like how the fire element can turn some characters into more unique but still equally strong variants. Just don't look at these guys. I tend to play her more than Reg Sunflower, as she is just a spicier option than her predecessor. Quick ranking here, but she can also go into A tier alongside. If you rather have more ammo and a higher damage output, play Sunflower. But if you like to have a bit more of a chill time, deal a bit of fire damage over time instead, you have Fire Flower. They're almost the exact same character. Plus, if you want to annoy the zombie team beyond conception, then why not just play Fire? It's way easier that way. But then again, either or will work, as they are in the upper catalogue of the Sunflower classes. While Power Flower was just Sunflower with the filter on, Fire Flower is too. Mind you, I said that Mystic was Sunflower but the saturation was up, but I didn't mention she also swallowed some glow sticks, which caused her to glow this shining yellow colour. Fire Flower just had the saturation all the way up, being a more reddish orange colour and having flaming hot petals and leaves are neat enough. Her face being the result of 5 hours of tanning without lotion works in favour of her too, I guess. But in the end, she is the plainest Fire Flower design you could imagine. A Sunflower, but fire. I mean, what else could they have done? Even though the design checks off the list of being a fire sunflower, it does its job. It doesn't really do a whole lot either. Gonna give her a C+ as well. She looks better than Reg, but that's it. She is a better looking sunflower. Enough said. You can leave now. We'll be in contact with you soon. Yeah, just put this in the bin.
You're a colourful bunch.
Okay, so of the original 6 variants before Garden Warfare 1 got any DLC variants, Shadow Flower to me was always my go-to flower. Even in Garden Warfare 1, I think she's pretty solid. Her gimmick being that she has a faster fire rate and... oh, that's it. Which is a little disappointing for some with the name Shadow Flower. She has the fastest fire rate of 6.66 and deals a max of 9 to 12 damage, which is just literally Reg Flower but faster. The best way I could describe her power in comparison to Reg is like, if Sunflower was a golden scar, then Shadow Flower is just the mythic equivalent, which is the same and she fires quicker. However, her projectiles are smaller looking than Sunflower, but that doesn't actually affect anything. It's more of a visual thing that can throw you off at times. What does differ is that her shots are just a tad bit slower in terms of projectile speed than Sunflower. Her damage also starts to fall off quicker at 15 meters, which is also true for the variants on screen. I really dig Shadow Flower. She can go into A tier alongside Reg and Fire Flower. These 3 are the powerful ones that can all be interchangeable with what you like in a Sunflower's primary. Would you rather fire faster or deal extra damage over time? Or are you a simpleton and you just want the best of both worlds and hit high damage at a moderate fire rate? Either one is really good for the class, even if they are a tad bit plain and a little bit boring over time. I know in terms of gameplay, they are simple. Same with design. Well, for Sun and Fire Flower maybe, but for Shadow Flower's design? If Plasma P got his darkened blue removed from Garden Warfare 2, then it was Shadow Flower who took it, because her dark shades of blue on her face, hands and leaves are all really slick, and her luminous face outline and mask makes her stand out a hell of a lot more, being her standout detail in her design. All the little shadow effects that run off her petals are also mysterious looking, and this design is very alien to the class. It just looks so strange, yet I really do enjoy it. I'm gonna put her design as A tier. It's very nice looking. The mask being the only thing that makes her different from the others, other than her colour scheme, as most flowers are the exact same minus the colours. But here, it's incredibly nice of a design, and so far is our best looking Sunflower variant.
Disgusting black creatures. Get out of my sight.
Sunflower was one of my favourite variants in this game. She is the Sunflower variant added in the Zomboss Down DLC for Garden Warfare 1, being a burst character, which may already sound a bit of a turn-off for some players, as burst weapons have a tendency for being god-awful or game-breakingly overpowered. Sunflower fires at a burst fire rate of 8.3 and deals 12 to 16 damage in a 3-round burst, which is 36 to 48 damage a click, holding 30 to 36 ammo with a reload of 2 seconds, which can be upgraded to 1.6 again. She is solid. Very solid. Like, oh my god, what is with this class surprising me how strong these healers can be? One thing I want to bring up quickly is that in Garden Warfare 1 there was a bug, which if you shot then healed someone with the beam activation would cancel the ammo being depleted from your mag, meaning you could shoot infinitely and not lose any ammo and have to reload. This never really got used and wasn't practical at all. I certainly didn't get the hang of it. I figured it out on my own, tried using it, and it didn't really get me anywhere, outside of being this meaningless little bug that eventually got patched. Sunflower is a true goddess of a Sunflower variant. She can also go into A tier alongside the other top tiers, an utterly underrated character on the team. Sunflower takes inspiration from the Egyptian times and turned herself into a goddess. Her face looking very similar to stock Sunflower, being the same shade, but her petals being coloured blue and yellow with gems and jewels on them is beautiful. Her snake charm Urius with red and green gems is also very fancy. Her stem being textured like a palm tree is a fantastic detail. Palm trees being found in coastal and warm areas which Egyptian cultures thrive especially. So having her stem being one is incredible character design. I'm also glad that her leaves remain similar to the stock Sunflower to keep it still noticeably related to the class, and her hands holding these 2 fans that she would use to cool herself down. I also just love their design. I would say personally that Sunflower is my favourite looking Sunflower. She can stay in S tier where she belongs. Everything here is just so well adjusted to her theming, even though her primary is a little off for a pharaoh themed character. I think it works as her shots are also rainbow coloured lasers, which also looks super pretty. A seriously underrated character with an incredible design. This is the shit right here, man.
I love Sunflower, Charlie. I love
Sunflower.
Tim, I would really not be screaming that at the top of your lungs.
Welcome to Pillow World, Bri.
This is probably the most well-rounded Sunflower of them all. Stuffy is stock Sunflower. She has the same damage, shot projectile and reload speed, with the downside of 10 less ammo, which sounds like a negative, but for how much this class usually holds, it doesn't make that much of a difference. But her gimmick, upon vanquish, the zombies spew out tons of sun drops which can heal anyone near the zombie's corpse. Sounds great. I can't wait to feel healed and restored when stepping on the rotting corpse of a dead guy. Stuffy is one of the most used Sunflowers for a reason too, being very, how do I say this, plushy. Before I go into design, her stuffed toy approach makes her look very easy and friendly to play, if that makes sense. Unlike Vampire Flower's selfish and not too generous self-heal, Stuffy's heal can heal anyone near it. That is the more effective healing in my opinion. Yeah, Stuffy is that cutesy looking character, the type to hide their secret malicious ideas behind her cute appearance. Or maybe she's just a stuffed flower. Stuffy can go into S tier. She is as strong offensively as Sunflower, but what gives her the edge is how much better her healing sunburst can be for the team and herself. Now it was a close game for the top, but I do believe that Stuffy is just slightly outperforming Reg Sunflower in terms of... Since she is the cute and cuddly character, she resembles a stuffed toy. She's coloured very similar to the stock Sunflower with her light yellow face and petals, but here they have visual stitches, patches and cuts which are intended to make her look worn out. Her stem being green with more patches of different colours and having this pullable ring which would probably make her say something odd. You know, like Woody. No, I'm not making the Deltarune reference. Her hands being flower heads, but plush-like this time, and her leaves also having patches, stitches, and some exposed stuffing is really neat. I love her button eye. It really amplifies that she's been passed down for generations. Like Crazy Dave has her now, but maybe his siblings had something like this before him, which probably explains why she isn't in the best of conditions. I feel as though this character was also made for the purpose of trying to sell this class as a whole as an IRL plushie. But in this day and age, you know, it wouldn't be the best idea. She can go into B tier for design. If she had a tad bit more colour, I would put her higher. As for now, she is just solid, which is fine by me. Now I'm gonna go online and order an off-brand Stuffy Flower plush and do what Spamton fans do to their Spamton plush. The one flower that I see get called the worst. The one that is quote unquote only good in turf. And to that I say, no. Alien Flower fires slow alien mist shots that deal 15 to 18 impact damage and leave a cloud that deals 4 damage every 0.5 seconds. With 15 shots and that reload speed everybody feckin' has, what makes her powerful is that her clouds can stack, just like Park Ranger, making you deal more damage over time from 8 damage a second to 16 to 20 damage per second. Not only does that damage add up over time, not only does it pressure zombies away from the area where the clouds are, but it can also hit zombies behind objects as the clouds are big enough to penetrate through certain walls. Since she fires the slowest of all sunflowers, her direct damage is also shockingly strong. Her 18 damage per shot is pretty good, paired with her cloud damage that guarantees a few extra hits. Now, her DPS if the zombies are camping, defusing a bomb, taking an objective, i.e. standing still, it can get up to 83 damage a second, which is pretty good for her, as she is better at putting pressure on the zombies rather than directly vanquishing them. But with that, she can do some nasty flick damage that can reward you with some vanquishes. Remember, this class isn't meant to be offensively powerful, so Alien Flower tends to be more of a defensive flower, with her clouds making fighting the zombies both annoying for them and fun for you. I know she isn't the best, but she is to me the most fun sunflower variant, and she goes into B tier right above Metal Petal, as her clouds only do solid damage if the enemy is stood still or if they walk into it, but her impact damage makes up for that a bit. So whatever people tell me about her being better in turf than any other game mode is Boulder Dash. She will forever be a B tier in every mode to me. I love this flower.
Okay, any questions before I go on from here? Great.
Being primarily pink, purple, and white, her petals and flowery hands are very out of this world. Okay, I'll leave now. Her petals having a front and back layer, the front layer being purple and pink, with the back layer being a darker reddish colour. Her little pink white antenna bulbs are neat, as if they straighten out when she needs to call home for an alien mothership to collect her or something. The little white marks on her face and deep, soulless eyes are quite humorous. They just make her look so innocent. She may have burnt down that hospital like Joker did, but look at her eyes, Your Honor. She's clueless. Her stem having this teal to light purple colour while supporting more threads and vines than usual, as well as her leaves being this gradient of white to red with these also Rafflesia white spots on them. This design is one of the most memorable ones in the game for me, and she goes into S tier. Everything about this design is so alien to me. Wait, no, not the face. She has such a unique vibe to the rest of the flowers in both gameplay and especially design. I will forever adore this little goober of a plant. She is not only good in turf, she is perfectly fine everywhere. Leave her alone! So I found Power Flower to be the most boring sunflower and Alien Flower to be the most fun. Along the way I have given them their respective gameplay and design ranks, and I think most sunflowers are very solid, while the lower half are just alright at most, and underwhelming at least. I will forever think the 2 DLC sunflowers from Garden Warfare 1 are the best in terms of design, with Sunflower being my favourite looking sunflower in both games, and Garden Warfare 2's original variants being on both ends of the spectrum. Vamp Flower to me gets more flawed the more time goes on, and Stuffy is the strongest in terms of offense and support. Everyone in between has their quirks and list of pros and cons, but overall, Sunflower is an essential character that is only really an annoying character due to the role she is in. Support. Someone healing the enemy you're trying to take out will forever be annoying in any game ever. So even though Sunflower is an annoying piece of shit at times, she can go into S tier on my overall class tier list. And with that, the plants are done. Oh, I've only got to cover one more class, and they are certainly one of the classes of all time. Scientist, I don't really play either. I guess we'll see when I get to them, but for now, I guess all we can do is thank the plant team. You were a blast and a pain to cover. Now to practice my Walter White game for next time. Kylo, where is the money? Science. The pursuit and application of knowledge and understanding of our universe. Without it, we wouldn't have discovered some of the most important things that have helped us evolve as a species. We can study both ourselves and other species' DNA to find cures and anomalies within. Study the shape of the universe, space, planets, time, and matter itself. And most importantly, we wouldn't have the strongest healing character in fiction. Not only is science an incredibly important topic, but we also wouldn't have any other natural sciences that sprung off of the original one. None of these would exist. Neither would any of these guys. So today, I'm ranking the final class I've yet to cover in Garden Warfare 2 on both gameplay and design. So, without any further waffling about a subject I fell asleep for 90% of the time in school, let us dive into what started it all.
No! I'm with the science team!
The scientist is TF2's medic, down to the drip and all. The scientist is a zombie team's healer, and by healer, I mean he's the shotgun character that can two-shot almost every plant. The scientist is equipped with the zombie heal beam, which is the sunflower beam but purple. So it's automatically colored, and with this beam you can heal your fellow zombie teammates for 2 health every 0.2 seconds or 10 health per second. He can also throw his sticky explodey balls, which stick to plants, dealing 50 damage after a short delay. And for his final ability, Warp, which allows him to teleport slightly in front of him. Now you get 2 warps, so you can use one to get in and the other to get out. Or you can use both of them to get to a weakened teammate or capture point, and then get bundled as you have no way of retreating, which in return leads to... For Scientist Primary, he's equipped with the Goo Blaster, which has 5 to 6 ammo and fires at 1.16 shots per second, which deals 20 to 22 damage at range. Now this seems quite alright for this, looks way more balanced than Sunflower's Primary. His Goo Blaster is a shotgun type weapon, so try using it up close for maximum... That 20-22 damage turns into 70-77 damage per shot up close. That's bad, like that's not okay. And since Scientist has 9 other variants, he gets overlooked a lot. This is one of the strongest characters in the game. Scientist is an utter demon at close ranges when played like Chomper, as sneaking around can often cause you to squad wipe them, but played incorrectly and not healing teammates makes him... This class has similar skill potential to some Chompers in the sneaky factor, which is the reason I'm putting Reg Scientist into A+ tier. His slow ass fire rate causes him to miss out on S tier, and due to his DPS being at max just below 90. But paired with his warp and healing attributes, and you have an unstoppable force. So far, an insane jump out of the gates for this class. But in terms of looks, how does the main man of science fare? I had someone in my science class who looked like this. It was mandatory for him to enter the lab with his lab coat and custom goggles. The clipped tie and many goo spots splattered around him due to his Goo Blaster and container on his back are especially neat. Remember way back when, in the first few zombie videos when I mentioned PopCap's foot fetishy thing? Well, this class has some of the best looking weapons of all original zombies, with the Goo Blaster having 3 muzzles with his lever for reloading it. Its color scheme clashing with his actual design. Now while I do think this design is a little uninspired, it is pretty much the token Scientist design in my eyes. I don't think he really cares about the whole fashion side of things, he's just there to get the work done and not die. Going to put him design wise into C tier. It doesn't really have a standout detail at all. Maybe the goggles, but they are present in other variants too, and better there may I add. But for the stock class, I guess I can get away with it. We haven't really had a variant based on water yet, have we? I guess shrimp to an extent if you're gonna count as water cyclone, but if you are, fuck you. Marine Biologist is a variant that tends more towards what makes Reg Scientist so powerful, being more powerful at closer ranges. His Dolphin Blaster fires at 2 shots per second and deals 45-50 damage with 6-7 ammo, please behave yourself, on a reload of 2.5 seconds to 2 seconds. I didn't mention before, but Scientist benefits more from a reload upgrade than a majority of the classes in this game. His shots have a wide spread up close, making it easier to deal that 50 damage to more than one plant at a time. However, his shots fall off to only 11 damage at range, which isn't too good. My only gripe with this variant is that his primary gets progressively more and more annoying. It's as if you took some of the damage away from Reg Scientist and then almost doubled his fire rate. Marine takes more planning to be efficient with, as the less range damage makes closer ranged encounters more mandatory for him. Makes it so that you must sneak up on the plants a lot more to get the same amount of work done. Yes, both scientists need to get up close to get most of their work done. It's just that Reg can do more from range than Marine, and a lot more up close too, so even though Marine is a very good variant, he feels weaker than Reg in both aspects. So for that, I'm putting him into standard A tier. I could see him in the same tier or higher if his range damage was slightly higher and his weapon had maybe one more shot on it, but where he is right now is probably the best place for him to possibly be. Trust me, if this guy was an S tier broken character, we'd all hate him too. Especially the noise over long periods of time. Marine biologist being a semi-water themed character due to his dolphin, snorkel and terrarium on his back, which is strapped to him via a hose. His overall colour scheme consisting of light and dark shades of blue with black and whites in there too. His dolphin blaster is kinda cruel, I'm not gonna lie, but the 3 muzzles on top are where the chum gets fired from, so I guess it's a little less cruel. Again, my 1 foot design theory is real, with only one of his feet having a flipper on, as well as a pressure gauge on his wrist, as he works with the aquatic life, quite literally in the depths of the sea. Downside here is that he lost his glasses from his Garden Warfare 1 design, and is now wearing contacts. How do I know he's wearing contacts? The tank mask being a dark gold colour is great to complement the many shades of blue. I said scientist design was a little uninspired, mainly because it was doing a lot. But here, it's quite simple and I really like this design. The colour and clothings all connect very well to his water inspired theming. Now while it is also not out of this world, I'm going to put him design wise into B tier. The blue carries most of it as it blends the weapon, tank and clothes together insanely well. Unrelated, but the Garden Warfare 1 ammo is called genetically modified fish, which just sounds funny. Okay. I need a word with a few of you. Come closer to your screen. A bit more. Okay, that's too damn close, right? Okay, back up a bit. Okay, there, perfect. This is the weakest one. But at the same time, let me explain. Dr. Toxic is our toxic... Wait, Dr. Toxic is our token toxic... Dr. Toxic is our token toxic character, dealing 15 damage at range and 45 at close at a fire rate of 1.6 shots per second with 5.6 ammo before reloading for 2 seconds, 1.6, you know, the usual thing. This is what we call underwhelming. This variant should be the weakest one of them, having only 45 damage up close and 15 at range, while that is lower than Scientist in bow aspects and Marine via up close. I said he should be the weakest for a reason. A couple, actually. While his core damage is lower, his fire rate being an in-between of Reg and Marine makes him a little more versatile, being the best he can at close to medium range. His reload also being shorter than both variants and being supported by the Toxic effect, which is... I mean, it's good if you use Energy Warp, but... you're a fucking weirdo if you do that. Toxic damage is fine when firing from range, but the close range toxic effect doesn't impact anything. Unless you're crazy to play with ridiculously low health, then you can just run around the map and hit everybody for 1 toxic damage aura and become unstoppable. Dr. Toxic by the numbers should be the worst one, but he doesn't really feel that way. He feels genuinely good to play. I don't know what it is. Maybe it's because of how accurate and quick his projectile speed is, even though every scientist has the same projectile speed. He just feels a little better to play, you know? No. Now, while saying he feels good doesn't change the fact that he is contender for the weakest scientist, he is still an alright variant to play right. I wouldn't say he is the sneaky type of variant where he gets most of his value up close, but he can of course do that. He is versatile at literally any range, almost like a jack of all trades type character. Since this class is predominantly a close to medium range class, having one variant that deals less than most at all ranges with a side of toxic damage isn't the worst of all time, but for sure one of the weakest in the class. Some say one of the future variants is a jack of all trades, master of none also. The whole time, he has been here as Dr. Toxic. Not saying who I'm talking about isn't a jack of all trades, master of none, but I see barely anybody talk about this guy being bad, which he isn't. But I'm putting Dr. Toxic in C tier. His only real pros are that he deals that extra 2 tick of damage, his reload is the shortest thus far, and he can deal 45 damage a shot. But that comes at the cost of having barely any ammo, lower damage at all ranges around the board due to the Toxic effect, which speaking of, lets plants know you're near when they start taking spontaneous toxic damage. And it's a shame because, man, I really like this variant, but he just isn't that good. But he has one way he can save himself. Working with the zombies radioactive department that I definitely didn't just make up, Dr. Toxic has a hazmat suit that does the unthinkable. It gives him the common courtesy to wear 2 boots. His suit and gas mask being a mix of white and luminous green and bits of yellow is very appealing to look at. His gamma gun looking blaster with 3 nuclear radiators is great, as well as his Geiger counter which he regularly pulls out to make sure he isn't melting from all of his nuclear radiation. I'm melting! His gauge on his back, which holds this game's variant of uranium, called Ubranium.
Why do you suppose I just hurled a chair at your head, Neiman?
which also emits rays of nuclear radiation. And finally, his open exposed hair at the top showing melted chunks of iron and steel, which are probably due to the radiation again melting through the hazmat suit. Can I just say, this is one of the designs I have always really liked. I never really thought about why, but I can say that going in depth and looking at each little detail.
Oh, this is very nice.
I'm gonna put this guy in A tier for design. Although it isn't crazy, it's unique and fits the theme extremely well. If a variant can't see the top of the gameplay tier list, then their design will almost always come in clutch.
I did not. Mr. Electric sent him to the principal's office and have him vanquished.
The physicist uses himself as a conductor to let the power from his power pole prison out into the world for every plant to get shot by. He also enjoys taking baths with a side of toast. Being the final token electric character, his blasts are to multiple plants for less damage within each arc, dealing at max 58 to 63 damage up close, which becomes 20-22 at range, and he can hold this amount of ammo at the rate of 1.3 with the same reload as our previous professor, Dr. Otto Toxavius. I'm gonna attempt to hit a new PB of how quick I can explain how he plays, so just give me a sec, I'm gonna take a swig of my tea now. 3, 2, 1. Fires like Stocking Tist and Dr. Toenails, but hits like a train up close, but not so much at range.
So near and yet so far.
His power gimmick, I would honestly not blame you if you forgot he was a power character, since it's fine. I mean, a shotgun is gonna hit multiple people for small bits of damage up close anyways, so in close quarters, it doesn't add nor really take away anything. And at range, yeah, I guess it arcing for 10 damage can be good if you're tracking someone who is low. Physicist is good. If you play him right, he can be great. Powerful even. So I have this copy of Revenge of the Fallen. Dr. Palpatine goes into B tier. He doesn't have any real flaws, being solid at all ranges. Even though his power gimmick is okay, it is a nice little perk to have, as it can get you the occasional extra vanquish. And I think this guy has to be one of the most forgotten variants in this class. I think it has to do with his design, but other than that, he's very alike to both Stocking Tist and Dr. Green Goo. Oh yeah, speaking of design, I can admit when I say that I forgot he was an electro/power type when I played him, due to him not looking very power-esque as the other power variants on the team. Let's talk about the boring stuff first. His hair standing up as if it were shocked by lightning itself, being grey near the ends which start out as this desaturated teal colour towards his scalp. His choice of spectacle wear being that of your granddad's old frames, and his two boots, his singular boot and sock combo, which are fine. Now for the interesting stuff. His weapon being an almost taser sort of shape, with 3 Tesla spheres on the end, which all connect currents to fire an EMP frazzle shots, is really neat, especially since it has this electric hazard symbol on it, as well as these blue powered rings and buzzers too. His back accessory is neat, since he is the power variant, having 2 batteries with 2 conductors coming out on top, with many buzzing lights all around that all blink blue. But in the render they blink yellow, which I think is a bit of a mistake on PopCap's end, but just imagine these are blue in the edit. Look, I'm going to change them from yellow to blue. Wow! My editing skills are immense!
Damn, man, look at that, look!
And my favourite little detail being that his boxers are light blue with lightning bolts on them. He wakes up at 3 AM each morning for a power piss. Final note is that I've noticed that some of the buttons on his lab coat are positioned in a way that they appear to look like the positive symbol seen on his batteries, which may not have actually been intentional, but now that I've noticed it, that's an insane little detail. Nikola Tesla goes into B tier again. The amount of little power-themed design choices managed to save this one for me, because when you first glance at him, he's just there. But then you look deeper, and all the little things you overlook start to make more sense, which makes it not bad of a design at all to me. Yes, I 100% understand if you consider him to be boring looking, alright? I get it if you put him in C, D, even F if you're that type of guy, but I just think it's neat, in both gameplay and design. I don't think this segment is really required to be long, because, come on. If you've played this guy before, or even this game in general, then you understand why he's going to go high up on this list. And I mean very high on this list. Astronaut is able to pump out shots at a rate of 3.3 shots per second from his primary weapon, which is used at ranged for once. Which is neat, as most variants are close to mid-range characters. His weapon dealing 24-27 damage with 20-24 ammo with a reload of 2.25 seconds. Wow, look, a brand new reload number for once. That's original. That can be upgraded to 1.8 seconds. I mean, that accuracy and damage cannot be understated. This guy is one of the kings of long-range combat, being able to completely vanquish any plant with one mag. As with one mag, he can deal a total of just a little 646 damage without having to reload. Now, how is that fair, you ask? Well, he actually has the lowest DPS without using any upgrades. So make sure you crit the plants, as that increases the DPS by quite a lot. And stay as far away as possible, because the closer they are, the harder it is to fight. This thing isn't a shotgun. You can't use it properly up. Oh wait, yes you can. In fact, this guy is incredible at any range. I have only ever seen one person in a lobby of mine get above 100 vanquishes in a turf game. Take a wild guess what character it was with. Who out there is going to argue with me when I put him in S tier? I mean, seriously, this primary is insanely powerful. An automatic weapon that deals an insane amount of damage from any range? Okay, shots only deal 18-20 at the very least, But even saying that, that fall off is not too much at all. Yep, this guy is borderline broken. I guess I should have known, because Neil deGrasse Tyson wasn't kidding when he said this guy was S tier. He said that.
It's me, Neil deGrasse Tyson, baby! I approve of the astronaut from Garden Warfare 2. This is real. I said all this, yes. Catch me on the Joe Rogan podcast. Studying the cosmos, this astronaut warned the zombies of a lunar zomburbia on the dark side of the moon, being a perfect place for them to chill in zero-G. But, to his surprise, no one ever believed him.
That's an excerpt from my favourite novel, The Sticker Book. Astronaut is mostly white, red and blue, which for the majority of you watching is the same three colours as your respective flag. Which country? Since most flags have these three colours on them? I'll never tell. His back supporting an oxygen tank with two boosters on the bottom of it, with many Zombie Aeronautic Space Administration stickers on it, or Zaza.
Are you kidding?
His cracked helmet with his hair sticking out is neat. Bro died in space, froze up, then fell back to Earth, in which Zomboss brought him back to life just to have him fight in a war, and not even have the courtesy to fix his helmet. His weapon is neat, being this little space gun with the muzzles that look like the bottom of 3 space rockets, which fire out space rocks, which is nice. Like Physicist, he too wears boxers at work each day, supplying his own space boxers, which I think are a little bit cooler than Physicist's power ones. And again, he goes into PopCap's foot folder. Nice. I'll put him into B tier for looks. There isn't really anything I would change about him. I think he looks fine as he is, but the whole astronaut look isn't really my thing. I think it can look a little bland at times, but in PVZ's case, this astronaut looks pretty great. Gee, it really is the case that god tier characters either look amazing or okay. No in between. Well done, scientist. Your first S tier badge, and it doesn't even go to you. It belongs to Starman over there. Obligatory middle of the video intermission. Subscribe, like, comment something funny, join Discord. Okay, let's get back to it.
And admit you're in danger.
Oh my god, it's the chemist! Whoop! Insert Walter White. I am the danger because you didn't follow my instructions. Stay out of my territorial cancer. Where is the money? Poison you because you are an insane, degenerate piece of filth, and you deserve to die. What the hell's the matter with you? We're family. They know you guys are. No. Chemist being exclusively close range, being able to hit plants from at furthest 7 meters away, dealing 35 to 40 damage a shot at a fire rate of 1.5A with 6 to 8 ammo, and reload times are and Since this class is primarily up close anyway, with aid from his warp and healables, Chemist is great at sneaking up behind plants and giving them their overdue prostate exam. Obviously, the lack of medium and long ranges is a downside, but it is easy to use as primary as the spread is quite large. I've noticed that many people don't really talk about Chemist anymore, which is fair. He's been around for over 10 years, and most people have found ways to counter and effectively get away from him, and there being another variant that shares gimmicks with him we'll cover later. I still think he's very solid, also being very annoying, but a character like Chemist will always be annoying to the end of time. Short and sweet in both review and gameplay, Chemist goes into A tier, as his damage is scary for plants that are either slow or exclusively close range. Plants from longer ranges will pick him off easy though, but if he gets the jump on you, you better have an escape route, or else your almost full legendary meter will be gone and you'll have to cry yourself to sleep.
I should get some sleep.
Walter is neat. However, he has a few extra features where if you play him in lunchtime in the lab, which isn't around anymore, he will end each game falling to the floor. Did you know? 1984. Chemist goggles are upside down. Well, now you know. Again, this variant rocks the lab coat this time, with test tubes of green, purple, and blue unobtainium. In addition, having splashes of said elements all over his coat. Chemist also supplying another box on his back, with more test tubes in them, which are all the same colour that his chemical beaker blaster beakers are, with them all correlating in colour. Speaking of, holy balls, his weapon is one of the best. The many hazardous symbols on them and the colour diversity are all super clean. While his hair takes a page out of physicist's book, it's a lot more straightened out and over the top. And once more, he goes into the foot folder.
No. Wait.
His pants and shoe look very formal, as he is a professional meth cook, chemist, who dresses appropriately for the job. While the base of this design is very similar to Stockingtus, the added colour from the unobtainium and beaker blaster make it stand out much more and make it a more appealing variant than Stockingtus. I don't know why his tie is clipped either, but that too is a newer green shade, which also matches some of the test tubes in his pockets and back. I'm putting Chemist into A tier for design as well, and it's not because of the Walter White comparison. Trust me, I like how the white and browns are juxtaposed by the solid looking greens, blues and purple. This design actually made me want to do chemistry in secondary school at first. Then I found out it wouldn't result in me firing coloured gas clouds at people, and instead I did geography because that shit was easy.
Walter, put your dick away, Walter.
Is that thing still considered funny? I don't know. Off topic, but I did do a Walter White cosplay for Halloween a few years ago. Is this where I show my face? Because how am I going to show the Walter White cosplay? You just gotta trust me. I'll show it eventually, right? I don't know. 20k for the sole purpose of showing you me as Walter White, because I know all of you really want to see that. The Zomboss Down DLC for Garden Warfare 1 came out April 15, 2014, alongside this reveal trailer of a scientist. Hey, wait a minute. With this update, you'd think they would have added the Chemist as the new playable scientist variant. No, he was there from the very beginning. No, instead we have our 7th variant of the class, the Archaeologist. Oh boy, what a sad, strange little man you are. Archaeologist is a medium to long range character like Astronaut, firing rounds of golden jewels at 12 to 15 damage at range, which is 30 to 37 up close, at a rate of 2.08 with 12 to 14 shots that can be blah 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 to 1.6, you get it. Firing slower than Astronaut but dealing more damage at closer range, you'd think he would be in the same bracket as him. No. This man is so unbelievably inconsistent. Sometimes he's a solid character at medium and then close ranges. Other times he sucks balls up close. Or even gets good at medium range and falls off at close, but also at long. He's just so okay, alright? He is alright, okay? He does everything to a medium 5 out of 10 standard, but what he excels at is really nothing. Not many people play or even really like this variant, which is understandable to an extent. He is also a contender for the weakest scientist alongside Dr. Toxenheimer, but I don't think he is worse than Toxic necessarily. See, he is all around okay in his close, medium and range damage, and his short reload and big bag of ammo kinda help with his playstyle. It just doesn't help that he falls into the same playstyle as Astro, who is arguably, not even arguably, one of the strongest zombies on this side of the game's title. Plus, he isn't special either. His character description is trying its damn hardest to come up with something unique to sell you on this character. Oh, he can fire out all sorts of valuable artifacts at plants. Okay. He's gonna go into C tier alongside Dr. Toxic. He isn't a bad character per se. He's the poster child of characters though. He could have had so much more going on. What a waste, man. You were ought to be a star. Now look at you, studying old, feckless stuff in a museum, washed away at 500 years of age. I'm not mad, not even sad, especially not glad. I'm just disappointed. I guess if Archaeologist has one pro that isn't a 5 out of 10 perk, his design is better than average. I guess the colours being less white and grey and more brown and tan shades are a nice change of pace. His monocle and hat are for the archaeology-ing he'll be doing. Is it like splunking, or is that specifically for Listen, I don't know shit about archaeology. I really like his weapon here, the excavator being mainly purple, gold and white, the top being guarded by a 3-headed cobra with the iron side being this magnifying glass. I'm not going to question how he sees through the snake from the magnifying glass as it's clearly blocking his line of sight, but
don't worry about it.
His weapon also being wrapped in mummy folds and his handle having a big jewel at the end of it. He also rocks a nice necklace and pair of binoculars, which are hopefully used for seeing into the future, one in which this is an actually good character. His satchel consists of 2 chalices filled with all sorts of broken pieces of treasure and gold in them, which I believe is where he stores some of his ammo. The overall brown, white and purple colour scheme is very unique and helps Archaeologist to be a bit more of a memorable variant in terms of design. And I gotta put him into A tier as well. I guess he had something going for him all along. I sure hope there isn't another variant that does everything he does in both design and gameplay, but better in both aspects. They just love to listen in to what I'm saying, don't they? So, after Almost Down came out, the next big content update for Garden Warfare 1, Legends of the Lawn, dropped, which again introduced 7 new variants. And right after I said Archaeologist is a 5 out of 10 at everything and doesn't excel at anything in peculiar, PopCap went ahead and remade Archaeologist again. But better in almost every way. Plus fire. Our final fire variant. Paleontologist fires very similarly to Archaeologist at a slower fire rate of 1.6 seconds, which deals 40 to 41 damage up close and 15 to 16 damage at range, with a little hint of splash damage in there too. His range potential is extremely good. Not as good as Astronaut, but I wouldn't say he's far off, especially since he holds up to 12 to 15 ammo on a short reload of 2.25 to 1.8 seconds. New reload numbers! He isn't only good at range combat neither, his shotgun blast is solid too, being able to 3-shot most plants with the help of his fire damage and good spread. I'm not going to repeat myself because he is again literally just a buffed version of Archaeologist in every single way. And just like Stalking Tist, he goes into A+ tier. His damage may seem low, but pair it with his fire damage and continuous shots landed, and he is also one of the most annoying variants in the game. Because of this. He's a jack of all trades, being very solid at everything. Why wouldn't you play him? You want to sneak around the team and take most of the plants out one by one? His blast and fire damage will tick away at their health, and even after you die. His ranged accuracy and damage can also ruin their day, and you don't even have to hit them directly, because he's the only scientist variant to have splash damage. The only reason I wouldn't put him in S is because he isn't in the same caliber as other S tiers, and I don't think he gets more done at the top level of play as Astronaut. So both himself and Stalking Tist, I think, are better than A, but just slightly less than S. Therefore, A+ tier. He also makes bone rattling noises whenever he so much as moves, which indicates that he is the only character in Garden Warfare 2 to have osteoporosis. You poor, poor old man. Spoiler alert. This is my favourite one. My point of PopCap being heavily inspired to make a strong variant of Archaeologist really does start to shine here, as the base colours being pretty close to Archaeologist with the brown and tans that take up most of the design. His arm and boot having multiple bones taped onto him and his torso being guarded by this ribcage is really neat. Not to mention his iconic helmet, which looks... I couldn't find an exact dinosaur that his helmet is a skull of. I want to say the typical answer of saying it's from a Triceratops, but it doesn't have a third horn, so I can't really tell what the creature is or what it reminds me of, but we're just gonna leave that. It looks great. Double thumbs up for me. It is my personal favorite head accessory in all of Garden Warfare 2. It just fits so perfectly for this variant. His Dino Blaster alone boosts him up like 4 tiers. The purple mixed with orange, white and red makes it feel hot and fiery as molten magma flies out and spews randomly. You know, kind of like volcanoes do. The ending being 3 little dino heads While it is a little weird for them to shoot out lava from their mouth, I can't lie and say it isn't one of the coolest weapons. The way his weapon is very jagged, almost as if it was built in a cave with a box of scraps, makes it feel very prehistoric in itself. And for some reason, he has 2 spines. Or knowing the zombies in this game, it's probably his own. It has 2 balls of power that connect and have the same color and shade as the magma within his weapon, which is probably where the weapon gains its power from. Although they aren't connected, he's probably got prehistoric Bluetooth or something. And for his shoes, thank God, another fashionably decent individual who can wear his own shoes. And even though I would love for it to have more going on in the areas where it seems sort of bland, I think for what it does already, it doesn't detract from it at all. I love this design. It's gonna go on the top of A tier for me. One critique is that his left shoe has 2 bones in it and the right has none. Have a bone per shoe, buddy. Other than that, this is my favorite design in the class.
The Derek Zoolander Center for Kids Who Can't Read Good.
I don't get you. Zoologist is like chemist. Like, very much like chemist. Like a fanboy chemist. Like a want-to-be chemist. Cosplay chemist. Chemist fanboy. But with lower damage at only 30 to 33 and has a fire rate of 2.5 with... and 2 reloads, starting at 2.25 seconds, 1.8 seconds, and 1.44 seconds with a DPS of 85.25. What makes him slightly weirder to me is that his spread is a lot less wide than Chemist, making his weapon effectively less powerful at crowd clearing as many plants as you'd think. Now, his damage per mag is over 200 with an ammo upgrade, but beforehand is just under 198, so 200 HP plants, i.e. Citrons, will be able to survive at about 2 HP. That doesn't really go into my ranking on him as a variant. I just thought about that and how annoying it would be to be vanquished by someone with 2% health left. He just doesn't hit as hard as Chemist to me. His faster fire rate is better for one-on-one encounters, but his spread makes it a little harder to take on 2 or even 3 plants, whereas Chemist had that under control. Another thing Chemist has over Zoologist is that he has an extra 1 meter before he can't physically deal damage to plants anymore, meaning that his little porcupine has less range than the Galaxy Gas over here. I wouldn't say Zoologist is the worst scientist variant, but I don't think he's that high up on the list either, being very underwhelming. Not bad, but just another weaker version of Vault and Vice over here. I'm putting Zoologist into B tier as he is good at having solid DPS and close range domination. I mean, you can use him slightly differently to Chemist, still playing the sneaky snitch part, but going for single plants rather than groups of them, as he is more effective at taking out single targets. And yes, I am fully confident that this is just a recycled version of Dr. Chester from Garden Warfare 1, as the fire rate and attack style are pretty similar, if not almost identical. Do you know what? Let's quickly go over him now, because why the freak not? So Dr. Chester is the Garden Warfare 1 collaborative variant for... What? Oh my god! Why the hell is this his own variant? When he isn't putting cheesy dust on his toes, he's dealing 25 to 30 damage with his cheesy blaster, which is like Zoo's weapon, but has less range. His weapon being able to fire up to 6 to 8 tangy cheese blasts before taking 2.25 seconds to refill on that Cool Ranch goodness. His promotional existence means he can force 3 more promotional abilities down your throat. Cheetah Warp. He gets 1 warp that works exactly like the regular one, but deals 30 warpy cheese damage to plants caught in the location of the cheesy stature. Plants hit with this cheesy warp become 25% more eligible for a Cheetos sponsorship. Next in line in the Cheetos experimental line of products is the Sticky Cheetah Bomb. Using this not only lets the entire team know that you are 4 years old, but it also deals 25% more damage to plants who shower.
Yo!
This is actually quite good, I'm not gonna lie. Now, we wouldn't have 3 cheetah abilities with just 2, so add 1 to 2, and you might get 3 to 4 health per second with the cheetah heal station. If someone uses this heal station while fighting you, you might as well shoot up at the Lord for cursing you with this encounter. As mentioned, it heals the quickest HP per second of all the heal stations in the game, before exploding quicker than the rest and dealing a whopping 0.5 damage to surrounding plants. These 3 abilities combined make Dr. Chester the most character of all time. His cheesy warp will for sure get you where you're fully expected to go at the cost of being scammed of the other one. His cheetah balls, being the most unwashed part of his body, can deal an extra bit of damage to plants who are brain damaged enough to walk into the glowing yellow and black balls, which is essentially a glowing damage here sign on the side of the wall. And his cheetah heal station is everyone, and I mean everyone's non-returning item in Garden Warfare 2, being the best healing option, as it can out-heal most damage if you aren't being gatlinged, sunbeamed, or you know, show anything that has a semi-decent DPS. Overall, why wouldn't you play this guy? He is the only free zombie you can get in Garden Warfare 1, fitting as he is easily the... How do I say worst without triggering the Chio guy? He is the most cheesy character of all time. If Chester Chomper didn't exist. Dr. Chester goes into the best tier ever. C tier. C for cheesy.
It ain't easy being cheesy.
This design is a little all over the place. Now, while I like the koala, meerkat, snake, and porcupine, the overall theme of this design having multiple zoo animals does work. The contrasting colours with how many there are make this design a little lower for me than how I first felt about it all those many years ago. The main whites and greys aren't that appealing here. With the character like Stockingtist and Physicist, they are supported with similar doses of purples or blues. Here, they're only being orange, blue, red, maroon, and like 5 blinking lights on his headband thingy is showing a little bit more than it should. Now, while the safety goggles are neat and the koala is great as a back accessory, wearing a little antenna and satellite on his back, with puffballs on the side which are probably to feed in mid-battle. Now, the snake on his leg is probably the one you'll notice last, as this game's camera doesn't usually go low enough to show the legs of some characters, so the snake is something that is kind of weird to me, because again, it does work, it's just kind of there. As well as his weapon, the Porcupine's Revenge, shoots its quills out, losing a certain percentage of quills for how much ammo you have left, and the reloading animation being that you pet him and he regrows his quills. It's so stupid it makes perfect sense for this variant. But even with all that, I do think this design is just eh. Like, it has some good aspects, but it's a little all over the place. I don't really like it too much, but on the other hand, this is my mom's favourite character in the game, so he goes into S tier by default. Thank you, ma'am. Love you. In all seriousness, I'm going to put him with Stockingtist in C tier for looks. I don't know how I would redesign this guy. As he is, he looks like he's a very positive connection with the animals on him, so I don't really want to take that away from the design. So even though I don't like it too much, I have no real strong opinions on it either. So he can sit with Stock and have a nice old cup of tea, while the meerkat probably chews on a scalp for a little too long. And for Dr. Cheese, S tier, because it ain't easy being cheesy, baby. And finally, the final scientist variant is the only legendary Garden Warfare 1 zombie. The one with the name that I can't get behind, as it sounds like a variant of the stock character, which is funny, because that's what all of these guys are, but this guy's name feels especially like that. The computer scientist! Should have called him something like technologist or Cyberpower UK employee, because they make a lot of awesome PCs. Computer scientist is our legendary scientist variant, being a run-of-the-mill mid to close range variant, dealing damage up close and damage at range at a fire rate of shots per second with ammo on a second reload time. Earning 5 vanquishes in a row will reward you with the 1970s mode. You turn your game into the Magnavox Odyssey, in which everything will look like you're inside the Matrix. In this mode, you'll run 50% quicker, take 50% less damage, and deal between damage up close. And it also plays the 8-bit jam from Neon Mixtape Tour, which has this little jingle in it. This mode is great as it not only lets you run around and kill everybody, but you can also get the teammates quicker to heal them. You're gonna use this to heal people? Are you kidding me? Look, this is the most aggressive scientist variant when they get into crunch mode. You have no reason not to push plants when you have this. Just don't get too carried away, because I mean, you're not in. Computer Scientist goes into S tier with no hesitation. His close range game is like Reg Scientist in terms of damage, with almost double the fire rate. I don't love this guy, nor do I actively avoid him. He's a nice pick from time to time, but you're mostly going to play this guy in the Mystery Portal, because that's where everybody gets him.
Hello, Smithers. You're quite good at turning me on.
Probably should ignore that.
So I took your one technologist's lunch money yesterday. All I could afford was a half-eaten ham and cheese because my man is drowning in student debt. Being more of an academic character than a science study type of character, if that makes sense. Wearing his signature white button-up shirt. His arcade-looking trousers aren't neat. The purple and blues are appealing to look at, and his single shoe... I would have expected this guy to hold the same level of fashion as paleontologist. The TV on his back that displays different emotions on it is great, shuffling between happy, hollow, sad, and His weapon being this computer chip looking dispenser with some sort of floppy disk that's inserted to reload it, firing off binary code. Imagine getting killed by ones and zeros. Fun fact, his binary code was originally blue in the beta, and then it got changed to this nicer green color. This is the only legendary character to have weapon skins. Some of these are godly, with others being... His 90s power glove on his arm is funny, because this is 1000% the variant to try and use this in a fight before getting pelted.
Dude, this controller blows.
He even included his gamer tag on his shirt, which says... McLovin? What type of dumbass name is that, Fogo? What are you trying to be, an Irish R&B singer? This whole variant is just... nerd. And his glasses are being held on his face by tape. Although I think this guy is a little bit too relatable to myself, as I too am studying game design in college right now. I really do enjoy this design, it being the most unique in the class for sure, and for that, he can roll into A tier on the design tier list.
Harry tells me you're quite the science whiz. You know, I'm something of a scientist myself.
Like the Sunflower class, Scientist is a zombie type healer, being able to either one-on-one heal or group heal with the beam and station, using his ability to push forward with his warp, and being able to bomb small plants with a sticky exploding bomb, which never go where you want them to go. He is extremely strong in both defense, offense, and supportive situations. Having tons of variants for closer, medium, or longer ranged encounters means he is one of the most diverse classes in the game. So for this, the Scientist class can go into S tier alongside Sunflower in my overall class tier list. 450 plus days since I started this series. I finally covered all the main classes in Garden Warfare 2. And I've got to say, how I've managed to gain this much support on the channel from reviewing silly plants and zombies over the past year,
I guess we'll never know.
But some of my favourite moments of the past year have been editing videos for this series. I can only thank all of you for watching as we close the final page of this long ass chapter that really should have been about 2 or 3 months long. But hey, things just happened, so better late than never, I guess. Thank you, zombies. I think you guys are pretty chill. Let us look back on some of the best moments we've had in this series, and some of the times where I kind of lost it or got a bit carried away. Yeah, some takes I kind of have changed my opinion on, so I may in the future come back and see how I feel. But for now,